Tap off, just a few minutes away at 8 o'clock. That's your 5-minute warning, ladies and gentlemen, across the field. Here on pitch 1, let's give you the team lead. Starting with New Zealand, number 1, Nicole Picard. Number 2, Katrina Amelia. Number 3, Belinda Ihaka. Number 4 is Adeline Brownlee. Number 5, Chantal Biddle. Number 6, Lisa Ellis. Number 7 is Lisa Emery. Number 8, Casey Bradley. Number 9, Renato Watley. Number 10 is Celia Nebbia. Number 11, Tanya Janka. Number 12, Taean Blair. Number 13, Jenny Yong. Number 14, Ella Paka. Number 15, Tiana Shepherd. And number 16 is Wendy Tane. For Australia, number 1 is Dominique Barlow. Number 2, Kylie Bellingham. Number 3, Vanessa Cooper. Number 4, Kelly Jean Johnston. Number 5, Missy Shaw. Number 6, Michelle Evans. Number 7, Aurelie Loveland. Number 8, Kate Barker. Number 9, Cody Knight. Number 10, Davina Galetto. Number 11, Karina Hagen. Number 12, Kerry Rendell. Number 13, Zara Hartley. Number 14, Fanny Stewart. Number 15, Kelly Ryan. And number 16 is Nick Gross. Your referees, just a reminder, are Simon Croft, Linda Buchanan, and Brett Gibson. Tap off just a couple of minutes away.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Nottingham, the Touch Football World Cup of 2024. What a beautiful morning it is here in Nottingham, the women's 40s. Gold medal match between Australia and New Zealand. Adam Collins in commentary, joined by Mel Day. We are set to get underway here in an amazing finals day. 10 finals to be decided today.
It's going to be a gold rush here on field 1, kicking off with the women's 40s final.
It is Australia to get us underway with the tap-off. I just look to make it down to the end of the field here, try to turn something on. And New Zealand up out of the line quickly, trying to cut down the options of the Australians. Star-studded lineup for both teams. Earl Donovan with the ball in the middle. Turns it out to the right. Sweeper coming around. Numbers there. Touch. He looked to go back onto the inside. And the New Zealand defence stands tall.
We could see Davina Galetto going around for a sweeper play there, but New Zealand driving up off their line, and Australia dominant in the pool stages of this competition. They haven't lost a game yet, but their final game against New Zealand reduced the gap to a 4-1 scoreline. So New Zealand growing throughout this tournament and hoping to put in a very nice performance here in the gold medal match against the dominant Australian team.
And as we talk about the two teams, let's just touch on the third team out on the field. Congratulations to the gold medal match referees, Simon Croft, Linda Buchanan, and Brett Kimpton. Great reward for effort here at the tournament. They've been rewarded with the gold medal match. Congratulations to our three referees as the Aussies continue to roll forward here. Ball in the hands of Kate Barker. Inside to Shaw. Missy Shaw. They're with the ball now. Dangerous here around the line attack area. Shaw picks
Kerry
it up.
Rendell coming around the back of the play there, and keep an eye on her. She's the top try scorer for this Australian team. She's picked up 12 tries throughout this tournament, the number 12 in there at Link. She's been exceptional all throughout the competition.
Unfortunately there for the Aussies, she just got pinged for a forward pass. The original one was called play on, but then they had a second go and got a penalty against the Australians. So the Kiwis on the attack, 10 metres their own side of halfway. But the Aussies again, this forward press, aggressive defence coming up. Shutting down.
Yep, Kerry Rendell, there she is again, in defence as well as attack. And New Zealand really struggling to make it out of their own half there in that subset. Their runners were just seemed a bit delayed getting onto the field and creating some space on the outside of this Australian attack as they go towards their sub-box now.
Yeah, Australians sweeping out. There's Missy Shaw taking it forward. Great metres for Missy Shaw. Now they push back into the middle. Sweeping play from the interchange. This is Jenny Ching-Ming Yong. Back to the right, Karina Haddon. Haddon on the wide ball. Eugene Johnson. Back for Haddon. Haddon will switch play. Zara Hartley. 6 more for the Australians.
New Zealand defence looking pretty solid in this opening few exchanges. Hopefully I haven't put the commentary curse on them, but they're looking very tight in their mids, moving across as a team.
Another penalty. Not going forward was the call from Linda Buchanan.
For those joining us for this gold medal match who haven't been with us during the rest of the week, the defending team need to continue to move forward until that touch is imminent as Australia test the outsides of this New Zealand defence.
Karina Haddon with the ball off the ground, strike, dump, the ball down here for the first score for the Australians.
Oh, they just no
touch.
in.
Thought they'd awarded that. That's Haddon with the ball. Gives off to Hartley. Hartley goes down. Kelly Jean Johnson gets the ball back to Haddon. Haddon to the outside. Touch called again.
Very, very, very close there. Oh, fingertips in it on that far side and this close side wing, and you can see the Aussies stretching the ball, and they're just going to kill it on that far side and make it very difficult for New Zealand to get out of their half.
Kelly Jean Johnson was taking the ball to the line there. That one just slipped out of her grasp. Now the Aussies get up in this forward press defence again. Offside is the call. I think they were a little bit too fast for the referee's liking. They seem to be onside okay. And the referee unsure. This Australian team packed with pace. There's some pressure. Again, that the interchange players.
Lovely movement from New Zealand, just spotting the one defender in front there and passing off as they drive towards the middle of the field.
Play on. Could have been an infringement in the ruck. And that is the acting half court there. You see Diane Blair. Now the Australians take it forward. Jean Johnson with the ball now. Fresh legs on for the Aussies. Get through a bit of defensive work there with that penalty repeat set.
And it's going to be pulled up. One of their players has gone into touch on that far sideline, gifting New Zealand the ball on the halfway line. And a couple of Australian errors just relieving the pressure on this New Zealand team who have
Speaking of errors, that is just the first touch on their own side of halfway and a drop ball. They've handed the ball to the Aussies in attacking position. Some strike players out there. Let's see what the Aussies can do now.
Absolutely. Kerry Rendell, the number 12, keep an eye on her as they drag out for her. She's a little short play through the middle of the field, but just patient play, but unfortunately giving the ball away there. Looks like a forward pass there from the Australian team. Both teams very nervous in this first half. Errors creeping into both sides, which is definitely not what they want for this gold medal fixture on field one.
The Kiwis bring it off their line now. Just the settle pattern, trying to get to the sideline again. Aussies up through Dominic Barlow. Now they move to the centre field. No real penetration through the line of the Australians yet. An offside penalty again, not so sure.
Yeah. Difficult one for the Aussies because I thought they were making it back to the referee there. But New Zealand need this field position. They haven't been challenging the 7 metre line of the Aussies all game as they...
And Missy Shaw up again to make the touch, but again, another penalty. This referee, he wants them back 12, 15 metres for mine. It is New Zealand on the attack.
7 metres into play now on the outside.
Nice ball outside, but good cover comes across from the Australians. That was Kate Barker, but it was nice attack for the Kiwis. Lee Emery in half. Lisa, as she's called. That was a nice dive there by the Touch Blacks women's 40s. Wendy Tane. It is Lisa Emery and Tane working together once again. Sweeper comes around to the right. They go to Celia Nepier.
There have been gaps on this side of the field, and there's been some great hole running by Belinda Ihaka. The 3 for New Zealand, the link out on this side. They just need to get those passes a little bit sharper and get it over just that little bit quicker because the gaps are opening up as incredible driving by the Australian team. But Australia appealing for a New Zealand infringement in the ruck, but a turnover once again give New Zealand 6 touches to attack this Australian line.
The Aussies defend the line here as New Zealand roll forward. Changes coming. Tanya Janke gets the ball back inside for Katie Bradley. Ready for Brownlee. Adeline Brownlee with the ball. They move it to the left. Mapaka goes into half. Picks up the sweeper coming around in Nicole Picard. Picard to the line but can't get through. The Aussies standing tall in defence. And a changeover. 7 metres out for the Aussies to roll forward.
Just running a little bit too laterally for my mind. I think she took the space of her link in there.
Now the Aussies are on the attack. They roll up to halfway. That's the captain, Karina Haddon. Sending it out to the right-hand edge. Here come the sweepers onto the field now. Attack opportunity for the Aussies. Taking it forward into the line. Quick roll ball. Rel Donovan in the middle, dangerous. Sweeper on the outside. 6 more hands in the air from Katie Bradley.
Danger on the outside there. I think she had to get her hands in there to prevent that try.
Kerry Rendell, as you said, dangerous out here in the link position. They move the ball to the right. That's Kelly Jean Johnson. Johnson goes down for Galetto. Back to Johnson now. 7 metres out. It's Galetto. Rel Donovan. Donovan out to Hartley. Hartley looking to get on the outside of the defence. She can't. And unfortunately, Vanessa Cooper for the Australians steps into touch.
Lovely New Zealand defence on that set, moving together as a unit across the field, shutting down all this Australian attack.
And now the Aussies roll forward in defence again. They need to be careful of this offside. Then they're called out. They regroup here, ball back over the top. Good metres for New Zealand to the halfway line. Now over the halfway line they roll. Biddle just looking to go through. The ball can't come out for her. Diane Blair not able to get it away, and the Aussies attack from 10 metres inside their own half. Kelly Jean Johnson getting it down. Sweepers going around, looking to get off the field. Leto drives hard, gets some space. And now they drop the ball back into the middle. Then a field now for Kobe Knight to go into half, but a hard touch from Chantel Biddle sees a penalty to the Australians. Biddle has a few words with the referee. Referee just calling her forward to have a bit of a chat, just to let her know who's in charge in the centre of the field. And it is Missy Shaw that gets us underway for Australia. Hello. Back into the middle. Is Kate Barker. Now to Knight. Kobe Knight to the line. Barker down. Knight again. Another penalty tap.
Once again, not moving forward off the line there, New Zealand. They need to be a lot more confident and proactive in these touches and show that movement off the line.
Missy Shaw gets the dump down. You can see Kate Barker telling her to take it to the line. Barker into half. Pops it to the right, short side. Touch made, the defender coming across in cover. They'd exploited the offside player, but the cover defence up to the task.
Yeah, they're looking very solid here. An arm wrestle in this women's 40s final. 12 minutes into this first half and no score on the board for either team.
Middle attack here to Zara Hartley. Missy Shaw, that's Hartley with the ball. She bends her back, drives into the line. Shaw from half. 6 more touches. Repeat set on the line for the Australians. The defence of the Kiwis standing tall here, but can the Aussies break through with these repeat sets? This is Kobe Knight. Knight again to the short side. Defence recovers. Hartley. This is Knight for Hartley now.
They've brought Karina Haddon on number 11.
Dangerous player. Ex-Australian Women's Opens player back now in the 40s division. They split to the right, numbers through the hands of Haddon. Dives to the line. Referee says ball down.
I thought there was a New Zealand hand in that pass from Haddon off the ground, but New Zealand have the ball off their 7 metres and they have sustained continued Australian attacks on their line with epic defence.
The Galetto shooting up there, trying to shut down the Kiwis. There's plenty of bodies in space. A penalty, I don't see it. There was no one in half when she started to roll forward. These penalty decisions are killing the Australian defence.
I thought that was just a handling error from the New Zealand team there, but they're getting some help up the field by the referees over the halfway line.
Nobody breaking the deadlock, still 0-0 here. 14 minutes gone, the first half of this gold medal match between Australia and New Zealand in the women's 40s. Here's Australia rolling up the field now. Rel Donovan. That's Kylie Bellingham. Making some metres for the Aussies. Kelly Jean Johnson, she goes forward. Good quick dump. Back to the right goes Kate Barker. Now for Missy Shaw. Missy Shaw steps off the left foot, goes to the right, long ball to the wing. Dominic Barlow diving for the line, can't get there. Again, the Kiwis stand tall in defence. Final touch coming here for the Australians. Switch back on the outside for Shaw, short of Barlow, but great defence once again from the number 13, Jenny Ching Ming Yong for the Kiwis.
I thought it was on there. This Kiwi defence is a brick wall at the moment, holding the Australians out. What an arm wrestle for this first gold medal match of the final day of the Touch World Cup. New Zealand driving hard towards their line. This is a better driving set from New Zealand. They're up to the halfway line now.
You just see the Australian defence holding back now. They're not taking those risks because of the number of penalties that were awarded against them. So now the Kiwis roll on through Emma Pucker. This is better. Ball out to the right-hand edge. The defence stands up for the Aussies.
You're exactly right. Those first penalties, Australia just standing slightly off in their defence now, giving New Zealand a little bit of extra room. And I think the referees are just going to play
Don't let
the
that one
touch
go. It really is a lottery at the moment. But Kelly Jean Johnson throws a little dummy, gets in behind the line, takes some extra metres. This is good here from the Aussies now driving forward. Up over the halfway line they go.
Well, they're running from depth here, Australia. Lovely attack through the middle of the field. Pick up from half. This is last touch for the Aussies. Little switch play
Kobe
in the
Knight
middle.
out for Haddon. Haddon with pace. Has the winger unmarked. You need to get it down quickly. She doesn't get it down quick enough. In these games, you need to find the line quickly. That should have been a dive from the Aussie winger.
Yeah, Vanessa Cooper just looking very relaxed with that ball there. I don't think she saw the New Zealand defender on her inside. The dive was needed and the touch was made.
It's not about seeing the winger. You should just get the ball to ground as quick as possible, and that way is diving. So the Aussies will learn from that. As we see Hartley press forward, put some pressure on the defence.
And Australia with the ball 10 metres off the halfway line.
Back inside here, the Aussies. Kelly Ryan it is. Ball comes to the left. Into the midfield. Leto there with the dump. This is Knight on the wrap. Well, Donovan in the middle. He holds that one up. And well, she did, because the sweeper had overrun it. Would have been a forward pass. Donovan off the right foot, in behind the line. Now they need to find a support player. Can she get it back? She does!
I thought the touch was in here by New Zealand.
Yeah, the touch was in, but it was a penalty. Penalty for holding against the New Zealand defence. So an obstruction when the ball carrier went through the line. There was an obstruction of the support runner. So it is a penalty to the Aussies. Leto gets it down. Donovan. Dangerous in the middle.
Yeah, she's looked fantastic this set, Donovan, and Australia's starting to break apart this New Zealand defensive line now. A couple of skips through.
Galetto and Donovan, there's your strike players. Kobe Knight on the sweep around. Player called offside. And it will be Kobe Knight who breaks the deadlock. Unfortunately for the Kiwis, the defender called off. And Kobe Knight, playing the referee, responds to the call and goes over to open the scoring here in this women's 40s game. After 18 minutes, it's Australia 1, New Zealand 0.
We can see a dump on that 7-metre line, and the defender called short, and less than 2 minutes in this first half, and Australia getting through for that much needed try.
But now the Kiwis back on the attack. 10 metres out from the Australian line. Basketballing passes over the top. Wendy Tane takes a tough pass. This is Lisa Emery through half. And ball away. So the Aussies stand tough after that initial 60 seconds following a try. Often danger signs or danger period for any team defending. And the Aussies weather the storm and now push forward. Shaw into half. They go to the sub box, trying to get those legs out there, having defended that set of 6. Galetto working tirelessly. Hartley into the line. Karina Haddon storms onto the field, takes it straight into the Kiwis. There's Haddon again from half. Numbers to the left. She has a skip pass out to Kobe Knight, but Kobe Knight puts that one down. But a good raid there from the Australians.
Starting to hit their stride, the Australians, aren't they? Especially when they're coming on from their sub box, running on at speed, and really challenging these New Zealand defenders as they run up towards the halfway line.
They're a little bit more aggressive in defence here again. Billie Jean Johnson getting through a ton of work, as is Hartley. There's Haddon now pulling out to the right. Hands from the Kiwis to end the set. We just wanted to finish it as far as they could away from the Australian box. As the hooter sounds in the background, it is the Australians with a 1-0 lead, but certainly New Zealand right in this one.
They definitely are. They'll take a lot of heart from that first half. Their defence was incredible on the line, just getting broken through in the last 2 minutes of that first half. But Australia asserting their dominance in the last 5 minutes of the first half. Kerry Rendell, she's everywhere out there, and Davina Galetto has just been a workhorse for the Australians in the middle of the field. Very, very close in this first gold medal match.
Yeah, well, it is very evenly poised, as we said. 1-0 Australia. We'll take a quick break here for half-time and bring you the second half action live from Nottingham.
Pretty much.
The women's 35 at 10, men's 35 at 11, and so on, all the way through to the mixed open goal 3, the women's open goal 4, and the men's open goal at 5. The contest remains open throughout the day. It's going to be a beautiful day here in Nottingham, so stay hydrated, relax, enjoy yourselves, focus, have a good day. Have a good day.
Well, here we are back with the action of this women's 40s gold medal match. It is Australia with a very narrow lead, 1-0 over New Zealand. Mel, what are you expecting in this half? Are we going to see a breakaway from one of the teams, or is it going to be tight right till the end?
Based on the last few minutes of that game, I think Australia will start to stretch this New Zealand defence even further. They both started off very nervous. There were a lot of errors in the first 5 to 10 minutes of this game, but much more free-flowing touch in the final 5 minutes there.
Let's see if it plays out the way you think it will, as Tyann Blair gets us underway for New Zealand. Chantel Biddle in the half. Katrina Amiria back inside for Biddle. Biddle goes down. Now they go left. Long. It's shut down by the Australian defence. Tanya Jenke with the ball. They center it up one more time here. Tyann Blair. Here she is with the ball now. Goes to the left. Janke looking for the line, but the defence stands up to the task right there through Vanessa Cooper. And the Aussies turn away the first attacking rate of the New Zealanders.
Positive first attack from New Zealand. I thought they looked very sharp out there, stretching the Aussies on this close side wing.
Now the Aussies push up off their 7-metre line. Great work here on the drive from the Australians. And bend the back of the New Zealand defence. Switch back to the middle, and then a big touch. The referee says, play on. And there's Haddon. Haddon working with Stewart. Riley Stewart with the ball now. In behind the line, gets a pass away, but the referees will call that one late. I thought Stewart had the hands through, but just a reach around behind the back. Touch made there by Tyann Blair.
A stumble there from the Aussies, just a stutter on that final touch. It looked like it was, yeah.
It was a tap, but she looked like she rolled it and then picked it up. You can't have both. You can one or the other.
No, I thought they would have replayed that.
It should have actually been taken away from her because she did it incorrectly. But it is the Kiwis on the attack. Referees have called play on. And out to Janke, famous name in New Zealand touch football. Tanya Janke has the final touch for the New Zealanders. And back to the middle now through Haddon. It's a down for Stewart. Stewart dishes off for Kobe Knight. Now they roll towards their sub box. Good meters here for the Australians, Mel.
Yeah, they driving like they did at the end of that first half. They are just pulling up the meters on this New Zealand defence. Offside play getting called there. Australia just not quite taking advantage of it, which is why they're going to get the penalty.
So Missy Shaw played it smart there. She heard the call of the referee offside, and then so she just went left and right again and made the defensive player mirror her. That's the obstruction. That was the penalty. You heard the referee, or might have seen the referee indicate left and right. So here's Missy Shaw in the middle of the field. Working with Barker there. Barker gets it down. Hartley goes for the line but can't get the right footing to dive. So they bring it back to the 7 metres. This is Shaw once again with the ball in hand. Barker down for Shaw. Shaw goes to the left looking for numbers. Can't find them. Gets the ball away. Again, final touch on the 7 metres. A static start to this end set. Back on the inside is the line. We're going to have a late pass, a penalty here against the Australians, I would imagine. Penalty against Shaw.
Yeah, late pass here. Just a bit too compressed in their attack over on this side of the field, the Australians. I think there was a lot of space over on the left.
Good signs for them, able to get in behind the line of the New Zealand defence from a very static play. They actually had to stop and come back and restart. And it looked like Shaw had gone away and then just made meters through the middle as now the New Zealanders roll up towards the halfway line, moving the ball to the right-hand side. Cody Bradley goes into half here. Bradley out of half. Draw and pass situation. They had numbers on this left-hand edge, but the Australians snuff it out and a turnover 12 metres out from their own line.
That was very strong defence by Australia in the midfield. New Zealand having to attack almost just over the halfway line, and it's so hard to set up an attacking platform from that place in the field, but they've been gifted the ball over the halfway line now by Australia.
Yeah, it is New Zealand on the attack just up over the halfway line. Full set of 6 in Australian territory coming here the way of the New Zealanders as Bradley sweeps around again. She's getting good meters for the New Zealanders. Adeline Brownlee dished it off for Picard, but Picard, a roll ball indiscretion, so the Aussies led off in defence there as they look to shift it wide early.
Lovely play by the Aussies here. Great heads-up play as they go down this near sideline.
Yeah, Vanessa Cooper it was with the breakaway. She just didn't have the pace. Great defence from the Kiwis coming across. That's Knight. Rel Donovan in half. Donovan dangerous in the middle. Keep an eye on her in the number 7. That's Galetto. Galetto and Donovan. Donovan shifts it out all the way to the wing. The Aussies on the charge. The touch made on Zara Hartley. And now it's Donovan again. Donovan and Galetto here in the middle. Back to the left they go. Galetto sweeps around. Donovan looks up and she's not there any longer.
They like that sweep around on the short side, don't they, with Galetto on the field?
They haven't hit one of the sweeps just yet. They've always looked short. There's a diving, but a great touch up off the line from New Zealand through Katrina Amiria. That was a big touch, standing tall for the Touch Blacks women's 40s.
They've got a lot of support behind their try line. Lovely touch by the winger, retreating over here on the close side wing.
Cooper gets a backhanded touch to end that one, and now the Kiwis roll forward once again. Is Biddle. Biddle getting through a power of work here for the New Zealand outfit, and they move the ball back into the midfield. Extra metres there, a missed touch. Sees Wendy Tane charging forward. Here she goes again, Tane. Great metres from Wendy Tane for the Touch Blacks women's. They push out to the left. Karina Haddon in defence. Up off the line comes one of the Aussies to take the intercept and shut down another attacking raid of the New Zealanders.
Absolutely. The Aussies were only sending up one defender there, and New Zealand exploiting that and getting down to the Aussie line.
Much better roll here from the Aussies as they charge onto the field. Here they go. 2 touches remain on the back of this. Great attacking raid to the line. Hands now. Beautiful ball. What a release. And that frees up number 12 for Australia, Kerry Rendell, the one you spoke about, Mel. You picked her early. And she just charged onto that one. It was beautiful team play by the Aussies.
Lovely, lovely play by the Australians, just putting it through the hands. Little step back, creating the space on the outside. And this is where they had the numbers. And Rendell, she's the top try scorer for a reason.
Let's have a look at it here. They skip out to the right. Great metres, and that pass there from the link to Rendell was the money ball. Perfectly timed, perfectly executed. Try time, Australia. Now the Kiwis back on the attack. When you see Rendell in space like that, who said emus can't fly? And now it is the New Zealanders on the attack. Ball over the top. Not sure what the call was there.
I think, oh,
wow.
Side there. I thought that was a great shutdown by the Australian defence, but New Zealand with 6 extra touches.
Some of the decisions, they're just, I don't know, there's no indication of what's happening, and then it's almost a lottery what they're going to give. That was great shutdown, as you said. The ball was put down on the ground, then they call offside for some reason. Anyway, it is the New Zealanders on the attack now. Missy Shaw in the middle with Donovan. There's Shaw up off the line to make a touch. Referee says you're onside. Play the ball, the Aussies move forward again. Donovan, Shaw in the middle. Here's Rendell up off the line. Rendell getting it done at both ends of the fields. Here she is on the short now. On the back on the inside, Donovan was right there. And the ball goes to ground for the New Zealanders.
Yeah, they didn't look so threatening in that set, unfortunately, New Zealand.
Donovan now with a little dummy in behind the line. Has good pace, but shut down by Janke. Now they look to go to the left, but they come back at the right. There were already interchanges happening, so now they'll move the ball that way. Yandel, she'll need to get it down. She certainly earned herself a break. As now, I think that's Kelly Jean Johnson taking the metres on offer. Galetto in the middle. Another one that's worked tirelessly for the Aussies. Galetto skips out to the right. In behind the line. Diving touch. Just on the boots.
Oh, Galetto. She's looked so dangerous and almost sneaking through for a solo try.
Now they move the ball out to the left. Holding it through hands, but numbers for the Kiwis in defence. And a changeover on the 7 metres. That was a couple of good plays from both teams there.
Yeah, desperate defence, which New Zealand have been doing. I think just an Australian touch on the ball there, knocking it out. So they'll just play the touch for New Zealand.
And Galetto up out of the line. Again, they're sending numbers. Barlow here out wide, forcing them back infield. Knight gets up off the line. Janke into half. There's Biddle. Biddle from half needs to get the ball away. She does, but it was a rushed pass, basketball style over the top. And that one goes to ground. So the Aussies, great attacking opportunity. 10 metres into New Zealand's half. They move it laterally, trying to get some fresh legs on. And here is Cooper.
This is an attack that they've earned through an incredible defensive set, shooting up high. It's what New Zealand need to start doing on their defence as Australia driving towards the line.
Karina Haddon splits out to the right. They have numbers through Wardrobe. Sorry, Stewart. Dive over. Had a player called offside, so it'll be play on. No, but now there's confusion reigning supreme. An onside player made the touch, so was it going to be a penalty against the offside player because he was playing advantage? No, he calls 6 touches. So now we have the final touch coming. This is confusion. Haddon gets the ball out to the left-hand side, wraparound play, late pass, ball down, touched in flight. We're going to go with a ball down.
Yeah, very confused on that line in terms of the offsides, the touches, the 5th touch. But this Australian defence, just watch them shoot up time and time again, always getting ready from that onside position.
And the penalty there, Haddon was the first one, Knight the second, and then a forced error from that defensive push. Sees the ball back in the hands of Stewart. Stewart into the middle. Haddon gets it away out to the link into Kylie Bellingham. To the line goes Stewart for herself. Little dummy touched just as she was setting up for the dive, trying to get the feet in the right position. There's Haddon.
There's a lot of these desperation touches being made by Australian, almost behind the Australian attacking line.
Knight down for Stewart. Stewart dishes off back to Knight. They drop it back inside for Stewart. She's touched. Brings it out to the 7. Stewart dishes it off for Donovan. Donovan always dangerous. There's Stewart on the wrap. Comes back to the right. Numbers if they can get the ball through hands. But the defence stands up once again from New Zealand. Another attacking rate of the Aussies turned away.
Absolutely. Trying a short runner, but the New Zealand defence was set and defended that very well.
7.5 minutes remain here in the half. It is Australia leading by 2 over New Zealand as New Zealand push up through Bradley. She's been dangerous for the Touch Blacks. Now they move it out for Picard. There's Bradley again. Little wraparound play. Back to Bradley. Bradley comes out to the right. Emma Pucker, it is, who's touched with the ball, but a penalty against the New Zealanders for a forward pass. Take a breather as the Aussies settle it down for the tap. They roll forward through Stewart. Now they look for Bellingham. Stewart again taking it forward. This is Johnson. Good meters here. Here's the dangerous player, Galetto, with a long ball out to the left. But that one finds the ground. Barlow was in space, but forward pass is the call.
Much better defensive set by New Zealand. Katie Bradley, the number 8 link over on that far side. She was a workhorse in that defensive set. Much improved by New Zealand.
A nice charge into the line there. 2 for the Kiwis. Oh, looking for a hard touch. Referee says play on. Up comes Cooper. Cooper shuts it down. Here they come in numbers now. Great pressure from the Aussies. Much better time. You can see them coming from depth on the charge now. Getting back 10 and making sure they're onside. Knocked down in flight. Late in the touch count too. So this is an opportunity here for the Touch Blacks.
Very late in the touch count. The Touch Blacks need to make sure that they've got a half in place. They got caught out there and almost lost the ball, but here they go on the attack.
Yeah, nice drive by Tyann Blair. She's getting through a ton of work as well. Here she is. Working with Biddle. Biddle off the ground. Back to Tyann Blair, but shut down by the Australian defence. Referee says the outside players were offside. The toucher was on, but the advantage goes the way of New Zealand. Blair and Biddle working together. Here's Biddle for the line. Tyann Blair dives. She goes through. Touch. Not made in time. We'll see this one in replay.
Might have been an offside player as well.
The Tyann Blair, we call her. She's been very, very busy. She's earned this. It's reward for effort. There's the dish off back for Biddle. Back on the inside. Quite sure. It looked like there were 2 touches made. She might have called one off.
The first offender definitely didn't get both feet behind that line. And I think the second defender missed. So good call by the referee there, and plenty of time for the Touch Blacks to get back in this game.
Missy Shaw squares it up in centre field here. Dump back for Shaw. Shaw has Rel Donovan there. Rel Donovan now out to the left. Skips off the right boot. In behind the line. Dummy, show and go. And Rel Donovan. Well, let's have a look at this one. Sit back and enjoy it. Donovan goes right to the line, throws a dummy, then steps off the left foot, straightens up and gets it down.
Watch the footwork here by Donovan. She has displayed this footwork in breaking open the New Zealand defence in the midfield, but now she's demonstrated it on the New Zealand scoreline, and a lovely little solo try by Donovan.
She's been dangerous. She's been one of Australia's best. Certainly, every time they've had the ball, she's looked dangerous on the New Zealand line, and that was an outstanding individual try, as you said, Mel. Now it is New Zealand on the attack once again. That pass looked late for me. Referee agrees. And number 15 for Australia, it was Kelly Ryan that gave herself a round of applause. And well she may. She's shut down another New Zealand raid. Now she takes it forward into the line, as does Haddon. Good metres here for Australia. Barlow at half.
Bradley once again up there in defence. She's been exceptional in her defence.
Now final touch. Galetto gets it out wide. Forward pass thrown by the number 8 for Australia, Kate Barker. And it will be New Zealand back on the attack through Picard. He gets it to Bradley. Bradley into half now. Moving the ball out here to the right-hand side. Brownlee takes it to the line. Now they roll on. Chantel Biddle had swept on, but they went away from her. Made some great metres. Now they have to reset for the second phase of this attacking raid. Final touch here. That's Lisa Ellis. Takes the last touch. Biddle was screaming for the ball back in the middle. She looked to set something up with Tane, but unable to get it away as the Aussies shifted. Good shutdown. Pressure from Katrina Amiria. Came in to knock it off, as does Tyann Blair. Could have forced an error there, but they retain possession. Not going anywhere, but this is better here. Kelly Jean Johnson takes it forward. They centre it up. Final touch. Can they get over halfway? Back inside for Donovan. Donovan in behind the line. Free flying down the wing is the pace of Rendell. And again, emus can fly. I don't care what Aussies say. The Australian emus, women's 40s through Rendell. Pure speed down that far touchline.
Oh, and Rendell, she has the stature of an emu. Look at this tall, fast player just skirting down the far wing, and it's going to be a shootout player of the final between her and Donovan for my mind. Just exceptional interplay between the two of them and lovely work down that wing.
Final touch, their own side of halfway, and Donovan lights up the field.
So disappointing after a great defensive set. The New Zealand were getting set in their defence and looked very, very good shutting down the Australians.
It is the Kiwis on the attack once again. Ihaka gets it away in the hands of Wendy Tane. Tane to the line, back on the inside, but ball to ground. Two bodies collide on the ground here. Looks like Donovan may have picked up an injury here for the Aussies.
As we go into the final 30 seconds of this game.
Yeah, Donovan limps off the field.
And the scoreline currently the same as their last pool game.
There is the hooter sounding in the background. The Australians take this one out. The Australian Emu Women's 40s victorious over the New Zealanders. 4 tries to 1. What an outstanding final to start off all the action here. You called it at halftime, Mel. We thought it was close at halftime with that 1-0 scoreline, but thinking one team might make a breakaway, and it was the Aussies that got the job done.
It was, as we mentioned, this is the score of these two teams in their final pool game. And the New Zealand defence was exceptional on their line, and it was just broken apart by some brilliance in the Australian attack. Davina Galetto, she didn't get on the scoreboard, but I thought her work rate was exceptional. But the individual brilliance of Donovan and Bendel were really the difference between these two teams today.
Yeah, great team performance from the Australians. As you said, I thought there were several players out there that were working tirelessly for the Aussies. You know, Karina Haddon, always dangerous. Kelly Jean Johnson also taking it to the line, bending the back of the defence often and driving in. They were able to set a few plays off that. But it was just a team performance across the board. There wasn't a weak link.
Absolutely not. And their own defence was brilliant. Their midfield was exceptional today, the Aussies. They didn't give New Zealand very many chances on their line, and it shows on the scoreboard.
Yeah, we'll see the players coming together now, celebrating what was a thrilling final. Great camaraderie between all of the nations here. The referees in there as well. Hugs aplenty for our referees. They were the third team out there, and it was the Australians that get the job done. 4-1. You know, the round matches might have suggested they could have broken away, but finals are much tighter. Gold medals on the line, and teams, you know, they stand tall.
And New Zealand definitely stood tall in that game, the Touch Blacks. Outstanding defence, and a shout out to Katie Bradley. I thought she was the pick of the New Zealand team there in defence and attack. Just not good enough for this dominant Australian team.
And we have the players still out there celebrating with each other. We hope to bring you an on-field interview with the player of the final. We've got our reporter standing by, and hopefully we can grab that player selected as the player of the final here shortly. Plenty of smiles, plenty of applause.
And a historic final as well, the very first women's 40s here at the World Cup in Nottingham. These ladies, a lot of them have come through the opens and the age grades. As you mentioned, I remember watching Davina Galetto playing senior mixed in Coffs Harbour in 2015. So the fact that these women are still engaged in the game and playing to such a high level for this historic gold medal in the debut women's 40s division.
Yeah, again, we hope to bring you an interview. It looks like we have our player standing by with our reporter on pitch. Down to you, Wilf.
Now, as we're on final day of
well, live on field with Rel Donovan. Rel, congratulations. You can only be the first champions of the women's 40s divisions once. Does that add a little bit extra to this great victory?
Absolutely. The girls, like we're in Australia, we come from all parts of the country. You know, it was very hard to train together, but to be the first women's 40s team to take it out, and it's first World Cup. Yeah, it's very special.
A great achievement, but as well, we've seen in this division the gap closing perhaps between the northern and southern hemisphere. Do you think that touch, as it develops, that gap is closing ever so slightly, and we might see a few victories in the future for the likes of England?
Oh, absolutely. We played England. We had a round game with them. In the second one, they came out. So I think at half-time it was 4-4, and then, you know, they just kept coming at us and coming at us. They were amazing players. Same as Scotland and New Zealand, obviously very, very tough. They're all tough. So it was amazing to play.
4 from 4 for Australia so far at this Touch Rugby World Cup. Just how many gold medals do you think the Emus are going to come away with come the end of today?
Hopefully all of them. Hopefully all of them. But yeah, we'll see how the day goes on, I guess. But yeah, it was amazing. The team, our coaches. Yeah, it's been a very big week. We've all been away from our families, so sending all love back in Australia. Thanks for your support, and we did it. So.
Congratulations. Thank you so much for talking to us as well. Enjoy the celebrations. Well, our first game of the day, done and dusted here on pitch 1 at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024. the final day, but there is still so many more medals for contention up as the day continues. There'll be nothing but finals live here on Pitch One across the day.
Thanks very much for that, Will. Thanks for bringing us that interview with the player of the match, Rel Donovan. As he said, plenty more action coming your way. Mel, thanks for joining us in this first match. We know you've got a few more throughout the day, so we'll take a quick break, save our breath, and we'll be back with all the action of Grand Final Day here from the World Cup 2024.
It's time for the second gold medal match of the day. Leading the team by referees Tom Clark, Stephen Price and Adrian Brown. And please welcome to the field Australia and New Zealand. Ladies and gentlemen, if you can, please be upstanding for the national anthems of Australia and first of all, New Zealand. Number 5, Anna Bartlett. Number 6, James Arledge. Number 7, Nicholas Nicholas. Number 8, Noel Edmonds. Number 9, Michael Waru. Number 10, Guy Marshall. Number 11, Jung Chun. Number 12, Derek Blank. Number 13, Marion Haggy. Number 14, Claire Ayata. Number 15, Mario Hughes. Number 16, Gavin Downs. And frustrator. Number 1, Robert White. Number 2, Rita Shetland. Number 3, Tim Robinson. Number 4, Jasmine Dura. Number 5, Benjamin Watts. Number 6, Ellie Altar. Number 7, Heath Cooper. Number 8, Kerry Nichols. Number 9, Warren Morgan. Number 10, Andrew Leach. Number 11, Nathan Jones. Number 12, Stephen Murray. Number 13, Sean Street. Number 14, Richard Foot. Number 15, Aaron Jones. And number 16 is Mark Cecil. And a reminder of your referees for this game: John Clark, Stephen Pike, and Adrian Gray.
Yeah. Huh? Okay. Just wait for 2 seconds.
Very good morning and welcome here to Nottingham. Gold medal action once more. The World Cup title on the line here for the men's 40s division between New Zealand and Australia. James Preston and Alice Summers here to bring you all the action. Certainly a little bit pumping in the crowd here. It's not just the backtrack music. There is some feeling between these two teams.
Yes, and we can see the rivalry between the whole of this World Cup with so many Australian New Zealand finals, and this is what's going to kick us off for today.
But just quickly running through the team list once again in case you didn't hear it across the loudspeaker a little bit earlier. For New Zealand, 1 through 16, it's Huggins, Shepherd, Davis, Norman, Bartlett, Arledge, Connor McCarlos, Edmonds, Ruiri, Marshall, Chun, Blank, Haggy, Ha'iata, Hiu and Downs. For Australia, 1 through 16, White, Gentles, Robinson, Buller, Watts, Elchar, Cooper, Nichols, Lauger, Lees, Jones, Murray, Street, Foot, Aaron Jones and Mark Cecil. So 2 strong lineups here coming into this one throughout the pool stages. Both teams undefeated, topping their respective groups. And then, of course, progressing through the finals. Once more, that run continues. So for both these teams, it's now 9 straight victories, looking for a 10th, which will secure the title. Here comes Australia.
And these stats that we just talked about are so insane for both teams. And the teams coming in for the finals will put their hearts on their sleeve, and what a game we will have on our hands. Just 1 minute now till the tap off, and just a lovely little tunnel there for the Aussie team. Just the women's team getting involved, giving a cheer onto the pitch, because this is the main stage. This is what they have been waiting for the whole World Cup.
There's been a great run of finals here for Australia. All 3 yesterday they took out. Started in the same fashion this morning. And now looking to go once more onto the centre of that pitch and lift the cup. Final checks here for our 2 sides in the men's 40s division. New Zealand and Australia. The talk stops here, 40 minutes away from World Cup glory for these 2 sides. Australia will start things here, running from left to right on your screen, and we're underway here.
Yeah,
through the run here of Jones.
Just Australia having the tap off here and wanting to get some good meters on the line.
So little pop pass here for Elchar. Elchar heading out to that left-hand side. Cycle back through the middle here for Jones. Drop down now for Nathan Jones. The 2 Jones boys out there at once. Nathan Jones wrapping around back here for Jones again. Oh, great ball. Pop back on the inside. I say the pass was forward though.
Yeah, it just looks like a forward pass off the ruck, but looking really dangerous from the Aussie team already with the sweeper play and then stepping back on the QB for that long ball from Australia.
Now out to this right-hand side for New Zealand. Still early in the morning, a little bit of dew still on the pitch, so that might make things difficult handling-wise.
Yeah, handling-wise, it might make it difficult, but we would love to see some dives. Perfect diving conditions here on Nottingham, but New Zealand just picking up and trying to find the space, but Australia able to defend them out.
So no change to the score as of yet. Still very early days, though. Just over a minute played. End-to-end stuff early on, which is good signs here for the final as New Zealand. The high pressing line, step up and make the touch. Into enemy territory, go Australia.
Australia just here on the ball and won a live play on the 7 here and been looking like picking up and going short side, trying to find some space, but really well recovered from New Zealand's defence.
Good touch made there from Bradley Norman. Turned them away in that link position. Now New Zealand with a bit of work to do coming out of their own end here. Australia will really be looking to jam in and pop them into a corner.
Yeah, New Zealand just taking it away from their box side actually, and we don't normally see this when they're trying to sub. Normally you try and sub next to your box, so really just trying to play the space, but Australia pressing really, really high and New Zealand struggling to get meters.
Last one now and only just into enemy territory as they'll float a pass out wide here. Oh, 2-on-1. If it was released early, it would have been a golden opportunity here for New Zealand. For a moment there too, I thought Australia may have played at the ball, but referees siding with the Aussies.
Yeah, just a nice call there from the referee, but could have gone either way, as we said. But, oh, good meters here from the Australian team, just driving down. And it's so crucial in the midfield, just punching in with momentum. And New Zealand needing to step up, but just a mistake there from Australia.
Put that down to good pressure there from New Zealand. They were all over them in the ruck. Nothing illegal though, and as a result, there's the turnover. And now New Zealand on the charge forward here. Drew Huggins. Another penalty though, going against the run of play here. Australia get let off the hook.
Yeah, just a simple error that we've seen from both sides early doors, and that's what's going to cost the game here. And Australia in good field position into New Zealand's own half. Can they get a strike play going almost on the 7? Ball out the back.
Moving out here to the right-hand side. Oh, show and go here from the Aussies. El Char nearly burnt them.
Yeah.
That link and wing position.
Steaming through there with great pace.
Now Jones out here for Nathan Jones. Back to Aaron Jones once more. The two Jones boys working hard. Aaron Jones scoops it up. Nathan Jones on the wraparound. Back out to this open side. The pass goes forward though.
Yeah, just looking nice. They look like they want to play a bit expansive, looking for the switches and trying to draw New Zealand to turn their hips in, which is so important in that defence.
So nearly 4 minutes gone here. Nobody able to breach the opposition defensive line. Australia have had the better of the chances though.
Yeah, we've seen that New Zealand had that 2-on-1 early doors, but Australia looking quite strong. But good meters here from New Zealand, looking like they're on the front foot.
Well, this is a good chance for them now as it comes down here on the last. Oh, what a pass, but stepped up in the lane. Did El Char, and now the foot race is on. There's speed here from New Zealand. El Char might not have the legs. Getting very close. The dive will be all important. What a touch made from New Zealand. Marin Haggy goes the best part of 60 metres and lets him know about it too.
What a touch from this New Zealand player, and Australian just diving for the line and right on the edge of it. What a game we have in hand, and what a take, what an intercept, just really high up in that line, being able to touch it.
One of the best touches of the tournament here. That's an absolute try saver from Harron, and he's gone the best part of 60, 65 metres. He was on the far side of the field.
Yeah, making that, he's going to be puffing, and he's got to do a D set right now, and oh, I don't think I could cope with that.
I'm out of breath just watching him as they bring it out here to this left-hand side. Still pressure here on the New Zealand line as Street goes down Main Street for that matter. Finds a lovely little passage, ball back on the inside, and Australia are on the board through Richard Foote.
Yeah, really nice play here. Just quickie on the outside, as we can see on this replay, and just making the mid split, just getting it step back and the ball in between the two middles. Just a lovely play and found the space.
Probably put a lot of that down to the fact that New Zealand was still huffing and puffing, trying to get back to their own line. It was a long chase, not just from the run there of Haggy, but the entire rest of the New Zealand team who had to get back the required distance, and It's always going to be tough to hold out Australia from that point onwards, as now they come out to this right-hand side. Ushered away once more here from Andrew Lees.
Yeah, just looking for that counties play and then stepping back on the short side. So dangerous, but looking on the outside, running hard, and just going to be ball down for the New Zealand side.
So 6 minutes gone here, just the one try in it. Australia scoring through Richard Foote. Now, meters on offer here, and then out of acting half is Watts. Watts sends it out to this left-hand side, and now Piers as a follow-up runner, just shy of that halfway line. Good touch, though, from New Zealand. Stops all the momentum.
Yeah, and Australia just wanted to drive here. Really good meters and a pick-up. It's going short side, stepping back in, and just really tight from New Zealand, which is really what we want to see in their defence. Wanting to make Australia throw wide, because that's the higher risk.
So New Zealand now popping out to this left-hand side. Fresh troops onto the pitch. Good meters here, too, from Ruiri. Now out it comes here for Edmonds. Edmonds dropping it down quickly. Nice one-handed scoop here for New Zealand. Oh, the footwork comes out too, but standing tall was Nathan Jones, who's had a really good start to this one.
Yeah, really good start, and just picking up there, and it was just going to be man on. So maybe they miscommunication with the link going round the outside, but Australia back on the ball and looking dangerous.
Now Buller. And then popping a little ball out the back here, just goes to ground. Otherwise, it was building nicely for El Char, who's looked perhaps the most likely of the Aussies to cause a few headaches here for New Zealand.
Yeah, it's just a change of pace, and that can be so drastic in any game. But lovely meters along this side for New Zealand, and just playing around Australia's defence.
Nice little tip on players. New Zealand straighten things up now with Norman. Once more, they leave it behind, though. Geez, they've been guilty of that in the opening 8 minutes.
Yeah, just another penalty against New Zealand, and I haven't seen many attacks on the own 7. They've been able to drive and get that scoop going, but nothing else.
The Emus once more up over halfway with relative ease here. Definitely winning the field position battle here in the opening exchanges. Watts comes onto the ball, and there is the turnover. So that might be the little opening here that New Zealand need.
Yeah, and a lot of penalties have been called within the roll ball. So it could be hips not square over the mark, in the ruck maybe, loss of control. So that's so important, just getting those basics correct for both teams.
Marshall plays it. Now Huggins into the action. Watts up to meet him. Last one here for New Zealand. Oh, they've got plenty of numbers on this short side. That's the way they go. Had they gone through the hands, there was a golden opportunity, but lacking a little bit of patience there with the ball from Hiu.
Yeah, and just Australia putting on that pressure on that player to make that ball and make that decision to throw long and not go through the hands.
Australia, lovely cycling of the footy out towards their box once more. Stepping up to make the touch. Here's Arledge. Now straightening here. Easy 15 metres on offer. And now Nathan Jones once more puts the foot down. Meters here from Jones. Aaron Jones, the one-handed scoop. That was classy. Nathan Jones now dives. Australia with the two Jones boys. Outstanding stuff through the middle.
Really nice player. It did look like they were going to go on this right-hand side because there was so much space and so much meters. But what a switch we can see. And just going in, sliding in. Like we said, diving conditions here. Just a little bit of dew on the grass, making it a bit more slippery for him, and what a play.
Well, Jones has sent New Zealand to Davy Jones's locker after that one. They are drowning here. An avalanche of early tries to the Aussies. It's not certainly done with as of yet, but a little circus trick, and play on now for the Kiwis. They'll drop it down on the 7.
I think the ref was almost going to give a penalty there for dropping out, and I think he's just having a chat with one of the New Zealand players here, and I think it's just going to be, yes, it is going to be a penalty for dropping out of the touch.
There's John Clark, the referee, there in the middle. There's now play on here for New Zealand. Ruiri heading out to this left-hand side of the field, and Clark, of course, being assisted by Stephen Pike and Adrian Brown out there as well as the refereeing contingent. Now New Zealand back to this right-hand side. Edmonds drops it down. Ruiri once more. Oh, good footwork here, stepping a couple of times. They played inside the 7, will they? No, still alive here, New Zealand. I thought there was an earlier touch. He probably would have been better off just taking and rolling it.
Yeah, just trying to look for that phase play there for New Zealand, and stepping back, looking quick, looking long, but just can't get the reach to the hands there.
There's no room there for New Zealand. They're just trying to force the issue, but we talk about conditioning the middles. Probably not doing enough of that in the early exchanges here, New Zealand.
Yeah, you got to earn the right to throw long. You got to earn the right to go short. And it's looking like New Zealand want both, and they're not deciding which one they want so far.
Now Australia with big meters once more on this transitional set. Lovely delay of the ball there. Last one now as they scoop it up. Buller there in support. They'll go out to this left-hand side instead. There's another penalty here, though, for Australia, New Zealand, offside.
Yeah, another penalty there from New Zealand, and just making a couple quick subs for the Aussie team. And just one from the New Zealand team as want to get set, because this is a big chance here for Australia.
Well, it's still tight. You feel that points will be somewhat at a premium. A 2-0 is not insurmountable. 3 would make things very difficult here in the first half. As now Nathan Jones once more at first receiver. Goes early again here. Good touch made though. Just squeezing in was Ha'iata.
Yeah, great touch there by New Zealand, and we've seen them try, the Aussie team, go for the mid gap and go down low. See what they can do here. Looking like a fire up on the outside.
Aaron Jones now off the right foot. Aaron Jones grabbing across field. Oh, once more the tummy comes out. Nearly fooled them all. Norman, however, stood firm, makes the touch, turns him away. But still a few more to see off here as Nathan Jones waits at acting half. Jones in at acting half once more himself here. Aaron Jones passing directly into the New Zealand player. Not played at. There's the turnover. So well done. They see off another test here, the Kiwis.
Yeah, really well done from the Kiwis, and that'll be a good morale boost, especially 2-0 down and not making it free. But they're just going to get a penalty as well against Australia. So New Zealand getting 10 more meters and looking like a good field position.
If you're just joining us coming into this match, neither side has lost a game in this 2024 World Cup. All the pool games picked up, and then of course at the quarter and semi-finals going the way of New Zealand and Australia respectively. They meet here after 9 matches and not a single loss, but here's another penalty for Australia, and they'll also get marched a little bit here, New Zealand.
Yeah, I think the ref signaled 7 on just then, and Australia bringing it up to the halfway, so essentially a tap-off for them.
Bouncing around here is Stephen Murray. Now Watts. Bring it forward. Touch is made there from Heel. Now meters on offer for Buller.
Yeah, just Australia on the 7 and looking really dangerous here. Maybe looking for a 33 play, getting it outside.
Watts now Buller, or Buller stepping back off the right foot. Last one here for New Zealand. Static start though for the Aussies. They'll come to this left-hand side. Watts ushering players back underneath. They don't follow the line though, and it's easy pickings here for New Zealand.
Yeah, Australia just killing it in that left-hand corner, so New Zealand have to work all the way to their sub-box. But we see them wanting to drive down the Aussie box, and we've seen this before in this game, and just getting a couple meters down that side.
Straightening now, New Zealand with the full complement back on deck. Shown once and then straightening up. Now hitting it at pace here is Noto Makalos. Noto Makalos once more on that right-hand side. They'll go away from him. Turn it out here to the left. They've got the numbers, New Zealand. Good touch, though, from the Emus. Just coming across in time. It was El Char. He's had a massive start to this game, both sides of the ball.
Yeah, really promising, though, from the New Zealand attack. And just putting that pressure on that midfield to get a penalty against Australia. This is going to be detrimental if they can get a score on the board.
There's a pass that didn't need to be thrown there from Watts. New Zealand steaming in, plenty of pressure. And as a result, they'll respond here by bringing Ha'iata back out there. Now out to this right-hand side through Rawiri. Ooh, dumbing around in basketball style there from Rawiri. He picks it up again. Nice early release here for Davis. Davis is ushered away, though, from Buller.
Yeah, great hands there from the New Zealand player. Looking to go 32 short.
Watts makes the touch back here for Wariri. The idea was right, but sitting way too deep was Marit Haggie. Had he been up another metre or two, that was a try for New Zealand.
Yeah, just a shame on that one. Just couldn't pull through, and Australia just kind of getting lucky there, I would say, in their defence.
New Zealand did enough to open up the space. Last pass just going to ground. Big contact here too. That could have gone either way, but New Zealand, you've got to be accepting of the touch as opposed to putting up a brick wall.
Yeah, and like we said, and looking at all the men's 40s games, we've seen the physicality come out. And I wouldn't be shy to say that we might see a bit of physicality in this game as well, and that's going to be the first penalty for a hard touch.
The Lorga, and now Nathan Jones, lovely draw and pass. Good touch made though from New Zealand. Picking up the scraps pretty easily there. Back to the 7 they'll go. Still a few plays left in this set here for the Aussies as they work it back now to Nathan Jones.
Yeah, just New Zealand getting high here, making them out the 7.
Now, once more here for Cecil. Cecil running out of real estate. New Zealand stepping up, holding firm. If they can get one on the board here before half-time, it is anyone's game in the second.
New Zealand driving down their box here and looking for a fresh pair of subs, especially after that line defence, and we know how hard it can take on that body.
Good meters here again from New Zealand. Downs drops it off here. Now the speed comes out here from Huggins. Huggins all the way through, trying to find a pass. It's gone well forward there in the end.
Yeah, it's going to be Australia ball now, but really nice play.
Come on, New Zealand!
As we can hear on the stream down there, we can hear the fans chanting New Zealand, and it's a tight game we can see.
So less than 3 to go before the break. Oh, and then one of the more awkward dummies you'll ever see. Threatened to take his own player's head off there. Lorga had to duck and cover as now Aaron Jones. Big meters from Jones. Upfield and over halfway now. Still space on this right-hand edge, but suggesting to point back towards the middle here. Now on the wraparound play. Meters on offer for Street. Street crabbing across field. Good touch made once more here from Huggins.
Yeah, really nicely stepped up from the New Zealand defence there, and Australia couldn't get through, but New Zealand now looking like a subset coming towards their box. So they have different types of transitions here, but Australia just putting on that pressure in midfield D, stepping up high, and just here, I think they're going to call a coming early maybe. So essentially a tap off for New Zealand. Great yards and a great field position that they want to be on.
Play number 1 here and working up towards that 7-metre mark. 2 down as it comes out here for Kotomakalos. Midway through the count. Kotomakalos now once more here. Edwards. Oh, and then once more left behind from New Zealand. Geez, they really haven't mounted much pressure on that Aussie line.
Yeah, and it's just getting to the line and past it. Just there's been the attack around it, trying to build up the Australians' defence to draw them out, but nothing on the line or past it.
Jones cycles back to this left-hand side. Aaron Jones once more taking off. Last one here for the Aussies. Aaron Jones. Oh, beautiful pass here for Watts. Right down Main Street. And the Aussies split them again. It's 3-0 approaching half-time.
Yeah, really nicely done there from Australia. And definitely coming into the half-time, they'll be happy with that result. Just looking at the fans now, but getting it up on the replay as we can see. Just looking like a 32. Oh no, a quickie on the outside and then just giving it to that link goal. That's chopping right in.
Been a great first half here from Aaron Jones, who's had a little bit of a hand in everything so far. Sets up a try there.
New Zealand really need to make a comeback now, and
here they go once more, having a little look with Downs. Downs can't find a pass, heading back towards that left-hand side, but once more it goes begging here for New Zealand. And that'll do us here for the first half. So it's not out of reach for the Kiwis, but Australia in a good position here at 3-0.
Agreed there, with Australia being in a lovely position, 3-0 up. But like you say, not out of reach for New Zealand, and we've seen so many teams come back from 3-0.
So can they launch a comeback here? The Kiwis will find out in the second half. At the break here in the men's 40s World Cup final, it's Australia leading New Zealand 3-0 at Nottingham. Welcome back here to Nottingham for the Touch World Cup 2024 men's final action. The World Cup itself is on the line. New Zealand with a bit of work to do here in the second 20. They're down by 3, but they will get first use of the ball. Alice Summers.
Yeah, what a big game we have, and playing for that gold medal for the men's 40s. So New Zealand on the ball now, just wanting to drive up and getting a great set of momentum.
So turn back on the inside here from Ulrich, and now Ulrich once more, an option through the middle, plays it inside the 7, but there's a little bobble there, and the referees are on the spot.
Yeah, just another infringement there from the roll ball, and an early start to give a penalty away with such good field position. So just New Zealand just need to be more decisive there and getting the basics right.
So Australia up towards halfway now. Meters on offer here for Street, who's had a very strong first half. Rolled back here from Robinson.
Yeah, Australia on the ball here, looking for the scoop and going through.
Here's Jones looking dangerous again. Oh, great hands there from the Aussies. The flick pass comes out. Jones again, though, with that big cannon left to right.
Yeah, and a lovely take by Tim Robinson over there. Just getting a reach to that hand. Really amazing. But just another infringement there. Just looking like it's going to be called over the mark for New Zealand. So Australia taking the tap quick and looking to go wide.
Here is Jones. Tim Robinson, also a very talented man, not just on the field, but also as a sports reporter. So he certainly knows his way around the field, that's for sure. As Jones now gets it back from first receiver. Jones looking dangerous, dummied, and then tries to squeeze through and nearly got there in time. I'll go back to the 7 here now, though, Australia. Options both sides of the play the ball. Keep a close eye on El Char. He's also wrapping around now. They'll go away from that run, though. Jones popping around. In fact, it's Lorga who's out there now. So El Char's come off the field. Now he's one wider. So Lorga, then El Char on that side. They'll turn it back to this right-hand side, though. And Australia, in the end, probably only asked the one question in that set.
Yeah, just well done by New Zealand there and that defence, and just getting moved up 10 more metres, which will really help getting down the pitch and looking like they're punching really hard here. And Australia just needing to step up a little bit more, but trying to get some men on the pitch here and
good
looking
roll
like
ball
they
here
do.
from Hiu, and now for the run here of Downs. Downs drops it down for that matter. Huggins takes off. Downs back on the inside. Oh, so too was Hiu, and Hiu is denied by the barest of margins.
Yeah, really nice play there from New Zealand, and they are really coming out with it right now. And just so unlucky there with that calling, but well done from the Aussies stepping up and making that touch just in time.
Very close run thing there for the Kiwis, but 3-0 the score remains after around about 3 minutes of play here in the second half. Not out of it by any stretch of the imagination, as now Jones sends it to the middle here for Street. Street dropping it down. Nathan Jones once more popping a pass into the link. Well read here from New Zealand, jamming in from out wide. They'll turn them away once more. So, yes, they've got through 3 times, but they've probably shut them down on a good 5 decent scoring opportunity occasions.
Yeah, and it just shows how strong that New Zealand's defence is. And just getting another penalty here, bringing it forward. So being able to get some time on, get some more players on, and looking like a good set from here for New Zealand.
So up over halfway and directing traffic here is Edmonds. Edmonds in at acting half. Now Koto Makalos. And wrapped around here from Davis. Davis still an option on that left-hand side. Edmonds. Koto Makalos out here on the right. Back to Edmonds it goes, though, through the middle. Looking for that strike dump. Even better, though. Australia failing to push up. There's another set.
Yeah, you can really see in this New Zealand's attack that they're trying to coordinate something here and looking like going down for a link.
Or Edmonds finding a little pass here. Do they get through this time? They'll confer here, the referees, and New Zealand have their first. Edmonds finds Ulrich, and in fact, Arledge it is. Arledge, no, he's called back here. Well, geez, that was a late call here from the referees.
Wow, indeed, and messing with the New Zealand's hearts here because that was almost a try given.
Now, unfortunately for New Zealand, they've got to try and put that out of the back of their minds here and focus on the task at hand. Still a couple of plays to work with. Can they launch another raid here? Out to this right-hand side. The idea was a good one. Just a little too far out in front, though.
Yeah, New Zealand trying, but no tries actually coming. But a really good set from Australia.
So 25 minutes gone, 15 still to play. 3-0 the score. New Zealand denied their first in that set. As Australia working up over halfway. High pressing defensive football here from New Zealand. Once more stepping up was Rawiri. Rawiri staying high as well. Last one now for Watts, who has already gone over the line. Watts the draw, not the pass. There's the turnover. Not a bad play, though, from Watts, killing it well and truly away from the box.
Yeah, quite ideal there for Australia where to kill that ball. But New Zealand are looking so strong, and they are knocking on that Aussie's door. And I'd really love to see them get a try here.
Ahiu drops it back. Downs. Downs once more, taking off. Here's the last one for New Zealand. They're backpedaling. Higgins pushing through. That should be a play-through for that matter. Where's the support for New Zealand? They find it at last. And then diving to ground. Getting there is Derek John Blank. Surely they'll award this one here. I don't think Australia have got him in time. Yeah. Higgins found a good pass.
referees just having a discussion here, as we see on the replay, getting called offside, so play on is the call. Just looking round, and on the replay, it looks like pull down, but...
Well, they've denied it here, so they've said there's been a man who's been taken out, and as a result, here's a sin bin for Australia. So all the way down the other end of the field will Heath Cooper go, and so now at least New Zealand have 6 on 5. Can they capitalise now? This might actually be a better scenario here for New Zealand as the dummy comes out. Oh, great footwork as well. Bouncing around. They can't take this one off him. Try time for Mike Davis.
What a try we have in our hands, and New Zealand will be ecstatic with this one. Mike Davis with the first score for New Zealand, and what a try indeed. As we see on this replay here, just stepping back, a little quickie play, and just... Oh, the dummy getting shown, and nothing Australia can do there.
Well, he fooled them all there, Davis, and gets across the line. New Zealand back in the hunt here, 3-1. And for a few more sets still, they'll have that extra man advantage, 6 on 5. So Buller bouncing around. Nathan Jones orchestrating this set, slowing it down here. Looks for Buller. Buller sends it wider still now for Tim Robinson. Robinson dropping it down momentarily. No, called back here. Now play on. Buller. Robinson wrapping around. It's all very slow here from the Aussies. Once more Nathan Jones. Jones threatening to go long. Pulls out the dummy instead. Easy pickings for New Zealand. And probably still 2 more sets here that they'll get with the extra man.
Yeah, New Zealand really need to capitalise on this when they have 6 on 5 here. And just an easy set to roll out in their defence there because Australia down 5.
So now Hiu drops it down. Picking up the pace here is Downs on the last. Higgins once more. He looked dangerous. Now, was that played out there for Nathan Jones? Yes, it was.
Yeah, just a lovely set of 6 here for New Zealand and really wanting to capitalise on this.
Well, Higgins is the man here for New Zealand. He's looked the most dangerous by a long way. Davis comes back out as well. Watch for the little scoot from him. Here he goes again. Oh, the footwork from Davis. Beat Buller. Didn't beat Jones back on the inside, though.
You definitely got to give credit to this Aussie team making that touch there because that footwork was wild.
Now, Hiu hopping in at acting half. Higgins trying to find a ball here. Now, surely that was touched from Australia. Well, they're going to say this is play on here for the Aussies. There's no way the ball came out like that, though.
Yeah, it did looked like it took a massive deflect, just the way it got.
Here it is again. Higgins bring it right to the line. Oh, I'm not sure. Might have been simultaneous with the release and actually touching the hand of Higgins, and that's why it's come out at a weird angle. So we'll back the referees in there. They were right on the spot, but New Zealand will get one more look here. No, now here he comes back. So the full complement as Heath Cooper removes himself from the sin bin box. And the extra compliment back on deck here for Australia. He won't come straight into the action though, Cooper. So 6 on 6 once more. New Zealand with good field position though. As Edmonds now joins the action. He's caught here in the middle. Shepherd. Davis. Shepherd again. Edmonds on this left-hand side. Strong touch from the Aussies. That'll really slow things down here. Davis turns it back for Edmonds once more. Here they come, New Zealand. Oh, Davis, great footwork again. Gets away from the first attempted touch, not the second. Now drops it down. Last one here. They've gone away from Davis, though. The draw, the pass, where is it? There it is, right at the end. And Rauriri goes in here for New Zealand. Once more, they'll check it, though, the referees. But I think he's managed to plant it down inside the field of play. And New Zealand, it is game on, baby.
This is finals footy and Michael with the score. So we've got the replay up right now and just picking up, going short side, gives the dummy, looking for that extra player, and what a score, staying in touch. Really well done from the New Zealand side, and we have a game on our hands.
Well, if you've got a pacemaker, turn off the TV. It's too close to the dead ball line there. Now they'll bring it forward on the charge here for Watts. This one is going right down to the wire. Cecil in at acting half. Quick release here once more for Aaron Jones. Bullet pass, just comes out of the hands of the Aussies. on the try line. 9 minutes to go. Grandstand finish coming up.
Exactly, indeed. And Australia just trying to put on that pressure there against New Zealand on the midfield, just trying to push them out. But New Zealand on the ball now, and that's second touch actually, and still in their own half. And that's going to be third, and just not gaining that many meters here. But fifth coming, and will they get a scoop there?
Nice charge from Wariri. Now Higgins takes off. Higgins with a bit of speed. Hiu down a short side, all nearly squeezed it, but well marked up in the end, then out wide there from Stephen Murray.
Looking quite strong there. They kind of got anything from nothing there for the New Zealand side, being able to scoot through and have a little shimmy on the ball. But Australia on the ball now, looking like a bit of a miscommunication there on their subbing play.
The meters here for Australia up towards halfway. Troy Nicholas, and now Nathan Jones once more. Geez, the Joneses have been good. There's now Cooper back on the field after his sin bin. Jones takes off, finds a little bit of a gap. There's the touch made though, diving out from Higgins, and they'll call him back.
That touch was so critical and crucial for that New Zealand side, because I think that Australia player could have been through and got a try if that touch wasn't made.
Well, the only one better we've seen in this match was from Haggy, chasing down for a good 60 metres, but Higgins, that could be an even more important one, as now they charge forward here. Edmonds drops it down. Great scoop from Davis. Sends it over the top. What a ball from Davis. Oh, no, they've called it back. No.
What a ball. And I honestly thought New Zealand were going to equalise there. That's, wow, if we can see on this replay, because that was, I think that was a 4 and 3 as well.
Here it is again. Davis picks it up. Hammers it here from just shy of the line. It definitely, oh, geez, I don't know. I think it was okay out of the hands. It's floated forward, but it looked good from Davis.
It did look really good and really nice. And that hands on the wings, diving that catch and grounding it so well. Just Australia on attack now and wanting to fight back.
Well, this game has gone up in tempo. Oh, big collision here as well. They'll say, play on. Now New Zealand take the intercept. Here they go. Oh, no, they've called it back again, though. New Zealand, they thought they had it here with Haggy, but they're going to come back for the forceful contact. No, it's offside.
And he tries and scores it in the end zone anyway, just making sure what the ref call is. And what a just couple seconds of touch rugby we've just witnessed here.
There's the collision. We won't be able to see the offside there. Might have to roll it back a little bit more, but Haggy has had a couple of great long-range efforts here. One to save a try, another one there. Unfortunately, not called for New Zealand.
Definitely got the speed under his boots there and tearing up.
Well, you wouldn't know it's men's 40s, would you? As they bring it forward again here through Jones. Jones running at a man who he thought was offside, but Rawiri was back on the line. So Jones will head to the 7 here. 5.5 to go. Jones out to this left-hand side. Watts at first receiver. Surely that was a forward pass here to Jones, but play on is the call. Jones gets it back once more off the left foot. Turns it on the inside. Watts looking for the touch to bring it down. El Char now on the last. Back to Watts again. Watts scheming. Great dive here from New Zealand. And Ha'iata makes the touch. There's 5 minutes to go. Now's the time to stand up for New Zealand, and that'll help. They're marched upfield.
Yeah, really nice attacking play, though, from the Oz team. Just a quickie QB and trying to get that dive in on the New Zealand side. But such a great defence from New Zealand and really keeping them out. Such a tight game and 5 minutes remaining, and New Zealand really need to get a score on.
What a second half here from New Zealand. 2 tries on the board. They haven't conceded one as Hiu brings it forward. Davis again. Back to Hiu. Jones makes the touch in time.
Yeah, nice touch there from the Aussies. Did look like a really tight call there and just touching it before it even made the line. So really nice defence. And New Zealand stepping up now. Looking like they have a bit of energy and giving the turnover. So really good field position and it's going to help New Zealand out here.
Here we go now. This is the time for New Zealand. Hiu sends it on here for Shepherd. Crabbing across field. Edmonds back out there now for New Zealand. Watch for Davis though. Here he is at first receiver. They've also sent out Norman, but Geez, I think they've got to get Higgins on the pitch. They'll send it here for Edmonds. Just shy of that 7-metre mark. Davis slowing it down. Touch is made here from Jones. Davis looking long again. Hits the link instead. Good scramble here from Australia. It's Warren Lauger who slides across and makes the touch. Still a few to see off here, though, for the Emus. Edmonds brings it up to the 7. Now picked here from Rawiri. Davis back on the inside. Rawiri very close to getting it, but they'll have another set to work with.
Yeah, another set indeed, and really nice. Releasing from Australia to cover that defence, but New Zealand's looking sharp on their attack and really wanting to see what they can do. But another penalty, so that's going to be the second the refs are signalling. So one more and someone will get sent.
Well, that might be the play here for New Zealand. Just work for that extra penalty. Play with the numerical advantage as Rawiri sends it out here for Davis. Great footwork from Davis. Back to Rawiri. They can't get a touch on him. He squeezes between a paper-thin gap, and we're all locked up here in the second half with less than 3 to play. It's 3 apiece.
Wow, what a game, and what a score. So important, we can see, and the crowd going wild for this opening final. Just as we see on this replay here, just a lovely quickie play and just firing up long in the step back, check in, and the slam dunk try.
That was silky smooth from Rawiri. As now wrapping around here is Andrew Lees. They'll bomb long. Concerns there momentarily for New Zealand, but geez, their tails are up at the moment. They send it here to Aaron Jones. He's lost the hat. It's all business now for Jones. Jones brings it forward. Oh, good ball from Jones. Just a little out in front. Less than 2 on the clock. That could have been a massive play.
Yeah, just the pick up there, and that was the right option. Just couldn't execute it because that link hole was chopping really nicely.
Good meters now for New Zealand, up into enemy territory. They've well and truly got the momentum now. Rawiri once more. He's already gone across twice. Here's Higgins, the danger man. Rawiri sends it long. What a ball from Rawiri. And New Zealand will hit the front with 90 seconds to go. It's Ha'iata who goes in. It's 4-3.
What a ball over the top there for New Zealand. The first time in this game they are going up in top with just over a minute to go, as we hopefully can get this replay shown. What a ball going in for New Zealand and picking up and just bombing long. Wow, and a great finish in that left-hand wing for New Zealand. What a play.
And it's Marin Hagi, my apologies, who's gone in here, not Ha'iata. So Hagi, he's had a great game as well, but Rawiri has taken the game by the scruff of the neck. Oh, here comes Nathan Jones, though, for Australia. No, they got him just in time. Final moments here, 40 seconds on the clock. Can the Aussies pull it out of the fire? Jones on the 7. Oh, that'll help. They'll get a fresh set now. Jones knows there's not much time, though. Sends it out here for Lauger. Lauger back to Nathan Jones. Jones, trying to find the pass. New Zealand take the intercept, and that should be it.
Just a lovely bit of game management now from New Zealand. Just wanted to keep the ball in hand, run out the clock as 10 seconds to go. And Australia, how important was that set on the line there? And almost a drop ball, but New Zealand with the win. The crowd's going wild.
A comeback of the ages. They've come from nowhere, from nothing, down 3-0 at the break. They didn't hit the front until the final 90 seconds. They just threw everything at the Aussies. And a perfect second half. Look at what it means to them. The Kiwis victorious in the men's final here at the World Cup.
And you can see it means so much to all these players. What a game we just had on our hands, and really well done from both teams for making it this far. But New Zealand up on top.
MVP for this game is New Zealand's number 9, Michael Rawiri.
So Rawiri, man of the match here. Some outstanding scores, and of course he set up the final one there for Hagi. Found a ball in all sorts of traffic directly on the spot.
Yeah, plucked it out of nowhere. The vision he had to see that wing was so free. What a triumph. What
The men's 40s division, well, I'll tell you what, we were expecting a great contest here, but I don't think we could have fathomed this.
At half-time, I did say you can come back from 3-0, and they did that, in fact, but Australia just out of time, and at the end couldn't do enough to put the score up.
We're seeing here the number 9, Michael Rawiri, man of the match here for this game, and little wonder why. He had hand in everything. And of course, that final pass to Hagi, it was just so spot on. I don't think anyone, especially the Aussies, were predicting it. It didn't have any right to be thrown.
Yeah, and he just pulled that out of nowhere, and that is people stepping up for the finals. And we see this every finals, and that player just did that, in fact, when it was so crucially needed.
And the good thing here for New Zealand is as well, when they had that numerical advantage, they did make it count. Put a try on the board. It just needed the first one. You felt there was enough there for New Zealand that if they could get going, it would be hard to stop that momentum. And it proved to be the case. The last 15 minutes, all one-way traffic.
Yeah, and like we saw at the end with just Australia team having like 30 seconds left on the ball, we felt the pressure. I feel like the players did. They knew they needed a score there, and New Zealand just held through, held strong, and kept them out.
So 4-3 here for New Zealand. Outstanding performance from them.
Outstanding indeed, and look at these players all shaking hands, and it means the world to the New Zealand team getting this win. Well done from both sides here, and what a game we have just witnessed.
Well, you're seeing there as well on the table, that's what is coming back to New Zealand. The World Cup trophy, it belongs to the Kiwis. The wind is picking up here at Nottingham as well, but certainly they won't be minding it too much. Let's head down to pitch side with our man of the match.
And welcome here on the back of that epic men's 40s final. This title has been traded between Australia and New Zealand a number of times, but defending the title, we've got player of the match, Michael. And Michael, talk to me about the halftime chat and coming back from that 3-0 deficit.
Our coaches believed in us. They just said to stick to the processes, stay cool, get back to the blue, which means get out all that bad energy and just come back and play. Believe in what we're doing, and that's what we did, and yeah, got the result.
And how's the World Cup experience been in here in Nottingham?
It's just been an awesome experience. Well done to England Touch for putting on such an amazing event. To our boys, we've been quite tight. We've had a good build up into this. Our coaching staff and management, our physios have just been so amazing. It's just been a tight brotherhood, you know, and I think that's what's got us through. The culture that we created leading into this World Cup is just what's brought us through to this final. Just before we go, I'd just like to say thank you to all my whānau and friends out there. Because of you, we were able to get here, for your support, and this one's for you fellas.
And thank you for the show on Field 1. I'll let you go celebrate. Thank you.
Wayne Harwood.
Melte, thank you very much, Michael Rawiri. An absolute champion who stood up when the ultimate test confronted him. New Zealand pulled it out of the fire, a comeback of the ages here in the final. Full time for the men's 40s. The gold medal goes the way of the Kiwis and the World Cup title, 4-3. And up next, it's Australia taking on England in the women's 35s division at 10 o'clock.
The outstanding from the national anthem from Australia and first of all, England.
Hey, Raj, there you go, mate. I just watched my. Oh, yeah, you stuck off. There you go. Oh, that's all right, mate. That's all
And here are the teams. We'll start with Australia. Number 1 is Leah Ayoub. Number 2, Therese Gordon. Number 3, Jacqueline Simpson. Number 4, Kelly Kennedy. Number 5, Holly Butcher. Number 6, Laura May. Number 7, Rachel McVicker. Number 8, Tiny Nutt. Number 9, Serena Albert. Number 10, Kelly Phillips. Number 11, Katie Shaw. Number 12, Sophie Crouch. Number 13, Jasmine Spittle. Number 14, Kate Williams. Number 15, Rebecca Thompson. And number 16, Kia Galan. And your England team. Number 1, Sonia Land. Number 2, Catherine Jones. Number 3, Keisha Henley Miller. Number 4, Samantha Phillips. Number 5, Kylie Hutchison. Number 6, Nola Quinn. Number 7, Claire Davis. Number 8, Sue Ellen Roddy. Number 9, Hannah Suzuki. Number 10, Katrina Weir. Number 11, Claire Waddell. Number 12, Lois Dow. Number 13, Claire Rylance. Number 14, Pamela Tiga. Number 15, Natalie Grimsey. And number 16, Samantha Powell.
Ladies and officials, this is your 5-minute warning.
And your referees, Caleb Brown, Alec Clark and John Hamster. And the referee coach is Sarah Mason.
So welcome back to our 10 o'clock game, the women's 35s final between England and Australia. And I mean, they've got a lot to live up to. The game before was electric.
One for the ages, that last men's 40s match. New Zealand, the victors. Just a classic match here on field one.
30-second warning, please take to the field.
This women's 35s final is a lot to live up to. But we've got two teams that are going to do their all, give it their all, leave everything out there. Last game of the tournament.
Australia dominant in the pool stages of this competition. They met England once. I believe the scoreline was 6-1 to the Australians. But as we know, anything can happen in a final, especially with all the spectators and all the pressure here on field one.
Yeah, and it is Australia to get us underway. Just a couple touches taken up the middle. We've seen this. Australia so controlled and measured in their line attack. It's Kennedy, Kelly Kennedy. Looking open side, it's beautiful. Butcher with the little switch underneath. Kennedy in motion. There is Kelly Kennedy looking to drive at the line. That ball's just drifted forward, but early warning signs for England.
Very, very lucky let off for the England team, and this Australian 35s team, they love to send it wide. Their top try scorer, Laura Bain, the number 6, is on the wing, and she's been electric. She's scored 18 this World Cup already.
And we were saying, we've sort of been jesting a little bit. Best job in touch, Australian winger, but it's much more than just donning down gorgeous scores. You've got to be defensively acute as well as England, playing around the midfield press. However, ball goes forward, so 2 handling errors early doors.
Yeah, and this is where the pressure comes in. We saw this earlier with the women's 40s game. A lot of errors in the first 10 minutes, and I think the advantage will be whoever settles down the most and just plays through their set of 6.
Yeah, definitely, completely agree with you. It's going to be who can control the touch count and the error count. Going to come away with a victory here is Australia. Taking a couple touches at the box side, getting some fresh legs on. There's McVicker in the half. Another sweeper platform coming around. That's a brilliant strike dump. Step back is on, looks to drop off into the hole. Not quite doing, so England being tested, but standing up to the challenge.
Yeah, and a lovely sweeper play, creating that space on the inside. The timing of that sweeper run was perfection from Australia, but they've chosen to throw it back in field. England now getting a bit caught up around their sub box.
It's a little bit static. Sammy Phillips trying to inject some pace. That's a brilliant dump. Referee calling play on. It's 3-on-2, but intercept. It's Teresa Gordon on this near wing. Sorry, apologies. It's Laura Bain. England had an overlap. It was almost a 3-on-1, if not for a brilliant defensive intervention from Bain.
I thought that was a brilliant finish from a bit of a stuttering subset by the England team. And England have gotten through this final with their midfield D. They lost an earlier game to South Africa, but then rolled South Africa in the semi-final quite convincingly.
It's one of those sports where you really do save your best touch for finals. As we see Australia picking up, looking long. Ball does go long, it's just gone to ground. But once again, we've seen the pattern of play. Australia engaging both middles of England, kicking to the line, and then looking to throw that long ball.
Yeah, absolutely. They're definitely looking long, Australia. And that's going to be very strategic to make sure that these England wing and links stay quite wide. And I'm sure on the next couple of phases of play, they'll try and go through the middle of this England team as England get a piggyback up the field with an offside penalty. It was
Rylance driving at an offside defender. Really good call from the referees, and team ref definitely the third outfit. Got 3 world-class referees on pitch 1.
Yeah, we've got Caleb Downs, Alec Clark and John Hamstra being coached by Sarah Mason here on field 1.
Good line attack though from England. They look to reply with their own sweeper. Good opportunity to go around the outside. Oh, it was an offside defender. Did Pamela Teager, nothing doing. And back to Teager.
Pick up by Katrina Weir out to the wing.
It's a good attacking set, and even though they're not really getting over the line, one of the things I like to see from an attacking perspective is using the maximum amount of touches. Is you make Australia defend the maximum, and then you look to put a real big defensive shot on and force a turnover.
And you can start to string some plays together. Look at phase play as England. Very physical touch in there. Oh, I think he's saying that in the process of making that touch, Katrina Weir has just pushed down on that defender.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of those nuanced calls, isn't it, where you're just taking the advantage away from Australia. As we see them go through their line attack, it's McVicker in the 7, just hovering around at the bottom of the screen. Lovely open side quickie. Katie Shaw looking to go over. Good covering touch. So Australia sort of not abandoned the sweeper play, but look for a different middle platform, as we see number 3, Simpson. Good platform pick up from McVicker. McVicker, oh, what a lovely hole hit. And in behind the onrushing England defence, Australia open the score.
Oh, this is going to look brilliant on the replay. The England defence were very tight here on the line, but the chop line from the number 14, Kate Hilliard, oh, the space that she worked her way through, the covering defence coming through, but a lovely chop line by Kate Hilliard. Here's a better angle, threading the defence. Lovely, lovely work.
It's eye of the needle stuff. As Australia open our scoring, a nice sweeper platform. There's an opportunity to dive at the line. And it was Keisha Headley-Miller trying to go over. And Australia just crowding England out, but once again, England are able to get over the line relatively easily. It's just that final 1%, Australia just so acute defensively.
Yeah, they're not letting any gaps open up in this Australian defence. And just look at their drives towards the sub-box. Third touch, over halfway. Lovely work by this Australian 35s team.
England guilty of just rolling backwards a little bit. That's a better midfield touch. Getting up in the face is Rylance looking to put some pressure on, but the ball goes to the wing. Wraparound play is on, and the pace down the outside. And it's Leila Ayoub going over for Australia's second, and they turn on the flare.
Once again, just a really well constructed try. They've attracted the England link into that defensive structure, passed it through their hands, and the England winger didn't really have much of a choice but to go for that touch. And they've just hands off to the wing, and easy as the like down the sideline.
It's one of those plays where transitional structure goes out the window. He just heads up play, find the overlap, they execute. England needs to get a score on the board. Nice disguise, passive link, it's beautiful. Oh, and the ball had to go, but that, almost a genius bit of disguise on the setup.
Demi Phillips, the number 4, she's a very experienced player for this England 35s team. Constructing that very well, and if not for the shutdown by Jasmine Spittle of the Australian team, that would have been a lovely try in for the England 35s.
So Australia have to be honest, because England will ask questions, and there's the turnover for England on halfway. So first 7 minutes, Australia 2 tries to the good, look very good value for it, but the last couple possessions, England finding their feet.
Yeah, they really are. That last attacking set was beautifully done. Claire Waddle driving it up the middle of the field. They've got some brilliant attacking players. Claire Waddle, who's picking up from half now. She's been instrumental in a lot of scores as she works. Little sweep of play with Katrina Weir coming around the back of the ruck, but it's a pick up from Claire and just a handling error on the outside there.
England losing all their sort of depth in that attack, quite static. You needed to draw Australia out a little bit more and then really punch it through the middle. You see Australia do exactly that. A little bit isolated in the touch, so gives England a good opportunity to go and put a press on, as they do. 2 touches in pretty much the same field position.
Great defence here in the England midfield, but Australia picking it up from half, sending it wide again.
It's just the core skills of this Australian team. You see how flat and beautiful that spiral pill was to the wing. This occasion, England crowd it out, so good opportunity to get some fresh legs on. If England get the next score in, it's going to be a very close affair.
Unfortunately, just a handling error in there from Australia. They had, from England, sorry, and they've given Australia possession over their halfway line. Kylie Hutchison coming up and making the touch, another very experienced player in this 35 setup. But Australia in ideal field position to set up an attack here.
Beautiful ball manipulation in the midfield from Australia, just playing around England, relative ease. As we see a bit of a static dump taken from Tani Luck. Luck now with Kennedy in half. Kennedy back to Look. Look looks for Kennedy. And it's that combination for me. Kelly Kennedy involved in everything positive at the moment in line attack. Here is Kennedy looking to go through a bit of a gap, and the ball to the wing is gorgeous. And Australia, and it's Kelly Kennedy, sorry, Tani Look going over, orchestrating that score in the corner. And it's Sophie Crouch.
Just caught the England defence a little bit napping there in the mids and straight through the middle of those mid defenders. Desperation touch attempt, but lovely finish by Sophie Crouch for Australia.
And it's one of those where it's just the athleticism from Tani Look that burns this English defence, and England need the next score on the board. Passive link play again, they go hard. Nice phase, ball needs to go wide. That'll be 6 more. But England, that's the play for me. Twice they've come so close to getting over.
And this group of ladies on the field at the moment in attack, they've constructed that a couple of times now, and it's been shut down twice, but it looks very, very, very promising in terms of getting over this Australian scoreline.
Yeah, Sammy Phillips now at the half, working with Catherine Jones. Jones, Phillips, ML play. They come back to the short side. Flat ball to the wingers on. It's a good grab from Suzuki. It's just not quite happening. Australia able to crowd them out. The defensive spacing from Australia is just spot on. Sammy Phillips back inside to Jones. Phillips goes back to Jones. That's beautiful. Can she find the spare player? Jones is on the wing, and there is England's opener. 3-1, game on.
Lovely, lovely try. This has been the most dangerous pod in the England 35s team. And as we'll see, they set up for a sweeper play here, but it was a pick up from half. She's gone in the opposite direction. Pick up from Sammy Phillips. She's got some speed off the mark as well, and straight through. And lovely, lovely, lovely support play.
They never really had eyes for anyone else, did she? She was always looking for that middle partnership of Catherine Jones. And we'll see Australia look to go nullify that score. 3-on-2 option. Nice check off. And the way they run this sweeper setup is just befuddling the England defence, if not for a brilliant covering touch from 14 Pamela Teager. So 2 crucial defensive interventions from Teager needed to beat such lovely little dummy. Sold me as well. Did Katie Shaw, and that shows what Australia can do in attack.
Oh, great drive up the middle by Katrina Weir there. She's a lovely driver of the ball. Used to play for Scotland, but now in the England 35s team, and they're making the yards now. Lovely recycling of the ball to Kylie Hutchison in the middle. Lois Lau again with the ball. Unfortunately, a forward pass spotted.
It's one of those instances where they just needed a little bit more depth flooding onto the field, make that pass a little bit less obvious for the referees to spot. And as we said earlier, we've got 3 world-class refs, so any small infringement at the roll ball or forward passes, they're going to be hot on it. I've got a feeling it'll be, well, the demons for Australia flooding onto the fresh legs. Oh, lovely option just to go and execute the 2-on-1 on the wing, and nice recycling of the play. The way that they save touches in the midfield means they've got extras to play with. You see them roll into their line attack now, and it's Butcher. Butcher looks to go over, working hard in line attack is England.
Great touch by Claire Rylance, the England link, but they've gone long again, but the covering defence is there that time.
Yeah, Tani Look once again involved in the Australian line attack, and she seems to be one of those sort of maestros of the orchestra, just pulling strings in the midfield. And England are coming up with the answers to the question Australians are putting to them, but you've got to be able to go up the other end and make your defensive shot count. It's a great drive up the middle, although that is 6 touch turnover, so England just losing track of the touch count there.
Yeah, and a different touch, a different driving pattern from England there. You can see they drove up the right-hand side of the field and tried to recycle 3 players on this close side. But I think that was all about making metres and getting deep into the Australian half.
Yeah, and you just want that field possession. For me, it's this area where Australia are just having all the joy that roll that they're able to get on the English defence. I think someone from England just needs to be brave, go and make that red touch, sort of embrace the penalty, but let Australia know we're not just going to roll against you in this final, as we see a bit of an unforced error. Anna Suzuki, fortunately, ball goes down, and this is danger, especially when you've got the likes of Simpson. Great meters made again. It's just all too easy. The opening try scorer, Leia Ayub. Kennedy, you know how dangerous she can be. Here comes the support. And it's Pilts, short side raid, going over, brilliant dive, and Pilts. And it's another beauty from Australia.
She's just threaded her way through a couple of England defenders here. And this demonstrates the patience of this Australian 35s team as well. They were happy to just burn a couple of touches in the middle of the field while they got fresh legs on. And those fresh players came on this left-hand wing and just targeted this little hole between the link and the mid. There's barely a hole there, but the ability of these Australian players to exploit any space is just incredible.
Yeah, and you can't give them even half a gap for a fraction of a second, because Australia will punish you. And it's Hutchinson trying to make something happen for England. That's hips not square at the base of the ruck. Good call from the referee. A bit of a coach killer from an English perspective.
Unfortunately, they were building to something there, and we've spoken about it on the comms before, but the refs have been all over that this World Cup, making sure that players make an attempt to square up after that play the ball as Australia finds some space.
Another good dump in the midfield as Australia roll into that attack. That's fifth touch, so they've got to go something from nothing. Nice double pump. Good opportunity down that outside. It was Rylance getting up and making a bit of a press, but once again, it's these midfield meters. Australia just chew up the ground so easily. England don't really have an answer for it right now.
No, and the players coming over in defence, they're coming from the link and the wing over on the other side of the field from Australia, trying to save their middles.
And they really do condense that field for England to run into. And as you say, it's almost like that funnel defence where they're always sending them back infield, not allowing England to use the hands. It's a bit of a defensive clinic from Australia in the 35s division. I was joking earlier saying, you know, if you want to play touch and play it at the highest level, be Australian, because they've got almost like an innate ability to play touch. But it's not just that, it's the quality of the coaching staff and the defensive structures, attacking structures, as we've seen them put another clinic on. There's a 4-on-3 as they look to execute. Ball is down, and it is indeed Katie Shaw going over for Australia's fifth try now, and it is just all too easy.
Yeah, they look very comfortable out there. Rachel McVicker, the number 7, she did some lovely yards in the middle, but what a dive through the England defensive line.
Just stepping back against the grain. Great footwork, left foot whack. And with just a little over 2 minutes left to go in this first half, it makes for grim reading from an English perspective. 5 tries to 1, and Australia just showing they are the best in this division. At least they'll claim to be, barring an England comeback. But Sammy Phillips will have something to say about that. Oh, it's absolutely stunning. Sammy Phillips and Catherine Jones, never put them in defence, because in attack they're the ones with the key to the Australian door.
It is that pod again from England. Lovely work. Sammy Phillips, Cat Jones take a bow. You can see Cat Jones shaping up for the dump there, and Sammy Phillips just another quick pick up and lovely soft hands out to that link hole. Great work by England, and they're back 5-2.
And I kind of thought that Catherine Jones could have gone down herself, but decides very unselfishly just to go and secure the pass, secure the ball, secure the score, no doubt about it. And England, I mean, for me, if I was in that England coaching box, I'd be saying, Sammy Phillips and Cat Jones, you are not defending for the rest of this game. Oh, it's beautiful once more. Ling hole, rinse and repeat. It is just an attacking clinic. Chloe Butcher, what a line cut off the ball.
Yeah, this was very classy. I think the link for England here just missed who her player was, because I think the middle had her middle covered. So we can see Katrina Weir making the touch and then the chase out, and Tiga, I think, thinking her play was right in front of her when actually it was the link who went on to score.
Yeah, and I think you need the call from the middle there as well, stay out, because as you say, they were numbered in the midfield, and again, like, that read, probably against any other team in the world, doesn't get punished. But against Australia, and we've been saying it all week, if you want to take it to the Australians, you have to string together that game of touch, that perfect 40 minutes. And I mean, New Zealand managed it in the game before by the skin of their teeth. And it seems like Australia have been buoyed by that. They don't want to let another gold medal slip through the grasp. As Hannah Suzuki, big shot on the wing. And that will bring us to half time. And it's not quite a mountain, but it's getting steep for England.
Yeah, they really need to improve in this second half. Australia, just a precision team. As soon as they get a 3-on-2, they execute that every single time. And whenever there is those small gaps in the England defence, Australian are diving through, scooping through, just exploiting it any way they can. I think the midfield defence from Australia has been impeccable as well. You can see their next shooters on every set are already set on that onside line and are just shooting up as soon as that roll ball is played. I'd like to see a bit more of that from England. I think they're still rolling back slightly in the midfield to get onside before they shoot up, and that extra time Australia are just exploiting.
Yeah, definitely, and you've hit the nail on the head for me. It's the midfield battle that Australia are winning. So we're going to take a very quick break. Now it's Australia in the women's 35s final, winning 6 tries to 2.
Coming up at 11, we've got the men's 35s. Then at 12 o'clock, it's the mixed 30s. Presentations will happen on the stage like you do. And then at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, and 5 o'clock, it's the open. Next, then women's and men. The only matches in town here on Broadway. The fabulous stage open. The 7-day big warm, stay hydrated, people. I hope you have a good day.
Nola. and I'm representing the HYDEX programme, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HYDEX is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of HYDEX's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Geopura, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors.
So welcome back to what is another final. We've got back-to-back finals on pitch 1 for you today. On this occasion, it's the women's 35s, where Australia go into the half with a very comfortable lead, but England do have what it takes to stress them out. It's just not been consistent enough to cut the deficit down.
Absolutely, and cutting the deficit, it's not just about scoring tries, it's about defending out this incredible Australian attack. As we see Lois Lau driving up to the ball, she's a very, very dangerous player. Keisha Headley-Miller passing it back to Hutch, little play around the back there, but just not quite coming off.
It had to go. It had to go. It was beautiful, really well orchestrated as England looked to go through a nice little cut underneath. But for me, that phase on the link was begging to go to the wing.
Yeah, there was a hesitation in my commentary, and I think it was matched by hesitation on the field, because I was expecting that pass to go. But here go Australia, driving very strongly, as always, down their sub-box.
I think, again, that opening play really highlights the difference. Australia would have just dropped that phase off on instinct, recognising that they made a really good offensive read. So full credit to England for creating the opportunity, just not quite executing. And here come Australia. Another raid to the wing. It's brilliant hands and balls away. Once more, balls away. Could have been forward, not given.
Yeah, lovely hands by Laura Bain on the wing there as Australia keep this ball alive.
Feet. Little hitch kick, good setback, and Australia going to try and keep this play alive. Show and go through the middle, and that's a proper contender for try of the tournament. What a heads-up play.
Keeping this ball alive, and they were losing metres and metres, but confident that they could ultimately break through this England defence, which is exactly what they did. And the hands throughout this set of possession were just amazing.
Yeah, and it was Serena Albert with a bit of a hitch kick to reinvigorate the Australian line attack, and it was Kate Hilliard with once again another score. And I mean, when you're up against players with such physicality, such athleticism, and the core skills to be able to pass around you with ease, you're always asking a lot from the defence to chase. But here comes this dangerous pod of Phillips and Jones. You see Jones enacting half at the moment. Phillips in the far link. She'll be cutting a hole off the ball, no doubt about it. Phillips back to Jones, 3-on-2. They've exposed that 3-on-2 really well. It's just those final connections not quite clicking when England need them to.
And the Australian defence covering when England don't really need them to do that either. But Australian defence here has been sublime.
Yeah, you could do with Australia for once making a bad defensive read. But nope, never going to happen. Australia so well drilled in defence. This is fifth though, so a little bit static, but we saw what they did last time off a static dump. Lovely wraparound play, 2-on-1, but Sammy Phillips with a try-saving touch.
Oh, so close there. We thought they were going in again, but just a little error in the middle of the field for Australia.
Yeah, a very rare error as well, the late pass, and another error, touch and pass. So England winning some marginal battles in the midfield. We'd say at half-time we were having a bit of a discussion. That's where Australia are definitely superior, as once again they forced the midfield turnover, and it's a little bit uncontested at the moment.
Yeah, forward pass given there by the referee. Looked very line ball to us, but the referees are in the best position, and at the moment we're playing in a 10-metre section of the field as each team just gives the ball to each other.
Like, even Australia didn't think it was a forward pass and went, oh, to be fair, here you go, guys. You can have another run at it. And England go, no, thank you, you deserve the ball. Here's another midfield turnover. And as you say, playing in a 10-metre channel, the pitch is much bigger than that, guys. You need to get some completion rate back up. And I know Australia, as always, dangerous. And a couple of collector items, really, for Australia. They look to go expansive, 2-on-1 overlap down the wing, no touch, beautiful show and go. And it once again, Kelly Kennedy just says, see you later to the English winger, and 6 turns into 7.
And this is just pace. This is just speed. Just getting on the outside of a player. She is rapid, Kelly Kennedy.
Kelly Kennedy sends the English winger to the shops. Here you are. Need a hot dog. See you later. Kennedy, I mean, Australia are just enjoying their time out there. As we see England roll into their line attack. Nice sweeper play in motion. Good passive link. Rylance with long ball to the wing, but just drifts forward. I'm really liking the endeavour and the imagination of the English setups. For me, it's just when that strike player receives the ball, it's too lateral. The recipe of success against Australia, as we saw New Zealand put an absolute clinic on, is take the ball flat to the line, be brave, ride that touch pass line really close, fix defenders, fizz it long.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I think it's just the time on the ball as well. Australia's so crisp in terms of their catching, passing, almost all in one movement. And with England, there's just that slight delay, which is giving Australia a chance to shut down the attack.
Oh, great hands. I really don't know how Serena Albert managed to keep that one in the hand. Seen many a player drop balls like in those areas. Not for Albert. And again, it's the difference in those core skills, just separating the two sides.
Yeah, absolutely. She's been one of the players of this game for me, Serena Albert. She's just been involved in everything. And an incredible workhorse here, and you'll see her at the start of a lot of these attacking plays that they've converted.
Yeah, we see she's not just a workhorse, she's got feet. The little hitch kick for Australia's 6th score was beautiful. Once again, the meters that are made early doors on the Australian transition, it saves them touches, and then when they get to the line attack, they still have 2 to play with, as we see more switches coming round. And it's beautiful. Simpson taking the ball down for Hilliard. We've seen what Hilliard can do at the line. Not on that occasion.
No, unfortunately not there. And it's great with this women's 35 division. In Malaysia, we only saw 4 teams in this division, including a Eurostars contingent. This World Cup, we've got 8 teams, and it's been incredibly competitive. South Africa and England having a real go at it against each other in the pool games in the semi-final, with England proving victorious.
And I think that just speaks to the growth of touch across the globe, as well as we said in the opening ceremony, which feels like only yesterday, but it was 7 days ago. This is the largest international touch competition ever, full stop. We've got the most amount of contingents here, most amount of teams. I mean, the support around the grounds is just insane. I was queuing up for nearly 35 minutes to get a sausage sandwich this morning, such as the people here.
And that doesn't speak about just the quality of touch, but the quality of sausage that we have available here in Nottingham
Go
in
to
2024.
Go to the hog roast fan, it's top tier.
Katrina Weir driving a short line.
Yeah, a little bit static, isn't it? It's just not quite clicking. 32 short, nice. There's an early release on the wrapper, but sort of 6 of one off, doesn't of the other. In between the two on-rushing attackers. For England, they're just seeming a little bit leggy. And I was actually having a conversation with one of my friends who's been watching all week. He's new to touch. As Australia looked to go around the outside, just not quite clicking. But he's relatively new to touch, and he was watching, and he said it's so fast-paced. He's like, well, why does everyone seem so tired against Australia? Because you've got to work so hard to stop them. The pace at which they drive, the pressure that they put you under, it's almost like you're playing at 7 men at times.
Absolutely. And it's great to see countries really take it to Australia. We can see them in the sub-box over there with their hands on their hips. They are taking in some deep ones as Lois out passes off to Claire Riley. It's a pick up from half. Lois gets through
Oh, it's fizzed into the face of the Australian link. It's better from England, sorry. Engaging defenders, getting offside calls. We're going to need more of that.
Lois Lau, she's won a gold medal at tag rugby, multi-code athlete, and her ability to get through some defences. Lovely little inside ball to Keisha Headley, but the touch was in. I'd like to see some more scoop play from Lois. I thought she was almost through the line there and didn't have to throw that pass quite so early.
She's got Wales as Lois Lau, and there she is on the ball. Early release, good option. Ball to the wing is on. Little wraparound play could have been there for Rylance. And it was Anna Suzuki working with Rylance. A couple more. So Lau look to run the ML play. She does. Little bit lateral. Engages at the line. Lovely floater to the wing. And if touch wasn't made, it was. So another try saver in the corner. But as you say, Lois Lau really holding her hand up at the moment, saying, no, I'm going to do everything I can to see if we can get a score. Dummy switch, ball to the wing is on. They just look to kill it over this side. Ball down. Once again, England using the full accompaniment, set of 6. But with 10 minutes left to go, they really need to start chalking up tries on the board.
Yeah, great to see a couple of long balls from Kylie Hutchison and Lois Lau. Very unlucky not to get the try on the far side. And this is much better midfield defence from England. You can see them really shooting up now and trying to shut down this Australian take. That's 5th touch there.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's 5th when you've got gas and feet. Such a Serena Albert, and they look to find the spare player. They do, and Albert is having an individual performance of the ages. Look at this speed, and Chloe Butcher, the beneficiary. Take nothing away from the finish from Chloe Butcher, has to find the space, it does, but this try is all about Serena Albert.
Yeah, lovely patience to look back around. Great floating ball over the top across England hands up there. Serena Albert, she has been everywhere.
And she really can move as well. For me, it's the acceleration off the mark, the way she eats up the ground off. Yeah, made the first 2 meters. England just chasing shadows.
Sweeper play. Catherine Jones with the ball.
A nice phase option. Oh, should have gone to Sammy Phillips. It was destined for Phillips, but lovely disguise on the setup again. They'll look back at this and think, God, we left some opportunities out there.
We were both just pushing the ball out to the other side of the field in the commentary box.
Almost blowing through the mics. That way, not quite clicking. But, I mean, take nothing away from England, right? You've secured yourself a silver medal, absolute worst case scenario, which is no mean feat. To do that in such a competitive division is sincerely impressive. But they'll watch back this game, I'm sure they will, and they'll recognise that, yeah, the scoreline is 9-2 to Australia, and they've deserved the lead, don't get me wrong. But they'll watch this back and go, yeah, we really did stress them. There was opportunities out there, and it's that final 1% that's not quite clicked.
And in past World Cups, I think a silver medal would have been the goal for an England side like this women's C5s, but not anymore. Their goal now is a gold medal. They now hold themselves to these standards that are set by the Australian New Zealand teams. Little pass out to Katrina Weir, and the touch coming in, but lovely inline run by Katrina there. They're creating opportunities, they really are.
And that was nicer for me. Fixing defenders, just literally running straight at the Australian defence and checking off almost blind. And England, 7 minutes left to go, and looking good value in their line attack. I thought that should have been a turnover as well on that far side. Not given. Oh, lovely show and go, no touch, and the pace is just beautiful. And how unselfish. Check off to the wing, although Hannah Suzuki gets over, and I believe makes an absolute try saver.
What a cracking passage of play. Some lovely passing from the Australian team, but Hannah Suzuki with a try saver. A pill over the top from the Australians as they expand this English defence. Wow, what a passage of play there from both teams.
Just ate up the ground as well. Had 2 players to mark, no bother. And England, once again, I mean, there's not very many teams that can front up from an athletic perspective against Australia, such as the conditioning of the players. But England are really sort of showing, okay, this 35s division is still growing across the world, but they're showing that actually with time and investment and training, commitment, they can take it to Australia.
100%, and great drives down the middle of the field. Lois Lau with the ball again, danger player to Claire Rylance. And a penalty on the 7 metres.
Yeah, Lois Lau and Rylance really enjoying their time on line attack, but as we've seen, it's going to take a moment of magic to unlock what is the world's best in the 35s in terms of defence. Lau, Rylance in motion, doesn't go to Rylance, now does, but there's an intercept, but penalty. Offside, so England get away with that one.
I think that was for the defence not moving forward, and it was on the tip of my tongue that the Australian defenders were dropping very, very, very early, and I think that's their second penalty on the line now to Australia.
Yeah, it is indeed, and you don't want to give Lau loads of opportunities. Here is Lois Lau checking off, looking to dive at the line. Big contact. The NRL season's still a few weeks away. This is touch, as we see. Another roll ball.
England need to be patient here and keep on trying to draw out this Australian defence, but we've had...
I believe that was that half court. I'm not sure. There was no hand signal from the referee.
Yeah.
So a little bit of a strange one, but turnover nonetheless. England had touches to play with for my count, and unfortunately surrender the ball. And look at the way that this Australian side's just able to play around England like they're not even there. And here we go. Here she is. Big show and go. Not going through this time was Serena Albert. We've seen the flash feet from Albert. On that occasion, England come up with a defensive read.
Nice little ball on the inside, getting a few extra metres, England, but unfortunately a forward pass.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. And Australia, just in the final 4 minutes, really just putting on a bit of a clinic against what looks to be, unfortunately, a bit of a leggy England defence, and you can't afford to be leggy, especially when Albert's on the ball. I want to see those flash feet again. Middle, quickie. I would just say no, not on that occasion. We'll slow the ball down. Albert in acting half. Here is Albert. Looks for the QB. Goes long ball to the wing, and a good covering touch. So England, good defensive set.
Yeah, lovely defensive set from England. We've just got an injury in back play to one of the Australian players.
Well, it looks like a sore one. There's just been a fair bit of discomfort on the floor, struggling to get back to her feet. We sincerely hope that she's okay. We don't want any severe injury, especially to the back. We've seen a couple nasty ones in the past, and she looks to be up on her feet. Applauded off the field, and that's touched to a tee. It's sportsmanship. We're clapping in the commentary box as well. It's sportsmanship all over the park. As you see the supporters, there's literally thousands of people down at Highfield today watching the finals day of the Touch Rugby World Cup. Oh, lovely feet. Almost like she was through a gap there. That would have gone up for an amazing roar if she'd been able to go full length.
Yeah, now the Australian defence shut it down.
It's just that midfield battle, as you know, just very astutely called at half-time. Australia just dominant in the midfield. Can't afford to give players like McVicker and Butcher time on the ball. Here is Butcher in acting half, working with Pilts. Pilts now looking for the wing. Long ball is on. Check back is beautiful. And did the touch come in from Pamela Teager? It did not. So another one for Australia, just playing around the on-rushing defender. Leah Ayoub opened the scoring, potentially sees out the scoring. It feels quite poetic for Ayoub.
Absolutely, and Pilt sending a pill to the outside, to Ayoub, and they've looked very dangerous on the outsides, and it came off the back of exceptional defence. That's where they're winning this game.
Yeah, and again, it's sort of what I was saying in the first half. If you can force a defensive shot against a leggy defence, you give yourself opportunities, and a bit of a mismatch on the outside edge as we come into the final minute of this game.
England with a repeat set after a penalty. They'll want to get over the scoreline here. They've got some danger players out there. Kylie Hutchison, Lois Lau.
You see Lau now. Sweeper platform. Australia dropping off, numbering up really well, and Lau working with Hutchinson. Gonna have to be a little bit more direct at the line if they want to get over. 30 seconds remain. Lau looks long. That was a nice line cut off the ball by Rylance. But again, it's just the execution moments that aren't quite happening for England. And Australia, well, dominant. Good value for what will be, well, another gold medal. They'll love that one.
Yeah, one-sided scoreline, but incredibly entertaining touch played by both teams. Some really, really lovely scores in there. As we hear the siren go, we'll play this last penalty, but lovely, lovely entertaining touch and a dominant Australian team.
Oh, truly dominant in this women's 35s final as Lois Lau just trucks up the middle, takes the touch, and that will bring us to full time. Australia 10 tries to 2 against a very valiant England side, which did run them close.
Yeah, they did. And we see scorelines like this, but the gap is closing. And what the Northern Hemisphere needs is experience like this, games like this, and we'll continue to see closer and closer finals.
And it's the ability to play touch at this level more consistently. Me and Adam were discussing what's it going to take. Well, it's going to take for nations like England, Lebanon to be able to play against the world best more consistently. And they did play against the world best, unfortunately not happening for them on this occasion. Australia just a cut above the rest. And we are going to take a very quick break, and we'll throw down, potentially throw down to on-field for an interview if we can get a hold of it, but we need to give ourselves a rest after what was an amazing women's 35s final, and Australia the victors, 10 tries to 2.
If there's a drop off on your pitch, the referees will now start time.
Ladies, if you can take your photo off to one side of the field, that would be appreciated. Or to do the photo and then leave the field as quickly as possible. And a reminder to supporters, as the day goes on, we
Please note, spectators, please do not enter the field of play. Spectators, do not enter the field of play. So the players that have just played on field one, if we can start doing the pitch, we have the next game to get prepared for. Presentation will be on the opposite side. Presentation will be on the other side of the pitch, on the pitch 2, next pitch 2 and the new pavilion. Please can you start moving the players off the pitches and getting ready for the next tap off. The countdown is on. 10-minute warning, players and officials. 10-minute warning.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's the men's 35s final, and coming out onto the field first are the referees, Lachlan Freshwater, Richie Duke, referee coach Darren Sykes, and making his 100th and final referee appearances, Raymond Razor Cairns.
Well, as you may have heard over the speakers here on pitch 1 live at Riverside, at a Highfield, sorry, the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024. All the way from Riverside, it's the men's 35s who are welcoming onto the field Raymond Cairns, the Kiwi referee, making his 100th refereeing appearance. Australia, New Zealand led out by the captains. For New Zealand, it's Caleb O'Sullivan. For Australia, David Marr, who had an excellent game in the semi-final, which Australia breezed through. Australia and New Zealand once again on the docket for this men's 35s final. I've had the pleasure of covering both these sides, once down at Riverside, and then I was there for Australia's victory against England in the men's 35s. It was a comprehensive one. They'll be keen to confound that semi-final victory with another win here against New Zealand. The two top sides in the round robin, as the anthems will be played. Well, New Zealand look really ready for this one, as it's Australia's turn to sing their national anthem. Well, a jubilant women's side over there in the Aussie box supporting their EMU counterparts. And of course, before the game, we will have a hugger from New Zealand men's 35s in traditional fashion.
We will continue on the team news. We go to Australia's number 9, Brad Powell, number 10, Jai Ayu.
Well, as the teams are read out live here at Highfields in this men's 35s gold medal match, the haka led by David Horn, who was the most passionate amongst the anthem singers as well, leads New Zealand off the field. Alice Summers alongside me for this one, and well, the story of the day and the question on everyone's lips: can anyone stop Australia in their medal charge?
Yeah, watching the men's 40s game this morning was intense with New Zealand versus Australia, and Australia were actually 3-0 up at half time, and New Zealand came to win the game 4-3 final score. So it is possible to beat this Australian team, and let's see the battle that's head to head. Australian men's 35s versus New Zealand's 35s.
Well, it's an Australia-New Zealand double-header. The next game at 12 o'clock will be the mixed 30s final between these two nations again. For now, though, it's the men's 35 series. Over from Riverside, here at Highfields for the final day of the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 here across Nottingham, as the Emus will be led out onto the field by a plethora of green and gold shirts.
Yeah, just see here, we can see the tunnel and New Zealand warming up, but Australia having a good team talk, and 2 minutes till tap off for this finals for the men's 35s. Exciting game we have on our hands, and what can tell, who knows. New Zealand just warming up here, as we can see, and we can see the 2 massive trophies on the table for the Touch World Cup 2024. And exciting times, final day, day 7 of the competition.
Well, as we approach the start of the game, a couple of reminders. Please ensure spectators do not go onto the pitches of play. Spectators do not go onto the pitches.
Here come Australia, led out by the captain David Maher, who had a big part to play in their semi-final victory when they took down England by 19 tries to 1. It was a simple route through to the final for them. Equally for New Zealand, they beat South Africa 12-2. When these two sides met at the pool stage earlier on in the week, it was a victory for Australia by a scoreline of 10-4 in the sides' previous meetings. Other than that, it's been plain sailing for New Zealand. They've been unchallenged on their way through to the semi-final. Australia, though, can claim the same.
Yeah, just Australia here with the tap off. Just waiting for the hooter to go now, but Australia getting the offense, and the countdown is about to happen. New Zealand and the players are all eager on the pitch, getting ready for the tap off of this finals.
Gold medal on the line. We've already seen South Africa take bronze after defeating England over on pitch 3 in the previous game. But who will take the gold? Australia. 4 from 4 already so far today, searching for another crown, this time in the men's 30s division.
Kicking off with the ball, Australia.
And here's Josh Phillips with the pickup. Driving on here is Tipple, Australia. Close to the line already here. What a bright start that is. A delightful score for Matthew Tope. Australia take an early lead. Is that the quickest try we've seen in the final so far today, Alice?
I think that was under 20 seconds and just going in there and a sweep around and just hitting the line straight ready for it. So we see the replay here going in, sweeper coming round on that offside player, picking up and giving that ball in.
Matthew Tope has the fastest score of the day in 18 seconds. That's all it's taken Australia to break down New Zealand, but a penalty here and a big chance for the captain, Caleb O'Sullivan, to respond. They'll have 6 touches from just shy of the 7.
Let's see what New Zealand can do.
Well, Simon Governor wants it on the return from O'Sullivan. O'Sullivan again. Here comes the wraparound. O'Sullivan at the half finds Corey Simon Governor. Well, another penalty. Spares New Zealand's blushes at the roll ball.
Yeah, it just looks like her foot was in the ruck there against Australia there. New Zealand on the ball now, looking for a quickie fire up, but giving it back to that player that was on the ball.
Australia quell New Zealand's momentum for now, but here's Simon Governor again. Corey Simon Governor, really impressive in that semi-final. It's the captain in control for now. Callum O'Sullivan opening up the field. Harrison. O'Sullivan wants it back, but, well, great shutout by Australia. New Zealand just unable to threaten in these early stages, Alice.
Yeah, that's just a forced error there from New Zealand and just the roll ball. And we've seen it in a couple of these finals games about how important it is not giving away that penalty. And Australia just on the drive now, gaining great meters, and the switch play is happening over the top to the winger. Will he get it?
Back on the inside from Australia. Scott Bradley puts Carnui Cox in for a second score. Clinical for the Emus. They're 2-0 up in the early stages.
Lovely score here by Australia, just playing around and toying around with this New Zealand side. Really opens up here for the Aussie team. Just going for that intercept for New Zealand. And New Zealand back on the ball here. Let's see if they can answer back. Looking here for the link punish, going to ground, stepping back in. But that's going to be a lovely touch by the Aussie defence.
Well, lovely ball out to the right-hand side again from New Zealand, but it's just undercooked this time. A second shot out by Australia.
Driving out Australia on the ball and kept New Zealand out for a good while there and looking really strong. This is where we saw good momentum from Australia just on that driving play, but their half was just a little bit slow there and New Zealand putting some pressure on. Driving up now, ball's getting released outside the passive.
Another great run from Australia, but this time the touch is made on the skipper, David Maher. Oh, but I think the try's been given. Well, Maher put the hand up, and I think the try has been awarded his way. We'll have to have another look at that one. How close were New Zealand to making this touch?
Yeah, this is a really nice play, and we said they were so dangerous on that transition, and just that passive ball going round. Oh, and that New Zealand player was millimetres away.
I don't think Ezekiel Makawara got a touch on him there.
Yeah, just so close, but so able to dodge around that Australian player and done really well to get that try, making it 3-0 to Australia.
Bright start for the Emus then. And they are in control as New Zealand have another strike at the line. Good pick up from Piripi. Caught at the line. Australia have it back.
Yeah, just New Zealand there trying to dance around the Aussie team, but the Aussie team being able to hold out. And this is where they're so dangerous here. But I think it's going to be a penalty against the New Zealand side. And just a couple more meters here for Australia to take the tap.
What a bright start from Australia. Here comes Matthew Tope, try scorer already in this gold medal match. Carried on by Ayoub, who racked up a couple of tries in that semi-final against England.
as did that man, Carnui Cox. Cox on the return. Here he is. Great line speed that time from Alfonso Golding. But Australia still with an opportunity. Close to this New Zealand try line. A fourth try would really open up the gap here. Ghosting in behind is Phillips, back on the inside. Great line by Australia. Over goes Taki Luke. It's 4 already inside 6 minutes.
And what a try indeed we have for Taki Luke. He's so dangerous on that pitch, and what a finish. Here we can see Australia giving the sweep, but picking up, looking open sides, and releasing that ball for that dive in that corner from Taki Luke.
Try number 19 of the Touch Rugby World Cup for Taki Luke. And once again, it's a good tap from the half from New Zealand. They have driven their way into Australian territory. But they need to start crossing that white line if they want to keep themselves in the contest. O'Sullivan, great run on the wraparound here. Stepping inside and out is Edouard Toupé. Toupé again. Takes Australia on the outside, but is denied by the green and gold.
Yeah, just don't, like we're saying, they've got the steps there for New Zealand, and it's just being a matter of fact getting over that line, and they'll be knocking on that Australian door, and I'm really hoping to see what they can deliver throughout this game for New Zealand.
Australia have conceded just 9 tries across the competition, and they could be scoring another here. New Zealand appeal for a forward pass, but Anthony Tipple will nudge it back towards halfway because he's got on the board again. A 5-try first half for Australia. They are looking in control here.
They are looking very in control, and just a lovely ball 4-on-3 to that far side wing. And it is hard to throw that ball, and we've seen it many of times throughout this World Cup with such high-class standard players, and what a finish indeed.
And driving on here, New Zealand. Once again, they've been shut out by Australia at each time of asking so far, and that's the difference between the two sides. The Australians convert when they're in the 7. New Zealand unable to so far. Michael Macquarie lays it back. Nice footwork again. New Zealand looking to carve an opportunity. They do find Todd Nicholas. And then it's back with Corey Simon. Government job. Makawara Mahihi caught in the middle there. So here go New Zealand. They must create something soon if they want to get a foothold in this game. I think it's another penalty, but Australia won't mind. They've kept New Zealand out again here. 6 touches at the 7.
Yeah, another set of 6 here for New Zealand, and they'll be happy with this outcome because it is so important to stay as much time in their Australian half and have the ball in hand to make those chances happen.
Angel.
And that's going to be a penalty for dropping from Australia. So New Zealand going to have another set of 6 here.
Here's Angel again with Paripi in the centre. Little show and go back on the inside.
And that's a score for New Zealand.
Well, they are on the board finally here, New Zealand. Josh Angel has it for the Kiwis. Set up by Rahiri Paripi there. Good middle play to get 1 back for the Touch Blacks.
Yeah, really nicely done from New Zealand. Being very patient here. Just a quickie on the outside and stepping to the outside again. So just taking him short side, and every player knows we got to protect that side.
Here's the footwork again, inside and out. Great work from Angel, but from their first set of 6 on halfway, Australia back in striking distance. There's the wide pass. They find a hole between them. Middle and link, over goes Patrick Horgan, but this time New Zealand keep him out. And that's the first time in this game that Australia have been denied from the 7. Can you believe it? Such efficiency from the Emus, and that's why they have this healthy 6-1 advantage.
Yeah, it's looking really nice for the Emus here, and New Zealand just wanting to gain some momentum, and hopefully coming off that try they will, but like we say, Australia is just really strong here, and it's showing in the score.
Not just a try, but also their first shutout of the game, which is pretty remarkable. 10 minutes into the fixture, ball over the top, little show and go, but winner Tiam was always going to be caught there. Good defence from Taki Luke again. He's a really difficult customer to contend with on the wing in attack and defence.
I mean, it did look really promising there for New Zealand, and just picking out that pass is really delightful to see from them. And Australia just defending that out once again. And
what a transition this is from the Emus as well. Good pick up through the centre by the skipper, Meyer. Again caught, so a second shutout of the game for New Zealand. They're back in the contest, but is it already 12 minutes into the game? Too little, too late. Have to see if New Zealand can get a few more back here before half-time.
Yeah, New Zealand just driving along this pitch now and getting some space and yards, and look at that acceleration.
Good speed from Rahiri Piripi. Now they go to the right, Piripi again. Well, there's the deflection, but it was regathered by Australia. So there will be no more touches for New Zealand.
Yeah.
And Australia at the half, still with 4 in the chamber.
Just looking for that 2-on-1 pass there from New Zealand, and just that Australian winger getting up in the line and being high, being able to take that intercept and take it in.
Here come Australia. Whipped to the right to left by Jesse Green. Out the back door to keep the play alive. Wonderful work from Green. Australia go in the corner again, but it's Jesse Green who can take all the credit. Well, I don't think they've actually made the score there. Disappointing for Taki Luke. Denied his 20th try of the tournament, but we've got to have another look at that offload.
Yeah, really nicely done. As we look on the replay now, oh, just out of the back and running hard, and even that fake switch there, pulling in the defence and then giving it out to the wing. Really, really nicely done.
Dane Ryan denied due to a forward pass. New Zealand may be lucky to get away with one there. Bit of space might open up for Corey Simon Governor. Touch made on Harrison, and it's a turnover at the roll ball. Australia shut New Zealand out this time. The game is just levelling up, but not before Australia can stretch out to a 5-try lead.
Yeah, just this point advantage for Australia is amazing for them, especially being in a final, but not to worry yet for New Zealand because there is still time on the clock for them to be.
Phillips lays it back. There's the long pass, and what a line. Once again, the space between the middle and link opened up. Australia punished New Zealand for their poor positioning. Patrick Horgan dots down.
Yeah, that is a really nice try. And just what a play, because going down and picking up, but reading the options is so hard, and that Australian player does it so well. Seeing that link hole open up and picking the right hole there, because he could hit to go wing, and that's what's released that New Zealand player to go far. But that link player chopping that hole really, really nicely.
Australia then quell any chance of a New Zealand fight back for now. They're back to 6 tries behind the Kiwis. And they're lacking a bit of momentum, even if they are tight to the Aussie line. Good pick up, inside and out. There's the long ball. Across come Australia, though, with great defensive work to shut them down. I think it was Scott Bradley that time who made the touch. Robbie Harlow put it back on the inside, but the ball didn't go to hand. So another shutout by Australia with 5 minutes to go in the first half.
Yeah, really nicely done by Australia there. Just being able to cover over and not give New Zealand enough time for that tap in. Australia on the ball now, just driving, getting some fresh legs on, and we've seen this transition lead to a score so many times. So
it's been such a clean transition for Australia, and once again they find space here to strike at the line. Well read by New Zealand this time. Force a retreat, Kane Rangi. No second try for him in this gold medal match where New Zealand still trail by 7-1.
Yeah, gaining yards here just in the middle of the pitch and working out really nicely. New Zealand, change your pace here, going in for the scoop.
Well, here's a chance then. One strike at the line. Great run from Piripi. Found the last pass, and I think it's been given. New Zealand do have a second score.
And what a score indeed. Like we saw, just picking up and scooping through. Just a foot race at the end of the day and finding that free player.
Well, not for the first time. Rahiri Piripi involved. Great carry And a lovely timed pass. Good line by Alfonso Golding. So here come Australia from the 6. They've been so clinical from halfway so far. The New Zealand get another on the board. We're still on for the same scoreline. The last time these two sides met, it was 10-4 in Australia's favour as they look to add another.
Taki Luke again just trying to get that try on and diving for that line, but New Zealand has denied him.
He doesn't believe Dallas Frazee made the touch, but it's not his call, unfortunately. Here come Australia again. Winding up for the long pass, sold New Zealand with the eyes, over went Jayoub.
And that's a really nice play. Wow, just the counties on that link stepping in, and it's so dangerous. Just acting like he's going to throw long, so everyone releases on that defence side and sliding in for days.
We've got the perfect angle here of him giving New Zealand the eyes. All of them drifted off. And in he went. Captain Callum O'Sullivan couldn't get a hold of him. So Australia have 8. Here it is here. Just sends them the wrong way. Nathan Harrison and Callum O'Sullivan leave a little bit too much space between them. Well, Australia have already beaten Wales by 19-1. They put 20 on the United States without reply. They put 13 past bronze medalist South Africa as well on their way. 14 unanswered points on Fiji, and then 2 massive scores against England by 16-3 and then 19-1. Not forgetting, of course, that victory over New Zealand by 10-4. They're the top scorers in this round robin.
Yeah, just shutting Australia out there, New Zealand did. And just stepping up and having a really high bit of pressure. So really lovely to see.
New Zealand transition, this time with a little bit less momentum. They have been excellent from midfield when they have had opportunities there. Josh Angel, the opening try scorer, looking to drive New Zealand on for a third. Lovely ball over the top. There's the tap pass from Harlow. But Dallas Frazee just runs out of space on the wing.
And that tap pass would have almost come off there, but just a touch there from New Zealand. And
great line of speed from Alfonso Golding.
Just taking the roll ball there for Australia, but really nice play in attack there, and Australia being able to release and recover so well. We've seen them do it so many times already.
Carnui Cox there heading to the box. Here come Australia again. That's a wonderful pickup. He's got the Kiwis backpedaling, appealing for the penalty. They won't get it this time. Josh Angel rolls it back.
Yeah, 1 minute left on the clock until half-time here for both teams.
There's the second touch on the 10. Not sure New Zealand will have time to strike. They've still got 3 touches to play with. Duan Tupe caught. They'll have to create something from this last scoop. Good pickup by O'Sullivan. Tupe out the back door and another. Twice they head wide, but I think one of those passes is called forward. I'd surely just give them flat regardless. Look at these 2 unbelievable passes. First by Duan Tupe. Here he is here, keeping it alive, evading the line speed, and then a second one.
And what a
Simon
time
Governor
to bring it out. Nonetheless, a final against Australia.
It doesn't result in anything for New Zealand. Forward pass given, 10 seconds to go in this first half. Can the Aussies take a 9th try into the break? Here's the most recent try scorer, Jayoub. There goes the buzzer. They'll have one more strike at the line. Soft hands looking to keep it alive before the break. Jesse Green is caught. What a first half by Australia. They went 6 tries up, unanswered by the Kiwis, shutting out New Zealand from a couple of promising opportunities at the start of the half, and then they've just kept up the scoring even as New Zealand add 2 of their own. 20 minutes to play, Alice. Do New Zealand have enough to get back into this gold medal match?
Well, we saw from the men's 40s game that New Zealand were able to get the win in the end over Australia, so can never say never here on the finals day.
Well, in the very last day of the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024, as the Masters categories race towards their conclusion, it's the men's 35s here, where Australia lead New Zealand by 8-2, with 20 minutes still to come.
Also, there is a vehicle, BMW, registration, E for Echo, Y for Yankee, 24, K for Kilo, L for Lima, D for Delta, and Fall River Hockey Club. You've left the window open. Registration EY24 KLB BMW. The vehicle has its windows and left open at that point.
And I'm representing the HyDex program, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HyDex is a collaboration of a number of universities.
Players and officials, your 30-second warning, please take to the field, ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
Well, New Zealand have racked up an impressive record of results in this men's 35 competition. They beat Fiji by 16-6. They put 16 tries again on Wales, beat South Africa, the bronze medalist, 10-6, and then took down England 11-4 and the United States by 10 tries to 2 before beating South Africa for a second time by 12-2 in that semi-final. Their only blemish came to Australia, who defeated them 10-4 in their last meeting in the pool stage. In the final, it's New Zealand who have been shut out at the first time of asking by Australia, who still lead 8 tries to 2. Alice Summers alongside me for this one.
Yes, and what a game we do have on our hands. Just another 20 minutes left for these two teams, and Australia really punching hard here and moving the ball really well. And we've seen this throughout the whole game here, and a lot to bring out for this last 20 minutes.
20 minutes to play in the men's 35s division. It's Australia on the front foot. Massive long ball just whipped out by Tarnui Cox. And then how about that little step from Taki Luke off the left? He's drawn a slap down from the Kiwi, so 6 touches at the line.
Yeah, really nice drawn for the penalty there. So fresh set of 6 here on the ball.
Kane Rangi's got a set of footwork of his own as it's another charge down. Jay Ayoub almost gave that final pass. Taki Luke just 1 try off that 20-point mark for him in this men's 35 division.
Yeah.
He's on 19 tries at the moment.
Taki Luke will be hunting down for that 20th try, but he's denied by the New Zealand defence.
Now turned away at the door. He'll head back to the 6. That 7-metre line, sorry, as here come Australia again. Cox, Rangi. Oh, how about that for a touch? Got a hold of Kane Rangi there. It's a gold medal match indeed.
And it just looks like the Australian player's down now. And
yes, he took a palm to the face there. Let's have another look at this touch.
Oh.
The skipper, Callum O'Sullivan, letting his opposite number know that he's there.
Yeah, and quite a heavy touch there. I'm guessing it's going to be a penalty. And
unfortunately, Kane Rangi has to leave the field. He's helped off by his coaching staff.
Doesn't look great.
But hopefully he'll be all right. He may not re-enter this final, but he's been a part of the Australian side that are leading 8-2, so he's done his part for his country. Here's Kanui Cox. Cox on the return. Caught this time. Good line speed by Nathan Harrison. Cox has it back. He's out there with Josh Phillips. And here's Cox again, running the show. Phillips hits the link hole. Touch made by Nathan Walland.
Yeah, Phillips has been such an important player for this Australian team here.
One more strike on the wraparound. Ayoub, show and go. Races through. Lovely handling there, and he's got another score on the board for Australia.
Yeah, we saw that counties play diving through in the first half, and he gets another one in the second half as we see him sweeping round and just scoring.
Here we go. Gave New Zealand the eyes again. He's got that show and go locked up, does Jay Ayoub. That's how he racked up his first try. Scores his second here in the second half as Australia open the scoring. Here's Piripi. Bright spark for New Zealand so far is Rahiri Piripi. They must respond every time they make it to this 7-metre line. Piripi, Angel, already teed up by Rahiri Piripi once already today. He'd love a try of his own. Piripi with the switch. New Zealand running out of room here, looking to create, show and go through Golding, but forced to cuff it up.
Yeah, and just well done there by the Australian defence, just keeping New Zealand out. And New Zealand were dancing around them, trying to draw them up so many times there, but being able to shut them out, and they have been quite dominant.
Both sides have got impressive attacks. It's the defence that separates the teams. Cox, acres of space for Anthony Tipple.
Wow, what a ball. Anthony Tipple on the end of that ball as well, scoring in the left-hand corner. So we see this replay here, just looking, picking up and bombing long to that wing.
Well, there's not even a Kiwi in shot when Anthony Tipple took that long ball. Kanui Cox involved again. New Zealand go 10-2 behind. This is as many as Australia scored the last time these two sides met in the pool stage. I think they could be going beyond that even further, as they did against England in this final.
And I think, like you're saying, they would want to go further. They want to push those boundaries and see how much they can get. Just New Zealand on the ball here and in the 7, looking for a strike player, going in, setting up, picking up. Oh, the Goosey is set loose, and I think he gets past. He's looking for a player.
He's still driving on there. There's been a confusion. Duan Tupe made it through, and then he desperately needed to pick out a teammate, but he's forced to cough it up for Australia again. Another shutout in the second half for them.
Yeah, just a shutout there from the Aussies, and really well done. I thought New Zealand were going to be able to scoot through there and find that player to give that ball to, because back home, if you don't know, if you are scooping through, you're not allowed to score yourself or get touched, because if you get touched, it's going to be a complete turnover. And just here now, New Zealand shutting out Australia. So no tries on the board here, but New Zealand ball in hand on their own 7, wanting to drive out and make some meters. New Zealand shipping it over, closer to the box now, trying to get some meters, but Australia's midfield D is shooting up and putting on lots of pressure here.
Great line speed from the captain, Meyer, and this game is getting beyond New Zealand unless they can score a couple in response. A penalty will help. Here's the captain, Callum O'Sullivan, who led out his touch black side. Well, I think there might be another set of 10 yards to retreat for Australia. Well, that's 3 pens in quick succession. New Zealand haven't had to work very hard for this field position, but they do have to make it count.
Yeah, New Zealand really need to come out and get a score here. They'll be working the Australian defence.
Harrison, O'Sullivan, he slipped, but he does get it on the inside, weaving and winding at the 7 for New Zealand. That's another physical touch there. Back goes O'Sullivan. Here he is again.
Just
lays
no
it back.
half.
And there's just a lack of intensity from New Zealand at the moment. Harrison, O'Sullivan. Can someone spark New Zealand into life here? Whip pass picked off by Ayub. What a final Jay Ayub is having.
Wow, what a stretch and what a reach to take that intercept. He was just so high up on that line that he was able to grab that. Just in defence, it's so important for those links to step up, get in that passing channel to make that touch, and that's exactly what he did.
Good transition from Australia as well. Scott Bradley lays it back. Lucky Luke, as we've said, looking for try number 20 in the men's 35 division. It could be opening up here for Australia. Cox again, the architect. They're over in the corner. It's another try for Anthony Tipple. That's 2 for him in the second half. And Australia have broken that 10-point barrier.
Yeah.
And the game may be over here with 12 minutes still to play.
Just this try making it look so smooth, drawing in that play and finishing off with a 2-on-1. And Australia's just, it's routine for them now getting these tries in on New Zealand. But New Zealand not letting down and wanting to gain meters now on the 7 here. Going round, sweep and play happening, picking up, going back for the inside, and it's a quick play, but the ball's not down, but it's going to be a touch first. New Zealand back on the ball, quickie play, but the link is shooting up for Australia and read that so well, being able to touch that ball player before he can even release the ball in his hands.
Not for the first time in this second half. Australia keep out the Kiwis from the 7-metre line. And as we touched on at the break, Australia have scored 3 unanswered tries here, just as they scored 6 unanswered in the first half. And that is the difference between world champions and silver medalists in the men's 35s division.
Yeah, just looking like a penalty here on the New Zealand 7. So Australia will get a fresh pair of 6. Working New Zealand, dodging them around. A hammer play has happened, giving it. Oh, but that's first touch, that is, and that was just ball gone to ground. New Zealand really happy with that one and just coming to their sub box now. Gaining meters here is New Zealand and giving the plays in and out. New Zealand nearing up to the line here and looking for the play, quickie play.
Well, they just ran down a bit of a dark alley there. Todd Nicholas lacking support. Australia have it back. And with 10 minutes still to go here, I think they're going to be men's 35s gold medalists.
Oh, just a big touch there actually as well. So it's going to be Australia's ball and they're going to get a penalty against New Zealand. So they're going to bring it up a couple more meters and have tap in New Zealand's own half.
Well, this is the most that New Zealand have conceded so far in the competition, and what a time for Australia to break that record in a gold medal match. Back onto the field is Kane Rangi. Good to see him alive to the danger of the New Zealand defence again after getting back to his feet. Ayub on a hat-trick, puts it over the top this time, slapped down by Golding.
Yeah, that's going to be a knock-on, new set of 6 there, sorry, for Australia. Just that New Zealand's hand getting in the way there, so slapping it down, and Australia will have the ball in hands.
Here's Kane Rangi to lay it back on the field after wearing that heavy touch from Callum O'Sullivan at the 7-metre line. Ayub, hat-trick hunting, sliding in, denied this time.
Yeah, just on that play there, we can see the space was on the step back, just where the middles weren't tight enough for New Zealand, so let's see if they can get into that space.
Over the top they go. There's the dramatic dive, as you'd expect from a finisher like Taki Luke. 20 tries in the men's 35 division for him. He's Australia's top scorer in the competition, and he's got himself a brace in the gold medal match. The Emus are well out in front.
And that's a hat-trick tonight for Australia's 10,
Oh, well, I've absolutely sold the announcer up the river there because I misunderstood his question. It's the second try of the game for Taki Luke. Ayub is one more away from the hat-trick. That is my mistake as New Zealand looked to create with that clever pass. Robbie Harlow out the back door.
Yeah, Australia having the ball on their own 7 here, and Taki Luke, the try scorer in the corner, looking good, and a really big shift out there for him.
There's the missed pass. Another drive from Scott Bradley, and Australia hit the box. Well, what a game this has been for the Emus. Perhaps their best performance in the men's 35s competition. And what a time to do it as well. Jesse Green goes over this time.
Oh, what a celebration as well. Looks like it means a lot to Jesse Green with that score just coming in, and he'll be delighted with that.
Dane Ryan, the architect this time for Australia, as Jesse Green was in the first half for that try of the game where he flicked out the back door for Australia on the wrap for Taki Luke's first. But how about this for a celebration as well? Beautiful to see. Straight to the cameras.
Yeah, really nicely done. And New Zealand on the ball now, but given a flick. And just
one more strike at the line for New Zealand from their set of 6 at the half. And once again, it's Green, the try scorer, shutting them out. He's been important for Australia in defence as well as going forward.
Yeah, really nicely done here from both sides and really putting pressure on. Oh, great meters here for the Aussies midfield subbing pattern and just getting those meters. New Zealand really need to help step up here and make those touches. Really nicely done there for that touch. And again, 2 in a row.
A couple of big touches from Rahiri Piripi. Over the top, Australia go again. It bounces up into the hands of Anthony Tipple. Another player in this Australian side on a hat-trick. Such a spread amongst the scorers in this final.
Yeah, good meters here for New Zealand, just getting their stroll on.
Well, with 5 minutes to go here, it's taken in by Ezekiel Makawara Mahihi. Here's Macquarie. Leaves it for Nicholas. Macquarie, Nicholas again.
Looking like they've got another touch here, going in for a quickie, picking up.
Going to the open side, drifting into the end zone. Can he find Ezekiel Makawara Mahihi? Just beyond him, the number 15. He's a big man reaching back on the inside. But New Zealand, once again, denied by Australia. No scores for them in the second half, with just 4.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, not long left for this side, and the final game of their men's 35s for the gold medal, and it's looking very promising for Australia now as they go in.
Phillips with a good carry, Cox with a long pass, ball on the inside. Well, if he perhaps went to the corner, Anthony Tipple could have grabbed his hat-trick, but instead, well, it's ball down.
Yeah, just looking for that connection with his link there in the Aussie side, but really nice long ball we can see from the Aussies. And
Tipple makes the touch. Well, we'll look ahead, of course. Don't go anywhere. Live here on pitch 1 of the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 finals day. It's the mixed 30s up next, where Australia again take on New Zealand before at 1 o'clock the women's 27 series final, where England, the host, have made it to the gold medal match. They'll take on Australia again, who are involved in every single final all the way up to the men's opens, where the results have yet to come in. But that means Australia and New Zealand will be facing off in the mixed open and the women's open as well, as to be expected for the two best sides in the world, Alice.
I can't wait for that game, and it's electric over here on finals day, and everyone's around, and I think this pitch 1 is going to be packed, and pitch 2 with all the support from all the players and family and friends that have come over to watch all the people, all the players.
Chatting to the women's open side for New Zealand, who have made it through to a final after their victory in the semis. And Trish Hopcroft was saying that each and every player has brought someone with them to support, as Jessie Green has a second score in the game. Australia go up by 14-2.
And like we can see before, that tap play didn't work, but it worked this time, and Australia get another score on the board. Just 14-2 now against New Zealand.
Lovely soft hands back on the inside. Green the beneficiary. New Zealand have been soundly beaten here by Australia, who have been on top form in this final. But here's Angel with the bright Rahiri Paripi in the centre again. Angel, good line from Simon Governor. He's a top player for New Zealand, but we've not seen much of him in this game. Such has been this performance by Australia. They've kept New Zealand contained.
They certainly haven't. 2 minutes remaining on the clock now for both teams of the final, and running hard. Like you were saying, bringing their family members, just that support and love we see in this touch community is so wholesome. But here, Australia on the ball, looking to go long again, flies it, but will it be called forward? No, it's a score, another score on the long ball for Anthony Tipple.
Hat-trick for Tipple in a World Cup final in the men's 35 division. Some achievement for the winger.
Wow, what a ball from Australia's number 8.
Yeah, lovely pass from Rangi. Good to see him back on the field after he was forced off injured at the start of the second half. And in these closing stages, can New Zealand get one just for pride, really? That's what this Kiwi side have plenty of. They've made it to yet another final. New Zealand litter the final fixtures here on pitch 1. It's from our perspective, good to see them back on the stream. We'll hear those wonderful national anthems of the two nations quite a few times today. They are the best sides in the world performing here in Nottingham. Lovely switch. There's the pop pass. Forcing the touch there is Harlow. He wants it on the return. He is over. Great work from Robbie Harlow to create the score. New Zealand have one more in this final. Right at the depth, they add another to the scoreboard to make it 15-3. The result never in doubt, but a try to remember in a World Cup final for Robbie Harlow.
Robbie Harlow will be happy with that score indeed, and just that quick play, giving it back, and just that Aussie player coming in to make that touch, but...
Lovely weight on the pass from Macquarie. Australia, though, keen to add one more. Cox, soft hands, they do have another. Right on the buzzer, Australia have yet another score. This time, freshly onto the field is Chris Jordan who scores.
What a score indeed, and like you say, on that hooter, Australia with the win of the men's 35s final against New Zealand, and what a way to win it.
What a performance by Australia. They've gone far and beyond expectations here. We thought after their first match together in this 35s division that New Zealand Australia would be caught up in a tight contest here, but that is not the end result. They've blown them away, and with that try right on the buzzer, they win this game by 16-3.
And what a way to win. As we can see them shaking hands now, it means a lot to all these players.
Well, what a game. Some of the Australian top performers. I mean, David Marr had an unbelievable first half, the captain. He set Australia on their way. Kanui Cox has been great throughout. Taki Luke grabbed 2 more tries. He's the top scorer in this competition. 20 for him in the men's 35 division. But Jay Ayoub made 2 great scores at important times as well, just before and just after the break. Australia dominant here. They beat New Zealand by the same margin that they saw off England in their last pool stage, 16-3.
What a way to win it, and heading on to the next couple games we have in tail.
Well, a victory for Australia over New Zealand, the men's 35s, but New Zealand will have another crack at the whip in the next game when Australia once again face the Kiwis, this time in the mixed 30s final, live here on pitch 1 of the Touch Rugby World Cup, as we leave you with a triumphant Australia.
Congratulations on a great career for Wayne, and ladies and gentlemen, that's his 100th final cap before he retires as a referee.
Where's your bag gone?
Laura Dalia?
Gentlemen from the teams, if you can clear your answers as quickly as you can.
Estamos donde los helados.
Our next final is at 12 noon, and it is the mixed 30s.
Bueno, para mí, pero la podemos compartir porque a mí me queda fresca. Y me ha dicho el hombre, bueno, y me ha dicho, bueno, pues si no para mí. Y me ha dado una camiseta de ese tipo y le he dado una amarilla. Vale. Vale, hasta la guapa. Tengo sueño.
2024 is the mixed 30. Leading the way, the referee crew of Brandon Sanderson, Cameron McFadden and Zoe Genrich. Referee coaches Bertie Kappa. And the team, Australia and New Zealand.
Welcome back then to our live coverage of the final day of the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 here in Nottingham. Action from the mixed 30s up next. That familiar opposition, Australia against New Zealand. Your referees Brandon Sanderson, Cameron McPed and Zoe Grenrich, as we hear the anthems with Australia up first. Now the anthem of New Zealand. And up next, Australia. Number 11, Nicholas Taylor. Number 12, Joseph Pellerini. Well, there are the teams on the big speakers over to our left-hand side ahead of this 30s mixed open final. Jan Fecci alongside me, part of Wales 45 squad, playing in his 5th World Cup, but also former coach of Italian mixed open side. Thank you so much for joining us, Jan, for this big occasion.
Thank you, Will. Thanks for having me again. I'm really looking forward to seeing this one. This could be a cracker.
We certainly hope so. Well, it's been Australia, the dominant side on finals day so far, perhaps as expected. But this New Zealand mixed open side at the 30s level, I've seen them in action a few times across the competition. They've looked really bright. Both sides undefeated across the pool. Well, you were just discussing how Germany looked strong in this division. Jan, they were beaten 11-4 by New Zealand in that semi-final after the New Zealand also put 9 on France and beat them narrowly 9-6. So it's not been all plain sailing into this final round, but they've got a big challenge on their hands facing Australia.
Yeah, I think trying to get into the monopoly of Australia-New Zealand finals is proving again almost impossible. And Germany obviously targeted this category, and to be fair, they've been outstanding, and they've given every team they've played a really good go for it. But again, it's Australia-New Zealand.
They'll be facing England in the bronze medal match, Germany, because they were defeated 15-4 by New Zealand at the semi-final stage. New Zealand also put 15 on Chile without reply in the quarter-final as their undefeated run in the competition continues.
Could we get a first medal for Germany? I'm guessing it will be the first medal at the World Cup.
I think so, indeed. England searching for their second, I believe, after winning another bronze medal in the women's 40s category earlier on today. For now, though, it is Australia medal hunting again, searching for gold. New Zealand, will they settle for silver, as they so often do in this great touch rugby rivalry? We'll wait and see, with kick-off soon to come. Well, Jan, just touching on the World Cup itself, the biggest there's ever been. You've been involved for many years with touch rugby, and the growth is so visible at this event.
Oh, it's been unbelievable. You know, it's growing and growing all the time. Playing on 2 sites, which just shows just how big it's become. It's been fantastic.
Tap off from Australia as they drive up to the 10. And it's a clinical start in the last game for Australia in the men's 35s. Here are the men's, the mixed 30s. They're being turned away at the door by New Zealand for now, but a first penalty. And it's looking ominous already for the Kiwis, Jan.
Yeah, I think Australia, they're like machines. I think it's always a battle. This category, I think, is going to be very competitive. But we're just looking at the stats on the scores.
As Australia look to open up the field, there's another score, bright and early here for Australia. Touching down on the wing is Carly Walsh.
Yeah, just looking at the scores, Carly Walsh has got 26 tries so far, along with Lucinda Gill. So between them, they've scored 48 tries.
Well, that's number 49 for Walsh and Gill. Try number 27 for Carly Walsh, top scorer in this mixed 30s edition. Closely followed on 23 scores by New Zealand's Taylor Ann Kiwi-Stock. And it's the Kiwis looking for a quick response as they've gone 1 try down already here. Michael Pomeray Gets it on the return, Pomeray. Stepping back in off the left foot there is Bronson Wacker. Wide they go. Have the Kiwis got us? Equalising score. Kept out this time. And it's a first shutout of the game for Australia, as they so often do. Great in defence as well as going forward. They've got the best defensive record of this stage of the competition as well. They've yet to concede more than 4 tries in a game, I believe. As once again they go crashing over. What an unbelievable start for the Emus.
Wow, 2 possessions by Australia and 2 scores. Very clinical. Great.
Kelly Jones has this one.
Great driving from their own line. Great flow.
Little double pump by Justin Otto to make sure as well. That's a great scoop from Otto. Can New Zealand respond? Well, they'll try. For now, it's Eliza Ward carrying on, and then working through the centre there is Zane Walsh. Walsh with the pickup, darting away to the left. They skip through. They do have a quick response.
I think New Zealand needed that. Bit of confidence.
Nat Jewell touches down for the Touch Blacks. They have 1 on the board. It's 2-1. Australia, though, with 6 touches at the half, looking to complete their 3rd attack in as many forays into New Zealand's half.
I think they've identified there was a man against a woman in the link channel. Speed for speed.
Great pace on the outside from Nat Jewell. But a ball over the top. How simple Australia look. We've barely come back from our replay of the first Kiwi try, and they've got a 3rd, Australia. No shutouts as of yet for New Zealand. Lucina Gill goes over this time.
There's that competition, Wilf, between Lucina Gill and Carly Walsh.
Try number 50 between them in this competition. Just ridiculous. 23 now for Lucina Gill after Walsh's try number 27 in this game. 50 tries up for the 2 Australian wingers in this mixed open category at the 30s level, as Pomara trying to make something happen. But Pomara's ball goes to ground, and that's another shutout by Australia. That's the difference between the 2 sides in the early stages, Jan. One side is converting from the 7, and the other side, as of yet, can't match them.
Yeah, I think every category, Australia are so clinical. They do everything well, make no mistakes. I say that, and they've just made off the mark or something.
The commentator's curse strikes again here on pitch 1. It's been a feature of the tournament for us here on the live stream, and it's given New Zealand a big opportunity here to try and get back in the game. There's the try scorer, Nat Jewell, on the switch, looking to open up Australia here. Shane Scott, Jewell on the inside, put down. Well, it's a tough ask to be flawless in a game of touch, but if you want to beat Australia, you can't make those kind of mistakes.
Absolutely. I think they've got to take every opportunity that comes, because Australia just won't give them those opportunities.
Gahoe Zoram Oatene draws a penalty from New Zealand. First touch made by Zane Walsh, but they make it to the box, and here come the substitutes. It's Nick Grant amongst them. Grant gets it on the return from Heroini. Oh, looking to get on the wraparound. Heroini's unhappy with New Zealand's intentions there, and it is another penalty for the Emus.
Yeah, repeat set. Hard touch. You don't want to be giving them another 6 on the line.
Good pick up from Grant. Little double pump. Looking to take on the New Zealand line. Justin Otto, the creator of the first. Otto, good take. Bit of a loose pass from Grant. Another strike at the line. We're only 6 minutes in here. Australia still hunting for their 4th try. There's the change of direction and a change of pace to boot. Great ball from Heroini. Australia over in the corner again. Lucina Gill, another try for her in this game.
Yeah, great passing. They're looking to do a quickie in the middle, and then third attempt, they've gone to the right-hand side. Beautiful ball.
24 now for Lucina Gill, the second top scorer. She's just overtaken her Kiwi counterpart in Taylor and Kiwi Stock. New Zealand with a chance then to half the deficit. Here come New Zealand again. Well marshalled by Australia. Bronson Waka finds the pass to Pomeri. Back inside. Excellent ball. Good scanning of the space, and Bronson Waka has New Zealand on the board again. They're down by just 4-2. They're still in the game, Jan.
Yeah, again, they needed that to stay in touch. Great setup play, won that ruck area, created a space.
Well, he just gave him the eyes there. Michael Pomare. Bronson Waka goes over. The New Zealand second, but they've got to start keeping out Australia, Jean.
Yeah, let's see what happens now.
Ball back on the inside. Could we have another score? Justin Otto. Bit of a live wire out there for Australia. Otto takes them on himself. Wants on the return. Opening up the field with a long pass. Great take. And a diving touch, a try-saving touch for Naomi Ireland Tupai.
Yeah, she did really well there. Corner flagged. It's a great pass off the left hand, but a lovely touch.
Good contact there from Naomi Ireland Tupai. There she is playing a half for New Zealand as Nat Joel plays them away. Switch back on the inside. Good pick up from Welsh. Some nice footwork, but not enough to get on the outside of Australia. Nat Joel forced to turn it over.
I think after the first 5 minutes where it looked like Australia looked really ominous, it's settled down a little bit now, and I think it's a little bit more even, which is good for the Kiwis. See what happens here with this Australia attack.
Both sides undefeated coming into this final across the pool stage and the quarters and semis, of course, as that's a long ball that I think will be given as a forward pass. Indeed, the touch was made regardless, so no need for the referees to make that decision. Taylor and Kiwi Stock with a diving touch. Both Kiwi wingers looking strong in defence so far.
Yeah, one side and then the next. Excellent defending. They've shut out Australia a couple of times now.
Here's the Kiwi transition, lacking a bit of momentum. Nat Joel looks to inject some impetus, and Welsh takes them up to halfway. Clark Manahi crossing the 10-metre. You're calling for a scoop, Jan. They need one here to try and strike at the Aussie line. Good shake from Glossier. Here they go, opening up the field, then the little drop pass instead.
I think a touch was made.
Well, I think he's been given offside there. Joseph Heroini, his touch is denied, so it's a try scored by Amaria Clark-Manahi.
Wow, we've got a game on our hands.
That's a try for New Zealand's number 9, Amaria Clark-Manahi.
Well, that's another try on the board for Clark-Manahi, a 7th in the competition. Well, did the ball get down before the touch was made? I think that's the decision the referees have come to. We'll have another look at it here. Cross comes Heroini. I think that's a try scored before he makes the touch.
Yeah, very close, great effort.
Amaria Clark-Manahi on the board for New Zealand. But back come the Aussies, and what a ball that is by Manu Wakely. A quick response from the Australian mixed 30 side as they re-establish the 2-try buffer. Ben Hones goes over, but this is some ball from Manu Wakely.
It's a great step off his left foot here as well. Yeah, beats the man coming in to try and shut him.
Perfect angle as well of that great pass from Wakely, and then this step back on the inside. Australia have 5 inside the opening 10 minutes here. And as the clock rolls on, New Zealand need to keep in touching distance. Here's Welsh, good step, interception by Australia. Touch was made, but a great grab by Heroini. And now they head towards the box. Well, we've certainly got a game on our hands as we edge closer to the break. But Australia have looked the better of the two sides, Jan.
Yeah, they have, but we have got a game, like you said, Wilf. Whoop, they've scored again, no.
Slipping through this time for Australia as Nicholas Bale. There was a diving touch in from the Kiwis, but they can't keep a hold of it, so Bale with the score for Australia, and all of a sudden, they're 3 tries ahead.
I think just the intensity of that drive. The end product is just really difficult to defend.
How close did Ireland to Dubai get to making the touch there? Well, here come New Zealand again then. Back on the inside, looking to chase down the Australian scoreline, which has got the Emus up by 6-3. That was almost a pretty unbelievable take from Bronson Waka, but not able to keep a hold of it. So Australia escape for now.
I've just had a little somebody in my ear saying that the Kiwi number 7 is actually from Wales. So this is we've got something in Wales that in this final.
Oh, is that why they call him Zane Welsh?
Well, maybe I don't know. Maybe it's a redhead, I don't know.
Well, wonderful footwork in the meantime from Australia. Ben Hones searching for his second try, is caught, but only just about.
New Zealand have got to get out of their half here, got to drive. Australia have taken a 3-try lead. Can't let this go any further.
They could do with getting one back as well here, but that's a penalty. And it won't help them in their cause.
Forward pass.
Well, we've got results from elsewhere in the men's open semi-finals. Australia beat the Cook Islands by 15-3, and Lebanon were beaten by New Zealand 6-13. So after this game, it's Australia-England, and then it's 4 games back-to-back, which all have these two sides involved in them.
It's that monopoly between the two sides, Australia and New Zealand. I watched the game yesterday of the Philippines in the mixed open, and I'll be honest, they looked really impressive. I think they played today for the bronze medal match, but very young team. I think they beat the Kiwi under-20s last year. So they've got loads of potential and a team to watch out for.
They had 10 under-17s playing for them in the mixed open.
Wow, under-17. Well, I won't tell you how old I am, but they could be my children.
I don't think either of us are under-17 anymore as through go New Zealand. That's an important score. Excellent scoop by Nat Jull. This time the architect, and Shane Scott in the end rushes forward to support him.
Very timely score by New Zealand. Great scoop, great pace. I think Nat Jull is definitely the playmaker in the New Zealand team. Back to 2 scores in it. Australia on the attack.
5 minutes to go in the first half. Here come Australia again. Good ball on the inside from Otto. Nicholas Bale dots down, and they're just so clinical, Jan, from every set of 6 they get, from halfway or closer.
I think that's what sets them apart at every category. You know, when we played Australia, the same. I mean, you D them out and you think you've done a great job, but then the next set they invariably score. It's just very clinical.
Well, here come New Zealand then in response as we see that lovely ball on the inside. Set Bale on his way. Here comes Welsh stepping off the right again. That Jull is just crowded by green and gold.
He's definitely their danger man.
Here is again Nat Jull. He's already set up one and scored the other so far. Welsh, Jull, good pickup. Welsh with the long ball. New Zealand dot down. Has Taylor Ann Kiwistock got a score? I think she does. That's her 24th of the tournament.
Wow, great ball off the left hand. Fantastic take.
Well, New Zealand are not going away. They stay in the fight, and some ball by Zane Welsh to set it up.
Actually, Taylor and Kiwi Stock is she's got 23 tries before today's game, so she's in the hunt for the top scorer. You know, let's see what happens.
She's got to hunt down the prolific Australian pair of Gill and try score in the first half already, Carly Walsh, in order to reach that margin, as Australia, for once, shut out by New Zealand. They need to do more of that if they want to stay in the fight.
Yeah, absolutely.
This aspect of touch in these high-profile games reminds me a lot of tennis, where you need to break the serve if you want to have any hope of winning a set, and I think that's what New Zealand need to start doing here, denying Australia from their set of 6 and getting an opportunity to transition like they have here.
Yeah, and it's also a territory game in a way, because if you don't drive well and you don't get into the red zone enough times, then you just limit your opportunities. So.
Oh, well. There was an interesting turn of events. Bronson Waka with great footwork, looped a pass. It was patted down by Australia. He almost regathered it.
This is a great opportunity. 6.
Waka at the line. Up goes the hand from Justin Otto, makes the touch.
Great shot.
Well, New Zealand, to get back within 1 score, need to convert from this set of 6. Lovely ball on the inside, great weight on the pass. Bronson Waka has New Zealand 6th, and they are right back in the contest as we approach half-time.
Yeah, absolutely. Back to a 1-score game. They needed that. Work the middles. Nice little quickie, ball back inside. The shot came just too slow.
Reece Glozier with a nicely weighted ball. And then this mix open 30s division. A minute and a half to go before the break. Australia's lead cut to 1.
Well, Wilf, you said Australia looked ominous in the first 5 minutes, but we're down to 1-score game, you know. This is still all to play for.
New Zealand, though, could do with shutting down the Aussies here. It might open up for them down the right. Nice footwork again from a try scorer, Ben Holmes. Ball back on the inside. And now they'll look to reset. Holmes wants it back from the half. There's the missed pass and the tap on. The last-ditch effort to try and keep the attack alive has gone down. Matthew Bale. Some good creativity. It's what you need to win a final, but New Zealand escape.
I think that was exactly what New Zealand needed, because they're invariably, previously, every time New Zealand score, Australia go up and score again. So they've kept them out. We're 40 seconds till the hooter. So that was a really important D on the line.
Lifted up over halfway. New Zealand get the substitutes on. They've got 20 seconds to perhaps find an equaliser at the break. What a story that would be, trailing for the majority of this fixture. But here's Natchell, Welsh. There's the missed pass, but New Zealand are just going to get crowded out by the Aussies. And that will be the final attack of the first half.
Yeah, I don't think there'll be enough time for Australia to get up and score here.
Good call, Jean, as the hooter goes. They'll have one more tap from the penalty. But at the break, it will certainly be Australia with the lead, but just by the 1 try.
They didn't fancy going from there with 1 touch.
I think they would have done awfully well, even for someone with footwork like Ben Holmes, to break through the line there. So at the break, New Zealand trail, but only by 1 try against Australia in this mixed open in the 30s category.
We got a game, Wilf.
Absolutely we do, Jan. Australia just about holding on. You're a former mixed open coach yourself. What kind of advice would you be giving to both sides here at the break?
Well, I mean, they'll know more than me, to be honest. But I mean, I think they've just got to. New Zealand have got to just keep the ball, drive hard, and get opportunities in the red zone in the Australia line. I think the more chances they get, you know, they've shown they can score. They will score. And the same thing on their defensive sets. They've got to keep Australia out, you know, because they're so clinical. Australia, we know what they're going to do. They're going to drive hard. They're going to come at you, and they're going to create every time. It's almost a case of if you can try and stop Australia scoring, D'ing really hard in the middle. They've got that long ball though. We've seen it. They've got a long ball left hand and right hand. Both wingers have scored loads of tries. So yeah, I don't know. You're a better man than me if you can work this one out.
Well, can anyone knock Australia off their perch? They've been so impressive so far at finals day here at the Touch Rugby World Cup. Now, get back awake again, because there's a big half a touch to come. 20 minutes here still to play. Australia just one try ahead against New Zealand.
Yeah, we get Jade Simmons to the new pavilion upstairs. Jade Simmons to the new pavilion upstairs. Ladies and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Ladies and officials, 2-minute warning.
"20 minutes left for New Zealand to turn it around. They've yet to lead at any stage in the game. But here in the mixed open 30s final, they are just one try behind, and it's the, former England World Cup representative and man schooled in Wales, Shane Scott, starting out in the middle with Zane Welsh, who's on the ball here, and it could be an early equaliser. It is Eliza Ward who goes over. New Zealand are back to level terms. Oh, it's been denied. Forward pass. That's so unfortunate. What a start it could have been for New Zealand. Jan Fetchy alongside me.
Yeah, wow. Tap off for New Zealand. Could have levelled the game. First opportunity to level a game, actually, since the beginning of the game.
Indeed, New Zealand have been behind for this entire final almost, as Eliza Ward denied her 5th try of the competition. There's a long ball looking to open up New Zealand, but it's just undercooked slightly there.
Yeah, good 2 sets of D there. I think this is going to be a really, really good half.
So in this mixed open 30s competition, New Zealand and Australia have been the runaway favourites in both pools, undefeated, almost unchallenged. The closest anyone came to giving either side a game was France when they went down to New Zealand 9-6 in the quarterfinals. Other than that, it's been plain sailing for the lot of them. As this time it's Jared Pomare trying to scythe his way through.
We'll see if fatigue comes into this game. I mean, today isn't as hot as it has been yesterday, but you know, it's the last game of a really, really long tournament for both sides. So we'll see if there's any potential fatigue problems within the last few minutes.
We'll find out here at the conclusion of the mixed 30s competition. Good pick up from the Aussies on the 7, looking for that hole between the link and wing, but well read in defence. A good touch made by Taylor and Kiwi Stock.
Yeah, she come in really hard on a shot there.
Here come New Zealand on the transition. It's been a better half defensively for both sides so far. Australia were already ahead by this point in the opening salvo of 20.
Yeah, no score so far.
Nice switch on the inside. And New Zealand are rolling. Some lovely footwork. Bronson Waka looking for his second try of the contest. Well, they were on the last touch, trying anything to keep it alive.
Got 3 backward passes there. Out the back of the hand.
But coughed up a penalty, unfortunately.
I think that's something that the Kiwis do like to throw the ball about a little bit more.
As you'd expect from any side based from New Zealand. But it's an Australian transition that's looking menacing for now. Desperate to claw back that 2-try buffer. Nice footwork from Manu Waitley. Lifts it over the top, and now they'll roll on towards the line. 2-on-1 if they can execute. Australia go over. It's another try for Carly Walsh. Number 28 in the competition.
I think it's been pulled back, Will.
Oh, another denied try. Carly Walsh can't believe it. And neither can we here. Well, 2 disallowed tries in the second half already, Jan.
It looks like nobody wants to score now. No scores yet, I don't think.
Well, look, 13 tries in the first half. 4 minutes in here, and it's still Australia with a slender lead. Welsh. Good pick up from Jull. Little show and go, puts his man to deck. Welsh goes down to score. Well, was there a touch made from Heroini? I don't think it'll count. What a dummy on the way through by Nat Jull as well. Creator again. New Zealand's talisman in the centres has got them level as he puts in Zane Welsh.
Yeah, we're back level. I mean, what a play this is by Jull. Let's have a look at this again.
Oh. Down goes Matthew Bale, and Heroini gets close, but he can't catch Zane Welsh. New Zealand are level.
Sold him tickets, I think we call that back in Wales.
Well, here come Australia looking to counter. Ball over the top from Otto. What a take that is! What a grab, diving down, Lucina Gill. I think that's a hat-trick for her in this game.
What a pass from the left hand, and what a finish. Fair play. What a riposte.
Australia, in the blink of an eye, are back ahead. New Zealand weren't level for long. What a take that is. That's try number 25. Her quarter of a century is up in this mixed open competition.
She wants that top try scorer badge, I think.
Hunting down her teammate Carly Walsh, who's up to 28. Well, there's a touch at the 7. New Zealand still pushing forward here. Glossier, Pomare, one more pass should do it. But caught at the line, Bronson Waka. He knew the penalty was coming though, Jean.
Yeah, it came on the back door, but offside on the line, so another repeat set of 6. Great opportunity for New Zealand to claw back to level again.
Bronson Waka teasing the Australian line. Here he is again. Good footwork. Well read by Justin Otto. Plenty of time for either side to run away with things here. I'm not sure that's how it will play out because Walsh is carrying on for New Zealand as they look for an equaliser. Second penalty at the 7. One more and Australia will be down to 5 as they make a quick substitution. On comes the former England World Cup representative Shane Scott.
Great opportunity again, second set of 6.
Here's Walsh, Jull on the inside, it's been intercepted. What a takedown low for Australia. Away they go, it's will be another score for Justin Otto. He's hunted down by Scott, but he will not be caught.
What a play at that moment. New Zealand, 2 penalties, 2 repeat sets on the line, and Australia come away with an intercept. That's incredible.
Well, that was certainly a try if it found the Nat Jull's grasp. Instead, it was plucked away by Australia. The Emus go 9-7 ahead, and that 2-point buffer has opened up again, Jan.
Yeah, I think we'll be looking back at the end of this game and thinking that is a pivotal moment, because it could have been level, and actually we're two behind again.
New Zealand, though, with a set of 6 at halfway. Jared Pomer gets it back again. Or Pomari. Whichever way you prefer. Pomari again. Back on the inside, diving across to make a crucial touch. So is Zoran Moatene.
That's a play New Zealand are doing regular now. This looks like their go-to play. They'll set up in the middle and the ball back inside. But great defence again by Australia.
What a crucial shutout. And away come Australia with a 2-point advantage that we know will not be enough to see off the Touch Blacks in this game. We've already come back from the same deficit. But this is a much better transition and a great pickup. And here goes Bale. Good pass. Australia are opening them up here, but that wasn't the option. I think the hole was at the link space. It wouldn't have mattered anyway, because they've been called all the way back by Brandon Sanderson, Cameron Macped and Zoe Grenrich.
It looks like it. I mean, that was great injection of pace, but it looks like the game is opening up a little bit. Whether it is a bit of fatigue or not, I don't know, but it is definitely opening up.
New Zealand hit the box. Lifted off the deck by Ireland, Tupai. And round the corner comes Clark Manahi. Little show and go from Pomeri. Pomeri at the half. Lofted over the top, almost another interception.
He fancied his chances again then, didn't he?
This time Joseph Herawini came close. Here come New Zealand. Waka lofted it over the top. Another long ball. But they had a few touches left to use there, New Zealand. A bit of a coach killer, that, Jan.
Yeah, I think it's important they use all their 6 touches. You know, we've got to keep them pinned on their line if they can. I know the long ball, they've been having good success with the long ball, but, you know, almost a waste there.
Good carry in the meantime by Wakely. He gets it back again, Wakely. Soft hands would be enough for Australia. They make it to the corner, but I think it's touch and pass, Jan.
Yeah, I think it was. Correct decision. Good hands, though.
Nicholas Bale that time was caught. He did get the ball away, but not before he was touched. So here come New Zealand. Good transition. Pomari off the field. Eliza Ward. Little show and go. Looking to draw in Australian defenders. Welsh. Scott. Welsh again. Goes himself. Caught as the half. But he does draw a penalty.
This is where, again, they need to... The last time they had a repeat set on the line, they came away with an intercept. They need to be clinical here. They've got Jull on the field as well.
Here is Jull. Welsh again. Will he look back on the inside? Great touch from Wakely. Here is Welsh. Draws in Wakely again. Gets it on return. Jull is caught. Great line speed. New Zealand are running out of chances here. And they have lost all touches. Well, it's a turnover for Australia. Another important shutout. How big will that moment be when we look back on this game?
Yeah, brilliant again by Australia. Still with a 2-try cushion.
Good transition. They're up to the half. But that'll kill the momentum. Nick Grant almost through, but he has to retreat all the way back to Matthew Bale. Oh, and looking for the switch, but a bit of a miscommunication.
Yeah, Nick Grant, every time he's come on from the subs box, he's put an excellent pace into that drive.
New Zealand need 2 tries with about 8 minutes to go here in order to force a drop-off. They need a few without reply, which is certainly easier said than done against Australia.
Absolutely, but wouldn't we love to see a drop-off?
Well, it would be excellent to see our first drop-off here on any of the gold medal matches on pitch 1, and they are going to get 1 back. Naomi Ireland Tupai goes in for another score.
There we are. Come on, let's have the drop-off.
Well, it's 9-8 for now. What a high-scoring game. What a fantastic game of touch between the 2 best nations in the world.
Naomi Ireland Tupai makes a score. Australia 9, New Zealand 8.
Whipped out there by Bronson Waka. If New Zealand win this, he'll certainly be the player of the game as well. Between him and the lightning quick Nat Jull.
Yeah, lovely pass. They can pass on off both hands. Lovely finish. Let's see if they can keep Australia out now.
What a crucial shutout it would be as well. What a statement it would be for New Zealand, but they're going to have to contend with 6 whole touches on their own 7. Here come the Emus. Lovely soft hands, a great line from Ben Hones for his 2nd score. Picked out wonderfully well. Australia back to 2 tries ahead.
Again, look how clinical they are. What a run by Hones. Just hit that hole. Beautiful pass, almost like a no-look pass. He knew he was going to run that hole.
Well, not for the first time. Justin Otto, again, the creative force behind this Australian mixed open side. And here's New Zealand's own Nat Jull. Welsh winding one up. Oh, it's just beyond the on-rushing winger. That would have been some take from Naomi Ireland Tupai. What a way to grab your hat-trick that would have been.
I think if New Zealand got any chance in this game, Jull and Welsh, when they're on, I think they've got to make things happen. They look like the 2 guys in the New Zealand team that can make any sort of difference.
Transition from Australia. New Zealand going to have to try and force out some kind of error from Australia, which is so hard to do. The Aussies are clinical. And this is lovely movement. Nick Grant again powering Australia forward. Lovely scoop. Touch made on Matthew Bale. New Zealand's turn to transition.
Again, that's it. It's that injection of pace from the subs box from the number 2 Aussie, Nick Grant. Nothing came of that, but he just comes on and just absolutely batters the defence.
But a penalty for Australia. Against Australia, sorry. It's so rare that you have to point that out. Up to the 10. Whoa, lovely evasion from Nat Jull. And now New Zealand bring on a couple of changes. Amongst them, Michael Pomere. Pomere again. There's the skip pass. Pomere with the pickup back inside to Waka. He unleashes one. It's excellent take out wide by Ireland Tupai. But she is caught.
Same play as the last score from New Zealand. Great long pass left, but this time the Australian defence reads that.
5 minutes to go. Ireland Tupai, sorry, got to New Zealand closest to going 1 try behind, but denied by Australia, and this is some transition from them. Great carry by Justin Otto. One more pass should do it. Into the corner they go. Back on the inside. The pass had to go, but Kirsty Wakely kept a hold of it. Perhaps didn't know that that was the final touch. New Zealand, though, a long way from their box, Jan.
Yeah, important defence, though, because if they went 3 down, I think that could be the game. But still 2 down. They've got every opportunity here.
A little bit slow on the transition this time.
We're only on halfway. I think, what were we on, 4th touch?
They've got to create something there. Great line speed from Kirsty Wakely. And they have forced a turnover just shy of the 10-metre mark.
Yeah, that's incredible defence. I think that's something that New Zealand have just got to drive harder, get into those danger zones for any chance in this game.
Whoa, it's a huge call. How rare is that? A penalty against Australia, unforced. And this is a huge chance for New Zealand. They've got 3.5 minutes here in the mixed open final of the 30s edition.
Got to score you, I feel you, Wilf.
Ireland Tupai on a hat-trick, let's not forget. Jordan Rogers plays half. Scott, Welsh, Scott again. Middle play, what a pass that is. What a defensive touch. In response though from Wakely.
Great defence, looking for...
Well, it's just a turnover. How disappointing for New Zealand. Kirsty Wakely, though, with a huge defensive intervention.
I thought they were looking for second phase. They're not sure what happened there. Missed that.
Well, they've just got turned over, unfortunately. So, Australia with a chance to seal it here. Touch taken on Bale. Good pickup. Well, I spoke too soon, Gian. New Zealand are up against it here. 2.5 minutes. They trail by 2 tries. Have Australia done enough to seal the gold medal here in the mixed 30s category?
Again, look, they're not making any yards. We haven't got the halfway yet. Oh, penalty given.
They've got to get a wriggle on here, New Zealand. They're 2 tries behind with only 2 minutes to go.
I think Australia have really stepped up their defence. But giving a penalty away, this is an opportunity. They've got to score here.
Omere, skip pass to find Bronson Waka. Sliding in, Waka on the return. New Zealand are within 1 try, but they've only got 2 minutes, sorry, to try and equalise it here. Bronson Waka keeps New Zealand in the fight.
Wow, amazing feat by Waka. Looked like a touch was going to be made, no touch. And just beats the man with a beautiful dive.
Australia will take all the time in the world to eke out these touches. It's just 1.5 minutes to go, and they trail by 1. Here's the try that's got New Zealand back within touching distance. But we're back to that intercept that could have been a New Zealand score, and instead was an Aussie try. It's the only thing that separates them now, Gian.
Well, we said it at the time. Could it be looking back, and that was the actual game. This is it, 1 minute left.
Can New Zealand level things up and take us to a drop-off here in the mixed open 30s division? Both sides flawless in the competition so far.
Here come the danger men, Joel and Welsh.
This is it. It's the last chance for New Zealand. Jull taking on all comers. Otto makes the touch. Is that it for Australia? The roar goes up from the Aussie supporters. That could be the game, a penalty as well. Surely Australia have done it, Jan.
Wow, a big call. I think New Zealand thought that Australia weren't back in 7. They thought it was a penalty to them.
They will take all the time in the world with these 6 touches.
10 seconds left.
Australia have clung on here against New Zealand in a category that could have gone either way. Here's the chance to seal it. They won't care. Ben Holmes with an excellent performance in this final. Where's the last touch? And jubilation from the Australian box, because they've just about clung on here to beat a spirited touch black side in the mixed open 30s category. What a game, Jean.
Unbelievable. And would you believe it actually came down to that intercept try? We said it at the time, could that have been the game? And I think it was. The last game we commented on together was Wales 40s and Cook Islands, which was an unbelievable game, draw. And this one again must be my I'm just a lucky charm.
Absolutely, do you fancy sticking around for the rest of the finals, because what a game that is.
Yeah, that was brilliant.
Justin Otto wins the Player of the Final award for that intercept, but also for setting up a couple of tries. Commiserations to New Zealand, but what a final they've brought to us here. In the end, they just about hang on for the victory. The Emus have another title here at the Touch Rugby Cup World Cup in 2024. They are almost unbeatable, it seems, even in games that go down to the wire. They just about cling on. Another opportunity then in our next game for Australia, as they are into yet another final. They take on England in the women's 27s, but here in the end of the mixed opens category, Jean, what a game.
Yeah, absolutely loved it. You can't beat this. You know, the running, the passing, the skill level, the intensity. What an advert for the game again.
And if the mixed 30s is anything to go by, I can't wait for the mixed open final at 3 o'clock when these two sides will face off against each other before the women's open and the men's open, all Australia and New Zealand. What a performance though by Australia, who have clung on to beat New Zealand in the mixed 30s category.
Underway. The presentation will be at 5 past. So request for all players to remove themselves off pitch 1, and we will get everybody underway very shortly.
Anybody watch an England flag?
Please remove yourselves off pitch 1. This is a new request for the public to remove themselves off pitch 1. It's time for the next final of the day. It's the women's 27. Coming on to the field first are the referees. Referee coach Chris Gonahensi and the on-field officials Charlie Cheesley, Nicholas Vanderrick and Anthony Smith. And the two teams, Australia and England.
Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. Players and officials, this is your 2-minute warning. A reminder, this is your last chance to buy tickets for the end of party, arena party down at Motorpoint Arena at 9 PM tonight. Last chance to buy tickets. You need to go onto the Xeon tournament program. The link is on there. Sale is 8 o'clock. Ladies and officials, this is your 1-minute warning. Ladies and officials, this is your 30-second warning. Please take your field. Ready to play.
Welcome back to pitch one. Yet another final. And it's, of course, Australia versus England, this time in the women's 27. And I think we're in for another cracker on pitch one.
Yeah, absolutely. Really looking forward to this game, Joe. And yeah, like we see, we've got England tapping off here as the klaxon's going to go.
And the klaxon does get us underway, and England will look for a bright start. We've been asking the question, can anyone dethrone Australia? Well, we've already answered that this morning as New Zealand got one over. We see the blueprint. You've got to be aggressive. You can't shy away. And England need to do that. And it's Wilson in motion. Oh, and it was a good platform. They got a bit of a roll on, but an infringement at the roll ball, just losing control. Good signs, though, for England.
Yeah, absolutely. Getting up there and almost completing that set of 6 there. Putting Australia under pressure on the line. And like we say, good platform. So, yeah, slight tiny error there, but hopefully things to work on there for England moving forward as Australia get a bit of a roll on here.
Yeah, they are certainly getting a roll on the English defence, but good cover. And England, spearheaded by Anna Wilson, is asking questions of Australia, but we know Australia 9 times out of 10 will have the answers. As it seems, England are going to go for a slightly more direct subbing pattern, just getting 1 or 2 legs off, taking it up the middle. as we see them now rolling into their line attack, 5th touch. So got to create something from nothing. Good feet shown, good speed as well, trying to recycle the play. So the play just sort of comes to its fruition in this corner. Good option from England for me, going direct and just literally just getting the link off.
Yeah, absolutely. I really enjoy seeing a team go direct, and in this first set as well, just running out a little bit of the nerves probably as well in this final, and yeah, nice to see going direct and getting completion at the top of the field.
Oh, and then again, so this pod has been on for 2 minutes now. Complete attacking set, fresh set of 6, direct transition, get a strike, and then defend the Australian transition themselves. And now we'll run a little bit more of a traditional subset, taking ball at the middle, and England growing into it very quickly.
Yeah, saying that as well, you know, even with that subbing set, really looking to hip direct in the middle there actually. Like we saw in the game yesterday, Australia really pushing that far side wing. There has been an infringement here.
I think it's touch and pass. I was almost inclined to think it was going the other way for a moment. So the referee's movement a little bit skew with, for lack of a better word. Australia now once again come through their transition, and it's more often than not spelling danger, helping. On the ball, looks to just not use the hands and go around. They will have touches though, such as their directness in the midfield, so it is helping at the half with Tranere looking to go over, but there's your 6th touch turnover, and for my mind in this 27s pool, this is the longest Australia have gone without getting on the board.
Yeah, absolutely, really well defended there in the middles. We saw Katie Fielding putting in a bit of a try-saving touch, and then really well fronted up there by Jamie Cohn. As you can see, Cohn there really directing traffic in the midfield, telling people where to go, and lovely direct driving in yards here for the England team.
Yeah, great meters made up box side, driving at the offside defender. Oh, are we sure, ref? Because for me, she was about 4 meters offside. Be interesting to watch that one back, because initially called offside, and then, I mean, yeah, we have the benefit. We'll see it on the replay. Yeah, so Australia riding their luck a little bit there, because for me, I'm sure if you'll agree with me, never hit that onside line.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be inclined to agree with you there a little bit, but obviously on-field ref decision, unfortunately. But we saw some really good listening there from England, and brilliant take here.
Odell Beckham Jr., eat your heart out, one-handed stab in the midfield. And England definitely in the driving seat early doors, and if not for, a little bit of a misread from the refs on pitch 1, had the opportunity to go through. However, we've seen this is the template from Australia's attack. They force midfield turnovers, save touches, and 9 times out of 10, they make these field positions count.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we'll get a bit of a display of their danger on the line here for sure. You can see them looking to set up the strike dump, picking up and going.
Adams with the flash feet, looking to get over. You got Rosal in half as well. So Rosal and Adams, middle quickie. Adams looks to just kick on the outside, step back into a bit of a congested area. Touch was made. Referee's just going to have a little bit of a chat. So offside penalty in the midfield. Australia, this is where they are potent. Sweeper play back against the grain. There's second touch. So England need to get these defensive spaces perfect if they stand any chance of repelling this onslaught. There's Harbin. A nice overlap. Oh, they had a 3-on-2 on this wing. Opted to go back on the inside, and I think that's where England will feel the most comfortable in defence.
Yeah, really lovely touch there from Lucy Snape, as we're seeing. She's really strong, experienced middle, and really good bit of communication in the midfield line defence there for England, and it has paid off. I mean, what a D-set. They'll be. We can see it in the box. That means a lot to the England team.
Yeah, and we'll see. Lucy Snape hits the line, flies off it as well to make the touch, and I really like this transition. That for me is a hard touch, but we gloss over that one. I really like this transition. not traditionally taking up the box side, going open side, half, feed, off, rinse and repeat. However, they go through a gap, there's no touch made, and England will open the scoring with Anna Wilson off the back of that genius transition.
That was absolutely beautiful there. I did have to stop a little bit of a cheer there. Absolutely lovely run through there from Anna Wilson, again exploiting that wing side.
And it was Lucy Snape dishing the ball off, and then the little show and go and the turn of pace from Anna Wilson. Australia started slow, England capitalising, and for me it's this transition, it's very different, but they've got to be able to defend cleanly, and Australia just go to the wing. Lovely hands in the corner, but just bobbling it over the line. But there's the first example of how dangerous Australia can be.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, they are a finishing team. They can ping those long balls out, and 9 times out of 10 they do go to hand. But yeah, like we were saying, this England transition, that again I would call a hard touch there, but no ref set play on. And yeah, we can see this is going to be a physical 40 minutes for both teams.
Yeah, we don't mind a good bit of physicality either. Australia riding their luck. I wouldn't be surprised at some point if the referees do just have a little bit of a chat, because some of these touches, it's not necessarily the force at which they're coming in, it's the fact that they're riding up or almost into the neck and jaw area. That's when we start to see, I mean, we've had a couple nasty ones. I mean, more specifically, day 3, France v Australia, the biggest contact that I've ever seen on a touch pitch coming off the back of a wrap. But the good level at the moment is Australia. Roll into their line attack. Oh, good options going around the outside. Nice cut underneath, and it's a beautiful score. Trenery gets over, a little bit of a limp. We hope that she's okay, but we'll see this. Holpin checking across. Trenery underneath, and England not moving together as a set of 6 across the line.
Yeah, not quite moving in a group together there a little bit, not quite sliding across, but yeah, lovely score there for Australia. Just that pickup, again, so dangerous, and then on the switch back there into that open bit of space. And there we go, that's their finishing power there for sure.
Yeah, definitely, and they double up on wins against England because they forced a turnover, just a loss of control at the base of the ruck, and Australia with possession once more, and it feels like that try for England has just kicked them into gear a little bit.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we saw how much it meant to them to get the first score on the door in this game, but Australia have had a response for it, so they really cannot afford to take the foot off the gas in this game, as we see Australia going outsides again. Really well defended there again, though, by England.
Yeah, what I like about England's defence at the moment is that they're managing to isolate the dumper, so the ball's on the floor for a couple seconds too long, and it means that they can get onside and stay very connected. That try that we saw for Australia was the first time they'd really got clean ball in a line attack sense, as we see this unconventional, and that's just way too easy for the refs. Supporting player almost at a metre in front of where the ball was given. And it's one of those decisions where great yards made up the middle, and then you lose your momentum, so the depth also is left wanting, and it's easy call for the ref.
Yeah, absolutely. Up until that point, they were making some really good yards there, but it's just lovely take there. Lovely take.
And then the dish off as well is beautiful. In behind the toucher, it was number 7, Petey. Petey once again involved, picks up from half, goes through, spare man, can she find it? Yes, she can, and that's ball down, and Petey with 2 offensive interventions for Australia, and they very quickly go from 1 behind to 1 in front, and we'll see Petey. And then it's Dimfer Smith finding the space, and it's a tricky skill when you're in that dead ball area to little shake and bake, find the space and get the ball down.
Yeah, absolutely. Good effort there from England winger, but yeah, just really, really good pickup there. I mean, Sarah Petey is so dangerous on the ball and got great game knowledge and experience. So, yeah, well earned score there for Australia, and unfortunate intercept there for England.
Yeah, the idea is really nice from England. They look to run the rooster, but the early wrapper sort of acting as a bit of a disguise for the ball over the top. But I mean, they throw the ball into the link channel against one of the tallest links you'll ever hope to see. She's going to pick it off every day of the week. And Australia have really kicked on in these last 5 minutes. finding their feet. This is fifth coming, so Australia look to check around the outside. It's just core skills done to the extreme. There's the touch, though. And it was on Murphy Evans, so something from nothing.
Yeah, absolutely. Nikki Bird over there, really strong winger, both in defence and attack. Again, a very experienced player in this women's 27s team. So yeah, really well read there. And again, we're seeing this drive again. It's they're doing well so far to get yards against this. I mean, we can see how high and hard Australia are coming up in this midfield defence.
Yeah, I like this. I like this drive up the middle. I really do. There's only one aspect of it that I think that could do with a little bit of tweaking. That first touch, you need someone to be brave with the punch up the guts, because at the moment it's a bit static, and now this is fifth. So even though in the first couple of times that we've run this, we made loads of yards. What's happened is Australia have reacted well and sending up the piston shooters in the middle, and it's that lack of momentum that's really hampering England's transition.
Yeah, absolutely. And Australia are always going to be that team that can react and adapt on the fly to what an attack is presenting with them. So, yeah, interesting. Good attack at the line here. I thought that was going to be a little flick ball over there to the wing that was wide open, but yeah, again, good defensive set there for England.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of beautiful tap-on tries, especially from Australia. Not limited to Australia, New Zealand getting involved as well with those. Not quite working for Australia on that occasion. And yeah, see, for me, this is where it needs a little bit more momentum. Australia have figured out this transition, so work to be done in the sub-box for England. They need to problem solve. Or maybe they just need players like Lucy Snape on the field more often than not, because she can make something from nothing.
Yeah, she really can. Again, great game knowledge, and look at this. I mean, really working hard in this midfield defence here. And trying to squeeze over to the Australian box. I'd like to see a little bit more of a flood up here on this near side to us, Joe, though, to sort of not brilliant defensive touch there.
Yeah,
to sort of knock off this element of the Australian attack.
Oh, brilliant touch, and had to be, because the 2-on-1 was begging. And yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you as well. This near side Lincoln wing needs to help out the English in defence, because Australia at the moment, I mean, you see what they do, and we'll see it here. This will be a really good example. Look at the way that they're marshalling forward and funneling England back where they're more comfortable, and the release is brilliant off the line. When England are in their transition defence, there's a bit of a roll-back surrendering of ground, and Australia just go hard at the line and once again force a midfield turnover. So England can't really get out of their half in the last 5 minutes.
Yeah, unfortunate there. You could see the England attacking drive off there, trying to sort of play around with the ball a little bit more and sort of overcome those really high pressure defenders there coming up for Australia, but yeah, not quite to hands, bit unfortunate there, and having to defend out another set of 6 in this red zone.
Yeah, and that's another really good example of England not moving forward when they have the opportunity to. Ball players just stood waiting for support to come, and England go, okay, we'll wait. You need to go forward. You need to put Australia under pressure, because at the moment it's a little bit meek in defence, and Australia will punish you. They look to go longer first, and England let off with one there.
Yeah, absolutely. I really do think Australia let them off the hook a little bit there. Again, a bit of an uncharacteristic ball handling error, just not quite to hands, not quite getting there. And England starting to get a bit of a roll on. We've got some fresh legs on a little bit sooner here.
Well, there could have been a roll ball infringement there for me, not passing the foot over the ball, not spotted by the referees. But again, it seems like Australia have just done away with the traditional transition defence. There's a 2-on-1 on the outside. The ball just goes to ground. It was number 13 for England, Sally-Ann Butsworth, trying to find a bit of a gap, and I think they need to do that now, because Australia are just pistoning in the middle. It's all too easy.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there. I think Butsworth made some really good yards there. I think the correct decision there was maybe just to go in and take it down. But it's, like you say, when you're trying to move these defenders, it's making the smart decisions of, okay, we've got these extra yards, you know, now do we set and get that platform right as we're going into coming up to the 7 metres? Yeah,
definitely. I think you've hit the nail on the head there. It's a little bit too much trying to go around the outside consistently. Sometimes you do just need that unsung hero who's just going to truck it up the guts and give you a bit of a platform, as England look to expose a 3-on-2, but Australia once again number up really well. And it's Anna Wilson in motion for the sweeper. Step back option goes. Anna Wilson diving for the line. Was the touch made? It was. Really good touch from Halpin. And Anna Wilson seems to be the player for this England 27s tide. Is going to really stress out this Australian defence. It's a good attempt at the long ball, but the execution left wanting. But England finally able to get up the other end and sustain a bit of pressure.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the first time in a little while we've seen England getting up there. Lovely defensive press here, really not trying to knock off the Australians getting across their box. But yeah, like we say, Anna Wilson, I've had the privilege of playing with her, and she is she's a real game maker and a joy to play with, and she will create opportunities, like we say, sort of out of nothing.
Yeah, and you can hear the roar. We are just above the English sub box and on the balcony. May I add, best seats in the house by an absolute country mile. But you can hear the roar from the English sub box. They love the midfield press and forcing the turnover. And I'll tell you what, if England can go and get a score off this set, it sets up for a really interesting second half. As the ball goes to the wing, it's a good option just to keep a hold of that. They'll have one touch. They need to make the most of it. Oh, nice hands out on the wing. Nice shake and bake. I'm not sure the referee really got the touch count there, because held up 4 and then it was 6. That math ain't mathing as the Australian team rolls through their transition, and the yards being eaten up once more, and it's touch 1. They're just killing England.
Yeah, like I say, it's just this roll-on coming here on the far side for Australia, and it would be good to see a bit of a press up on the New Zealand's box side. Oh. Not New Zealand, sorry, England. I'm too busy thinking about another final. There was Australia and New Zealand. That does seem to be the theme in my defence. But yeah, a bit unfortunate here for England, as we see. Lovely hands to the wing there. Again, I think that was Sarah Peaty again on that pickup. Almost exactly the same as a last manufactured try.
Yeah, it's rinse and repeat for Sarah Peaty, and dishing the ball out. And unfortunately for England, and Australia-England, it's a little bit one-way traffic at the moment as they take the phase on the line. They look for the link, and we've seen this a lot today. So I've had the pleasure of commentating Australia a fair amount of times. Truth be told, don't think I'm making a lot of friends in the Australian camp, because it gets a little bit boring when they're that good. It's like when you have too much of a good thing, it just becomes sickly sweet. But it seems like the way to get at this Australian team is to run really hard at the line and look specifically for the link wing hole. And that's been a bit of a characteristic we've seen. England look to go and expose it as Australia come through on fifth. Lovely little show and go, but that'll be touch and pass. And for me, if I was England, I'd just almost try and play it on instinct. Don't even look, just trust that the processes are going to happen and you'll find some space in that area.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, like we say, the connection of the Aussies on the line is world class, as we've seen. And their wingers are so well drilled, especially in defence. Like you say, it's interesting you picking up between the link and the wing hole. Like the option to really score on the outside on the wing is often not there because they read it so well.
Yeah, and it's the shape of the hips for me, for the Australian wingers, always ready to chase out. We get another line attack opportunity. It's great hands, good pickup, and it was almost a rinse and repeat score of our opener between Adams. It was Adams and Rosewell. He looked for that little switch underneath. Doesn't quite happen, and England are able to crowd it out relatively well. And Australia, 3 tries to 1. They've definitely not had it all their own way.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. And no doubt England will be really happy with this performance going into half-time and into the second half. You know, Australia only leading by 2. They are very much still in this game, and we have seen those little bits of magic coming through for England. So maybe trying to fix up that drive now that Australia are reading it. Again, it's about adapting to that and maybe adapting that defence a little bit to stop that roll on.
Yeah, definitely. We've been saying to beat Australia in any age group, a team is going to have that game of touch, that perfect sort of blend of aggression, structure, and problem solving. England have got some problems to solve. We're going to take a very quick break. I'll be right back with you for the second half.
Thank you to our sponsors, Giacora, the Mayor Mappe, the National Newspaper Federation of Vinex, and to our officials, apparel provided employment, and wrestling, thanks to 200 degrees for our coffee, thanks to Urban Ice Tribe for the ice bath.
And I'm representing the HIDEX programme, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HIDEX is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of HIDEX's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Giacora, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors alike. We hope this support will encourage others to look for more sustainable ways to run similar events in the future. Finally, just to say, we hope everyone that's involved in the event has a great time.
The field ready to play. Players and officials, stand by.
Welcome back to the second half of this Women's 27s final. England, host nations against Australia. Australia 2 tries to good, but we were discussing at half time, Australia maybe have had the rub of the green in certain areas that's, you know, underpinning a lot of their field position.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen some real promise from this England side, and yeah, Australia obviously we know that they can execute and we know what they can do, but it's not been your typical Australian side that we'd expect. So yeah, England very much still in this game, and definitely giving them a run for the money at this point in the game.
Yeah, it's by no means vintage Australia, but they look to pull one out of the bag, and it's helping again, involved in everything positive in the Australian line attack. As we see, now this is nicer. This is the problem solving we spoke about, being able to play around the Australian press. Second touch on halfway, and then they almost cough the ball up. They do, and that's fractional decisions.
Yeah, real shame there. That was an absolutely lovely, I really like that drive from England. I thought that was absolutely cracking. Really good flowing touch there, like we're saying about just playing around with the ball, but knowing when to take it down. Unfortunately, an infringement there, meaning that Australia get the turnover, but yeah, giving them another attempt at the line here.
Yeah, it's good. Yards made once more from Australia, and like I say, these millimetre calls at the moment falling on the green side of the fence as we see Australia once more, but there is a decision that goes England's way, almost to a sarcastic jeer from the crowd. And for me, I really like the variation of England's drive at the moment. This is a little bit more static. They do draw the penalty for releasing early. I like that call a lot. But they've taken a couple up the middle, driven hard, and now they've taken a couple up the box side, equally driven hard. Yes, the box side drive not quite finding the same amount of yards as the one at the middle does, but the variation, it keeps Australia honest.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd say England are definitely displaying a degree of adaptability here, which is what they're going to need to stay in this game. And yeah, like you say, a bit of variation there, and get some good yards up there.
Yeah, they use the full set of 6 and kill the ball right on the Australian 7. And yeah, and I'll say it, we are in the best position to see it. The cut was on there for me. They'd condensed the Australian defence all on one side. The cut was almost begging to be given, as we see what is a brilliant Australian drive, and the ball goes long. And unfortunately for Australia, that final long ball isn't quite clicking, but it's definitely the place where the most amount of space is.
Yeah, absolutely. I think England getting a little bit lucky there that it's not quite going to hands, or else I think Australia might have had a couple more scores on the door, as we've been seeing. They do favour that long ball out to the wing.
Yeah.
But again, brilliant yards coming up here through the middle.
Yeah, brilliant drive once more, and it's the variation that's causing Australia all sorts of problems, and this may be a little bit of a blueprint of how to get to Australia, and that'll be 6 more, almost not given, was in the end. And if you're a team trying to figure out how you get at Australia, well, maybe you've just got to be brave and go direct, as England, with quite an unceremonial, unforced error that lets Australia off the hook.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate there. That was such a hard earned fresh set of 6, but yeah, again, we're just letting Australia get that extra bit of roll on. Like, look at these yards, they're absolutely beautiful, the pace at which they're coming on with the ball.
And it gives the supporting players so much natural depth, and this is 5th. They look to go open side. There is a 3-on-2 mismatch for pace. Is that ball down cleanly? Yes, it is. And Australia, just like that, kick into gear, whip the ball round the outside, and it's a lovely connection. And it's Halpin once more. She's been absolutely unplayable at times, and it's Trenery. And that connection is live and kicking.
Yeah, lovely finish there. Again, that's just come from that momentum coming on the pitch, and that's where I was sort of saying, really needing England to step up and make that red touch to really mess up that momentum for them coming on, and not allow them to go outside, because once that starts happening for Australia, it's game over.
Yeah, and it's a real like double pointer there, if you will, because England worked really hard off the drive, repeat set of 6, cough the ball up on 1, and then 6 touches later, Australia over in the other end. It's a real sort of momentum killer, not just in the context of the game, but mentally as well. That must be a really hard one to go past.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. It's like we say, touch is a mental game as well, and you can see England sort of trying to step up a little bit here.
Ooh, a little bit of a goosey, and he looks to go around the outside, and that'll be given 6 more. It's one of those unfortunate calls where it is correct. Your hand is in the passing lane. You're not played at it, but it is in the passing lane. As we see Australia once more with PT. PT, step back, lovely step at the line, and this is where Australia start to kick into gear. Orchestrated once more by Sarah PT.
Yeah, we've seen her being a real playmaker here, and here we have it again. The quickie, the step back into that middle channel. You know, that's not where England have really been exposed that much in this game. We've normally been defending it out there quite well. So yeah, a little bit unfortunate there for England, but again, lovely score there for Sarah PT.
Yeah, and it's a very rare opportunity taken in that middle channel. It just speaks to the quality that Sarah Petey has, and the quality of this Australian team, is once again England cough up the ball unnecessarily. And if you're going to keep giving possession to Australia, they're just going to keep putting you to the sword. And as we said at the start, the error count is really starting to creep up for England.
Well read there by Lucy Snape on the line.
Oh, another really good read from Lucy Snape. Had to knock the ball down in the end. It will be another set of 6, but if she hadn't, there was a 3-on-2, and we know that they will execute. But we'll see once more. Halpin. And it is Halpin looking for the step back. Could have been an option to play a phase there out to the wing. That's a good dominant touch. We love a bit of physicality. We saw the physicality levels creeping up in the first half, so Australia just running down a bit of a blind alley. It was Phillips. Here is Phillips at half. The Kelleher. Phillips. Oh, and it's a beautiful score in the corner. Ball down. Brilliant. And that's what Australia can do. They will take advantage of fresh set of 6. No bother at all.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see them trying to condition the middles there, really, in that set. It wasn't happening. And yeah, just that pick up into the outside that long ball, and it did go to hands that time. And it seems like Australia have sort of switched on in that element of the game.
Yeah, it seems like Australia had figured them out, and it was 3-1 at half time. Well, now it's 6-1. So it makes for pretty gruesome reading from an English perspective as they look for the check back on the inside. Doesn't happen for them. And for me, it's England get a lot of success coming off the back of the transition, driving really hard. They've not been able to transition simply because they're not defending the sets out and always having to operate from a tap-off. And it's just not quite clicking for them. Or conversely, Australia have really put England to the sword in this second half. Almost a little lapse of communication, doesn't matter. And here come the pace, flooding round the corner. Lovely check-off back on the inside. Great hands, oh! And Molly Phillips just needed to hold her width. And then there was a 2-on-1 in acres of space.
Yeah, absolutely. Interesting there to see, you know, they've really been attacking this far side from their box. That's sort of been their main play, but looking to go back against the grain there. So I think a few more things coming out the playbook here for Australia. Again, unfortunate there for England.
Yeah, and we were speaking about it literally in the opening couple of minutes. The team that can control the error count probably be the victors, and in this second half, England, I mean, living right on the fine line of taking like that risk to reward ratio, and unfortunately just surrendering possession all too often to what is the gold standard of touch in the world as Australia go over potentially for one more, if not for a brilliant covering touch once more, and it was Marley Phillips gonna get over the line, and this must be deja vu for England. Is Phillips. Well, that's a big touch, but they won't mind Phillips.
Oh, brilliant read there from the wing.
And they get away with one, do England, because if they had an extra touch count, the phase play was on and the Australian winger was in acres of space. So with just over 10 minutes left to go in this game, I mean, for England, essentially you need a try every 2 minutes, but you can't keep a hold of the ball long enough to really stress Australia out. And once again, ball down.
Yeah, unfortunate there. We can see them trying to get a bit more of a roll on with this drive on. A bit more positive having come off the back of that defensive set. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how they keep this Australian side from getting some fresh legs on.
Yeah, and once again, it's the meters made off first. Just sets the tone, although a really good spot from the referee. So that's forward pass from the base of the ruck. Looked quite flat for me. So England now the beneficiary of some, well, I would say 50-50, probably 60-40. Good touch in the midfield. England into their line attack.
See Jamie Cohen there, just directing traffic. They've earned the penalty. Another set of 6 on the line.
And it's a good opportunity to have a real crack at the line. And it's Daniela Mendes Oh, half just goes the wrong way. Fielding. I mean, had Mendes gone to the right direction, it was definitely on there. A little bit static from England at the moment. Looking to drive at the line. Trying to go on the outside. That's fifth. And this attacking set just seems to be a little bit disjointed. I mean, Mendes and Fielding not quite on the same page earlier, and that 6-touch turnover. And for me, it's just not asking enough questions of the Australian defence. It's a little bit too static.
Yeah, absolutely. A bit of an unfortunate one there, and I think, you know, it, like you said, oh, here we go. It's all that, however, gone Australia's way. And yeah, a bit disjointed there in that attacking set. I think, you know, obviously the last touch was coming. I think the option there is really to kill it in as far this side corner as possibly, rather than attempting to go back the other way. I think that's what would be going through my head in that moment.
Yeah, definitely. And it's one of those where you add fifth and then trying to run down a bit of a blind alley. You just want to have an extra strike at the line, as we see a beautiful Rooster with an early release. And there is the phase. Half's not there, but neither is the line speed from England. They could have just gone and taken the ball, but they don't. And Australia, I mean, far from vintage, but England just not capitalising, as that's just a beautiful little dish pass out to Emma Williams. And covering touches there, but there was a brilliant opportunity to just go take that ball, and I think England's suffering a bit with the pace of the game, just no line speed to go and get it.
Yeah, didn't quite get up as strong and bold as they probably could have done in that midfield defence there. And again, a little bit of an unfortunate unforced error there, giving Australia another attack at this red zone.
Yeah, and I was saying on live stream earlier, one of my friends who's new to touch sent me a message and said, it's so fast paced, but why does everyone look so much more tired when they play Australia? It's like you're playing against Seven at times. The directness, the pace, the precision, you've got to be at 100%. So we do get some of these unforced errors creeping in, but it's a bit of a catch-22, because as soon as you start to provide a lot of unforced errors in field position, Australia just turn the screw even more.
Yeah, absolutely. They know how to work it, and they know how to capitalise off it. As we say there, this is looking like a good defensive set for England, and forcing that error. So I suppose giving Australia a bit of a taste of their own medicine.
And it's better line speed as well. Better aggression in the English defence. And they're going to need much more of that. Unfortunately, in this game, it seems like the scoreboard is just running away from England. Although this is a much better drive this time, not up the guts. Up the far box side, almost like they're transitioning into Australia's sub-box, as this is fifth in much better field position. Cuts under her on, doesn't go. Again, it's those final connections, they're just not quite firing, and it means that Australia can just number up and move across relatively easily.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there again for England, but you know, this drive, I'm really impressed with England's drive, and I think they are getting up there. And like we say, it's just that that last little bit of execution that the Australians are so clinical with. So that's where they're sort of getting the one up on them at this point. And as we say that,
a turnover, forward pass at the base of the rock, and England, again, good defensive pressure, but it's been few and far between. For me, it's this England team has really felt like it's sort of come and gone in this game. It started very strong, dropped off a little bit, and then once again, you know, picks up over the past 5 minutes, and then we see the error count start to creep up again. And you know, we've been saying how perfect you've got to be, but if you're always sort of in and out of these games, having moments of what is red hot form, as we see Australia look to go around the outside, and it was number 14. Dimpton Smith trying to work the overlap, which they'd manufactured pretty much from nothing. As we were saying, if you're coming and going in games, you're always going to be up against it. And Australia, they don't come and go. They just keep turning up to the point where it reaches a bit of a crescendo. And then a lot of teams just left chasing shadows.
yeah, absolutely. We see it there in Australia's midfield defence, just really getting up high and strong. So Wilson goes with the long ball. Oh, what a shame there. Just not quite to hand, but the right idea, the option, and the gap was there.
It was definitely the right idea. Long ball to the wing. definitely on. It's just that execution level, not quite where it needed to be. And with just under 4 minutes left to play, 5 tries the difference. It's not quite insurmountable yet, but it's fast approaching it.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it is worth mentioning as well, England coming up against Australia in the round robin stages. They lost 12-3 to Oz in the round robin. So, you know, whatever the performance, whatever the outcome of this game, it's they're not trailing by as many points, and it's definitely a performance to be proud of for these England girls.
Yeah, no, I didn't have the pleasure of watching that. I wonder if they'd kept this transition sort of behind closed doors a little bit and whipped it out for the final.
That would be sensible.
Yeah, it's something we've seen Australia do. It seems like until finals day, they just sort of play anything touch, which is like, oh, we'll do this. Yep, oh, you're there, Kate, we'll run there then. And then when they turn into finals day, it's like, nope, here's our structure, here's our game plan, here's the thing we've been hiding in the back pocket for the past 4 years.
Absolutely. Jamie Cohn there looking for a not very touch-like chip and chase, I think, fortunately.
Just let it go, ref. we love a good chip and chase. I mean, we have seen shades of full contact rugby on live stream. That's some huge collisions, to be perfectly frank. You see Australia once more roll into their line attack. It makes for a bit nervy now for England. They do look a little bit tired. And here is Halpin. Halpin, let's go around the outside, dishes off a beautifully weighted ball. I believe it's Rebecca Catcher. Well, England won't catch her. And Australia go from 6 to 7.
We'll see this one on the replay on the big screen here. All smiles in the Australia box. Lovely setup there from Halpin. So here it comes. The mid platform there, and then just turns the burners on with the lovely chop line there from the wing from Rebecca Catcher.
It's beautiful the way that she just sort of shimmy of the hips, little kick of the feet, and off she goes. The acceleration is insane as England look to go through. It's adamant that there was no touch there, but the touch she's made, even if it is only on the most slender bit of clothing, it is still a touch. So I've been on the receiving end of some of those where it just like grazed. That's why I shaved all my hair off.
Yeah, absolutely. We're seeing Australia again working up a wing, and a bit of an unforced error there from Australia. A bit of a fumble as we're going to pick up the ball in the ruck, and England got an opportunity in this last minute or so. Lovely drive in there by Lucy Snape.
Yeah, really trucking it up the guts, and it would just be a consolation. Australia, well-deserved winners in this game. They have just been a cut above everyone else in this category at all occasions. And it was a very close affair in the first 5 or 10 minutes, and it shows that England can stress this team out, but the objectives have changed. It's no longer just try and compete. It's take victories, take points away from Australia. Unfortunately, they are just going to come up short in this women's 27s clash. We see another good opportunity for that score, and I think England would love to have a score to see out this game as the tap-on play is on. And for me, a couple of players that can really hold their head up high for England is number 12, Anna Wilson, and number 10, Lucy Snape. They have been brilliant, and they've not stopped the entire game, always kept going. As we see in the last 5 seconds, Australia, the hooter's going to go at any moment. There it is. And Australia, good value for the win, and another bit of silverware to add to their collection.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what a game. What a well-deserved Australian win. Again, like we say, it was a little bit, you know, stagnant sort of in the first half of the game. It really, you know, could have maybe gone either way. But, yeah, they really just switched on, turned the burners on, and that was it, really. Got that roll on. Lovely game for Australia.
Yeah, it almost seemed like they were a little bit, not offended, but a bit taken aback at how good England were. And went, oh, OK, you've come to play. So have we. We'll turn the skill on and run away with it, and run away with it they do. 7 tries to 1. I mean, it wasn't all one-way traffic, but Australia, I mean, just a cut above the rest.
Yeah, absolutely. But I mean, England taken away from that game. Obviously, there will be lessons learned, but I think England really put in a performance they could be proud of there. Like we were saying, that drive that England were demonstrating was incredible. They were getting up there. They were completing the sets of 6, which, you know, you're not always going to score against Australia. Their defence is world class, but getting up there and finishing it will be a win for this England team.
Yeah, and I think it speaks to the development of this women's 27 side. Well, we're going to take a break, but don't worry, there are more finals on the way, and we will round off with the last 3, which will be the opens categories, couple drop-offs, or drop-off opportunities maybe. I've got my fingers crossed for it. I'm going to take a very quick break, because I've now got to go and sprint over to pitch 2 to do the men's open semi-final from Cook Islands and Lebanon.
I think I might be joining you, Joe, actually.
Let's go, we'll run it back. Don't go anywhere, we'll be right back with you with the 2024 Touch World Cup.
What's on here next?
And we're here on field 1, and I'm here joined by Stephanie Halpin, who's been judged the best player in that final. And Steph, you won that game. I thought your error count was incredibly low. You just played to a consistently high standard. Tell me about the training campaign coming into this game.
Look, yeah, we had a couple of training camps leading in, and yeah, the girls are, as you can see, pretty full on. They train with intensity, and with the short time we had together, I think we put it together really, really well. And yeah, I've got a good group of Kevins here to play with. And the standard of this 27s division, I've been around the fields and people are watching your games thinking it's women's open. The standard, especially compared to Malaysia, is just increasing year on year. Have you found that playing against all the other teams this week? Yeah, look, as one of the old girls in this team, it's been it's been a real challenge, but it's been great footy, and yeah, we've really enjoyed it, and the speed of the game is pretty solid. So yeah, we're stoked to be able to get away with it, and yeah, I'm speechless.
Well, congratulations, ladies. There's been a lot of people on the YouTube channel watching from home, so I'll let you all celebrate together.
Thank you.
If you can lead the pitch, please, we need to get the next teams out for the anthem.
Well, here come the officials then for our men's 30s final. 4 more finals on the bounce, each of them a battle between Australia and New Zealand. And this, the men's 30s game, which predates the mixed open, followed by the women's and the men's open as well, to close out our coverage live here at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024. Out come the teams. Well, it's an Australian and a Kiwi side, of course, undefeated. Australia beat South Africa and France in convincing fashion in the quarters and semis, while the hosts England were beaten by New Zealand, who also saw off Ireland at the quarter-final stage. New Zealand and Australia both topping their pools undefeated as well. New Zealand and Australia also yet to score less than double figures coming into the game. So we're hoping for a high-scoring affair. And of course, we will begin with the national anthems. lineup there of the teams laid out for us live here at Highfield in Nottingham, the venue for the final of the men's 30s competition, where Australia will take on New Zealand.
We went 1 metre forward.
Well, it's a huge game between Australia and New Zealand, as they all have been so far. Tight affairs at every stage, and, well, it will be Australia hunting for yet another gold medal here. Mel Day alongside me for this one, and can anyone stop Australia in this fine form they find themselves in today?
Yeah, they look very strong, this Australian men's 30s team. But based on the earlier results, New Zealand can pull it out of the bag when it comes to a gold medal game, as we saw in the men's 40s earlier on. So I definitely would not write these boys off.
They came really close as well, New Zealand, to turning it around in the mixed 30s category. But now it's up to the Kiwi men, who were, well, they're a really exciting side. We saw them in action yesterday over on pitch 2, when they beat England in the semi-final by 11-8. It was an impressive performance against a really strong England men's 30s team. Australia, on the other hand, as we've referenced already, well, they blew through France in the other semi-final. No, they put 18 unanswered tries on the French.
That's incredible attack, to put that kind of scoreline on an opposition. New Zealand are looking very strong, and some players to watch. The number 6, Blake Hornbrook, he's been on fire this tournament. And the number 15, who is their top try scorer, Hamiora Tamati, he's got 25 for the tournament. In terms of the Australians, the number 11, James Sharp, 24 scores coming into this game, as well as the number 3, Trevor Moran, with 20. So,
I mean, 3 players on either side with plus 20 tries in the competition. It's quite ridiculous statistics, Mel.
Yeah, it just goes to show the attacking firepower behind each of these teams. In the men's 30s division, you're not going to see too much difference between this and a men's open, to be honest. It's just attacking touch for the full 40 minutes.
So much depth in both these programs. The Emus take on the Touch Blacks here, and it's Madalitso Masache to get Australia underway. They're up over the 10. Their first set of 6. What can they create? We've seen a couple of fast starts already in the gold medal games today. Back on the inside, surely it'll open up here for Australia. Tommy Quinlivan looked to whip it across, but it was slapped down. Another chance, though, for Australia. Here comes David Zanetti. Opening salvo of the game, rejected by New Zealand for now, but more space opening up around the field. Here's the quick touch for them. Slapped down again. Good defence by Hornbrook, who you pointed out before the game, Mel, as one to watch. He's kept out Australia there.
Yeah, just a little bit slow on that phase play by Australia, but they've milked the 6 extra touches through a play on from the New Zealand side. Step back, but excellent covering defence again by the number 8, Brenton Connell.
Connell comes flying out of the line, but Australia know they've still got 5 in the chamber. Zanetti going to that open side. But there's plenty of space down the left if Australia can find it. Luke Simmons picked up by Holmes. Zanetti again, missed pass out wide. Good cover from New Zealand, and they march the Emus back. Big touch made out there on Quinlivan. But Australia still in possession. Excellent shutout by New Zealand, Mel.
Yeah, absolutely. And while we're here, let's give the referees for this men's 30s gold medal game a shout out. Gareth Hines, Matt Lavery, and Zach Genrich.
Zach and Zoe Genrich both taking charge of finals today. And here come New Zealand for the first time. Over the top they go. Stepping off the right, looking bright. Raumai Huretti. But he's caught by Australia, letting his opposition know he's there. So 2 shutouts to begin here. Australia and New Zealand still tied level after 2 minutes. But these are 2 sides with unbelievable scoring records. Not the complete defensive shutouts that we've seen at some categories, but so many tries amongst them. And scooping through, looking for Australia's first, Josh Smart. But New Zealand have got all hands on deck, and they deny Australia.
Yeah, forward pass there on that last play. So New Zealand driving up the ball now through the Australian middle. The Australians up in their defensive line. Some physical touches being made, which we like to see in a game of touch, but it is going to get called back here.
Well, the sidelines, Mel, are absolutely packed here as well. You couldn't fit anyone else in around the Highfields pitch 1.
It's now standing room only here on field 1 at Highfield.
Absolutely. Home to Nottingham University's Buck Super Rugby side. But for now, it's got the penultimate age grade category at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024. It's Australia, New Zealand in the men's 30s. And there's the long pass. Surely this time in the corner they'll go. Quick thinking to put it back inside to Toby Jones-Krusek. Lovely step off the left. Quinlivan almost through.
Yeah, a little mid play, setting up that long ball out to the wing, but the New Zealand defence covering that side of the field has been very, very strong, and no opportunities for Australia to get over the line.
Here come New Zealand on the transition. It's just as even an affair as you thought it would be, Mel. But that's another long ball looking to unlock the defence. It would have been pretty impressive for Raumai Huretti to get on the end of that one.
Yeah, good option for the last.
Akshan Jirasinga is the best touch player in the world.
I think it's a penalty all the way up on halfway for Australia.
Yeah, not returning the ball. We've seen a few of those penalties in the finals, and teams have just got to be a bit more disciplined and not give away 10 metres. And we can see these touches getting quite physical now in the men's 30s grade.
Exactly what you'd expect ahead of our 3 major finals in the open categories, of course. The mixed, then women's, then men's to close out the day. That's at 5 o'clock. And now it's the men's 30s. New Zealand really have got a chance to take down Australia in this great touch rugby rivalry between the 2 top nations in the world. Touch made on Holmes, has it on the return. Holmes ushered out of play that time by Hornbrook. Well, Australia camped on the 7, but yet to get a clean strike. Could have a chance here. Quick hands once again, but Holmes caught for a second time in quick succession. Josh Smart, Luke Simmons, Holmes on the run. Zanetti keeps a hold of it there. He wants a penalty, but he won't get it. New Zealand have it back, Mel, and some really impressive defensive work from both sides.
Yeah, this was super impressive defence, and Nick Birchfield, the New Zealand winger on this side, shutting down a couple of those attacks. He just was everywhere on the field. This is lovely from New Zealand, driving up the middle of the field. 5th touch now. They need to try and create something with a skip ball out to the left. Another pass out to the left. It's gone to the winger.
Surely they'll dart in here, diving over the line.
But it's going to get called back for a forward pass. Us up in the commentary box here, we're bang in line with that. No, I thought that might have been forward out of the hands, unfortunately.
Oh, it is forward from Jimmy Lim. Huretti denied. And Australia keep the clean sheet alive. Well, in their 12 total fixtures, they've only conceded more than 1 try 3 times in total. Ireland scored 5 against them. The Cook Islands got 3. South Africa got 4. Other than that, nothing but clean sheets or a single try against their opposition's name. That's a ridiculous record in 12 fixtures.
Yeah, the Ireland men's 30s team were a standout in this division. They played very, very strongly. I caught that game between Ireland and Australia, and they really brought it to this Australian team as a bit of a stuttering drive down the sub box from New Zealand.
It was New Zealand who dumped Ireland out of the competition at the quarter-final stage by a similar scoreline. 12-5 on that occasion. Big opportunity though for New Zealand. 7 minutes in, yet to have a score. We're happy. Sasu, we're happy. At number 10. Happy to let Arepa Ohai play for now. We're happy again. Hornbrook caught. Good line speed from Ken Adams. Here's Hornbrook again. Well, just lacking a bit of momentum at the moment, Mel.
Yeah, just testing out this Australian defence, trying to get them to come forward. Long ball out to the wing.
Here's a chance for New Zealand. Well, it was behind the closest defender. We can't really see from up here if Haimora Taumati got it down. I don't think it's been given.
No, I think it was a loss of control on the grounding there from New Zealand.
Good pressure from Rasace on the Australian wing. And they're up to the New Zealand half. Australia looking for a strike. I think they will have a run of things here. Touch made on Liam Bauer, and that's a big penalty for Australia. 6 at the line for them. A chance to open the scoring.
Unlucky New Zealand. Their defence looked very nice on that set. They were getting in front of their players, disrupting the ruck, and they've just had someone sent off for a 4 sub. So Australia playing straight away, trying to take advantage of the 6-on-5, but the sub is coming on very, very fast.
Tom Turner sprints onto the field, but it's a second penalty at the line. One more, and they'll be down to 5 indefinitely.
Yeah, they're getting stung for not advancing to make this touch New Zealand, so they've got to be careful with that now.
Well, sliding in Australia, looking for the opener. And they will have the first score. Down goes Liam Bauer. Well, they had 6 touches at the line. They only needed 1 in the end. How close for New Zealand to keeping out Bauer here? He was in with plenty of time to spare.
Yeah, targeting that touching mid and getting the dive in. Lovely try.
Will the floodgates open then, Mel, in this cagey affair? Just the one try in the opening 10 minutes, unless New Zealand could create something here. Looking for the quick response. They want a holding call there, New Zealand, but they won't get it. Just flies into Josh Smart, his opposite man, and puts him to deck. He's back to his feet, and it's Australia ball.
Just an unlucky collision there as New Zealand were going for the line.
Another penalty.
I don't know, that's a bit of a soft penalty for my mind. I think there's been plenty of other physical touches in this game, but the referee's just wanting to temper the emotion of the game and get some clean rucks in there.
That's another penalty against New Zealand. No, they're just being marched back here.
An offside, that one.
Well, these penalties have gifted Australia another great opportunity.
Yeah, they've been leapfrogged up the field by the referee's whistle.
Ken Adams wants it on the return and gets it. Touch made by Jimmy Lim. Here's Adams. Good pickup. Space on the right if they can use it. Show and go from Jordan Dart. And Australia have a second.
Over for try number 2 for Australia. Number 12, Jordan Dart.
Yeah, just once again, just targeting that offside defender, going on the outside, and a lovely dive into the line. Defender not being able to get off the line by the looks of it. You can see just a lovely little dive, and good call by the referee. Ball was definitely down there.
Well, after a really nervous first 10 minutes with both defences on top, both Australian tries have come rather easily. Lovely pass over the top. But there won't be enough space for Nick Birchfield to crash over. Birchfield again in support. Second time that Mark Hodgson's been caught. And it's a turnover. Mel, I was about to say that both tries have actually come rather simply for Australia, despite how important the defensive sets have been.
Yeah, it's just been dives targeting that offside defender. But New Zealand are definitely in this. They've definitely created a lot of attacking opportunities. I like it when they've thrown that long ball around. It looks very threatening, especially on this right-hand side wing as they get a penalty there. This time Australia not moving forward off the line.
So many penalties in this final. Will New Zealand make these opportunities pay? Chauncey Edwardson out in the centre now. His pass goes to Deck. Another stab at the line for Edwardson. Denied again by Luke Simmons. Lines Tohiariki out there as well. Edwardson lines to Hiroriki. Here's We're Happy going in alone. Another dummy this time. Sells the Australian defence down the river. But the touch was made as he rushed through. One more strike for it. New Zealand, there's the long ball.
And lovely ball.
It does find its target. Hanari Wells freshly onto the field to throw the long pass. And over they go in the corner.
New Zealand answering back in style. We talked about their long balls and they have thrown an absolute pearler out to Tamati on the wing. He's scored a lot of tries this tournament and he's just adding more during this gold medal match. Wooshka.
That is some ball. Great finish. Try number 26 for Haimora Taumati. And New Zealand have shut out Australia in response. That's exactly what they needed, Mel. Straight after the score.
Yeah, and I was just about to say, a very hard touch, clumsy touch put on by the Australian player. So New Zealand getting the penalty.
And they make it to the box with plenty of touches to spare. Good carry from Tom Turner. Here he is again, Turner. Inari Wells. Quick pickup, lovely step. Oh, he keeps a hold of the ball. Flying through Jimmy Lim. Another score, an equaliser from Haimora Taumati.
Great call by the referees. Australia were offside by a very long way through the middle and New Zealand punishing them for it. We could hear the referee calling this Aussie bloke offside.
Great heads-up touch from Jimmy Lim, and the competition's top scorer gets New Zealand back on level terms. Try number 27 for Taumati. But Australia from the 6 at halfway have found themselves in a dangerous position. Another drive to the line by Liam Barr, this time kept out by New Zealand.
Yeah, lovely touch. Getting him there. They've got to watch these dives now. Australia have got them a couple of times, so they just need to take that step off the line and get that touch in.
Ethan Sorrell wants it back again. Here he is, Sorrell. Well, he's denied by New Zealand this time. Great defence. Twice in quick succession. They've kept out Australia and gone up the other end and scored.
Yeah, they're looking great here, New Zealand. Driving hard. They definitely look the better team in the last 5 minutes of this match.
And they've got another 4 before the break to make the momentum count. Good pick up from Edwardson. Soft hands as well, but pressure put on by Australia. James Sharp, their top scorer, in the way. 24 for him in the competition so far. And he's kept out New Zealand there. Here comes the Australian transition. Still 4 minutes for one of these sides to go back in front. New Zealand, as of yet, have never been in front in this men's 30s final, which, as you've said, Mel, is played at the same pace as any men's open game so far we've seen.
It's very rapid out there.
Australia trying to create a bit of space, but good line speed to deny Luke Simmons. Now they go to the right-hand side, change of direction, long ball. Oh, lovely turn. Can Australia respond before the break? 2 minutes to level things up here. They've only been behind for 20 seconds. Australia don't like spending any time behind on the scoreboard, and the Emus have equalised in a flash. David Zanetti. Well, we thought after a tense opening 7 minutes or so that one try might open up the floodgates. We're on our way. It's now 3-3 again. Zanetti slipping in behind.
Yeah, just a little switch in the middle and catching the defender short. Saves Zanetti. Lovely little try through the middle.
But New Zealand do still have a chance to respond. 6 touches from halfway, of course. The standard strike back after conceding at such a danger.
Oh, not a lot at the moment for New Zealand. I think they've just got to get a bit tighter in terms of their middles, because that's where Australia are exposing them at the moment and scoring a couple of tries. But this New Zealand team are an absolute delight to watch. They've played really expansive touch footy, thrown those long balls out, shown us some razzle-dazzle, and they'll be stoked with this 3-3 score at half-time.
Well, at the break there, New Zealand's beautiful long balls have got them level with the Emu machine, who have been charging up through the centre throughout the contest. Here in the men's 30s gold medal match, it's all level at the break with 20 minutes still to come.
Yeah. Let's get started.
20 more minutes to come here then in the men's 30s final between Australia and New Zealand. It's a packed house here on the main field at Highfields at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 here in Nottingham. It's all level between New Zealand and Australia. Australia took the lead twice before New Zealand broke back and led 3-2 for a matter of seconds before an Aussie equaliser, and then at the depth, right on the line, New Zealand denied. Mel Day still alongside me for this hugely important game, and it's a bright start for New Zealand. They're at the line for their first set of 6.
Yeah, whenever New Zealand have broken back, they've done it in absolute style with some very nice scores out there. Little inside ball, but 6 touches for the Kiwis.
Arepa Ohai kept out by Australia, and now they'll look to transition towards the box. Clean driving through the middle through Australia. Jordan Dart onto the field as well. Oh, that's a mistake at the roll ball. So 2 shutouts in our opening 2 attacking forays, and another penalty for New Zealand. And that's the cleanest transition you can ask for, Mel.
Yeah, absolutely. New Zealand enjoy that penalty. Error with the Australian roll ball, just coming a bit too hot into that pickup there. And New Zealand 10 metres over the halfway line and just punching up the middle, making the meters, trying to get this 7-metre line into play.
Lines Tohiariki out there, stepping off the left, looking to create his Jimmy Lim, winding up the long ball, and it was into the clutches of Brenton Connell, who created that wonderful 3rd try for New Zealand.
I was just about to say, was that going to be like the first half one? Because what it needed was a little tap over his head, because the winger was in his face, but just the 6 touches for New Zealand on that set.
Australia roll into the transition then. They're at the 10. Lovely pick-up, little show and go. Well read by New Zealand. Hapimana lines Tohiariki, makes the touch, and New Zealand have it back.
A little interplay between the 2 teams there. Someone losing his hat in everything, but great to see a lot of passion out here in this men's 30s game, because it's intense so far. Lovely drive by New Zealand. They're over the halfway line on their 2nd touch.
Here come the touch blacks as they pierce the Australian 10-metre. Chauncey Edwardson looking to open play up. There's a long ball from Taumati, this time back inside. What a finish. Over goes Sasuahapi. New Zealand take the lead again. Great ball inside. The hat-trick man, Taumati, turns provider.
Wow, the composure to get this, and then just a little inside ball back on his attack, and a lovely finish by Sasuahapi.
And Ari Wells with a great ball then. Wahapi stumbled on his way through, almost caught. New Zealand take the lead again. Here come Australia. Now their own turn to throw the wide pass. Josh Smart turned away at the door. Jordan Dart running the show for Australia at the moment. Stephen Holmes, Dart, lovely missed pass. Oh, it's been put down. It's just clattered off the face of the Australian link, and New Zealand escape.
Yeah, it looks forward for me up here, so they've judged that to be forward, but a lovely link hole being punched by the Aussie attack, and they've been doing that all day.
Well, the forward part then will save Josh Smart his blushes. Round the corner comes Jimmy Lim. Here he's at the half for New Zealand. Lovely footwork, flashed across. That was meant to be pulled out towards Edwardson, but it was too flat to the line. And Australia transition. Well, they don't spend a lot of time on the touch field trailing any form of opposition, Mel, the Emus.
Yeah, they don't look as threatening as they did early in the first half. I'll probably put the commentary curse on and they'll probably get through. This time, but little scoop from half.
Through.
There we go.
Oh, can you believe it?
Oh,
all great. Quinn Liven.
Great touch. Lance Cooper getting him on the feet.
Tommy Quinn Liven did side through. Toby James Krusek touches down, but the touch was made on the half. You've almost cursed New Zealand now, but they get away with it.
Yeah, they do. They are looking strong here, aren't they?
Burkfield at half for the third time. Picks out a good pass. Here's Lines Tohir Ricky. Good ball on the inside, wide from Wells, looking for another assist. After the part he played in that first New Zealand try in the half. But Australia head towards the box. 5 minutes into this men's 30s game, and it's the Touch Blacks who lead.
Yeah, they do. They have scored some incredible tries this game. They're definitely playing with the more flair of the two teams. New Zealand men's 30s.
But Australia, as we know, just do all the basics so well. And they're up to the 7. Lovely soft ball back on the inside from Zanetti, but bit of a miscommunication perhaps. They won't mind, they've won a penalty. You can hear the chant in the distance from the Australian supporters. A stacked crowd here at Highfields. Oh, and well, I think a player's just been forced off there, so
yeah,
all of a sudden New Zealand down to 5, and Australia might punish them.
A player has been sent for time now. I'd love to see a replay of that little passage of play, because there was nothing from the commentary box that looked very out of the ordinary, but it's now 6-on-5, the Australians on New Zealand.
The Touch Blacks didn't offer much complaint either. There's the wide pass. There must be space somewhere. Ball back on the inside for Madalito Masache. Australia level again. Ethan Sorrell touches down. Well, Australia then with the one-man advantage, making it count.
Yeah, long ball and that link hole wide open. 6-on-5, Australia are going to score 9 times out of 10. And this excluded player is going to sit out for another Australian possession after this.
3 phases total. The player in the bin has to wait for New Zealand to score while they're only with 5 on the field. Would be remarkable. They've just got to keep Australia away from their box. But that's all 6 up for New Zealand. So here comes the transition. Australia will have 1 strike with the Touch Blacks down to 5. A huge disadvantage in a game of so few on the field.
Yeah, they need to really compress here. Aussies targeting the wing and...
Well, it's been regathered by Tommy Quinlivan. He wanted to switch from Masache. They've got a couple more strikes at the line. Change of direction, Masache over the top. Surely here, diving in.
No, definitely a foot in touch, and the referees have seen it. So just that right foot hitting the touch line, and New Zealand survive.
Well, how close was Madalito Masache here to going over for Australia? Here he goes. And great effort.
Their excluded player, sorry, Wilf, is coming back to the sub box, so it's back to 6-on-6.
Yeah, no worries at all, Mel. Back to 6-on-6, as you've said. So New Zealand have survived. That could have been really dangerous for them.
Absolutely.
They've done really well to weather the storm, although Australia still camped in their half. Dart. Driving forward, Jordan Dart again, opening up the pitch. Was that forward? I think it came off a Kiwi hand. And I think the pass has been given as flat to the line. So Birchfield's intervention will gift Australia 6 touches. Here they go, Australia. Liam Bauer keeps a hold of it. Looking to bend his way past the Touch Blacks, forced back to the 7.
And the opportunity was on for the link there. Ethan Sorrell, the 15, he was in acres of space out in this link hole.
And Sorrell now plays half. Dart, Bar. Back to Dart, great line speed from the Kiwis, but it might have them backpedaling. Sorrell looking for the offside call, but he won't get it. One last attack for Australia. They open up the pitch for David Zanetti. Great line speed again. New Zealand shut them out. What defence from the Kiwis.
Yeah, let's give a shout out to Jimmy Lim, the number 1, shut down the New Zealand defence and then made the chase out as well. He was very solid in defence. New Zealand have just got to watch their rucks here. It's getting very messy in the ruck.
But they have kept a hold of possession. It's a clean transition for them. It goes lines to here. Oh, wow, the ball out wide. Before he can even get his full name out. Abimana lines to here, Ricky. But it is into touch.
This game is an arm wrestle. 10 minutes to go, all locked up at 4-all.
We could be approaching, I say it rather quietly, our first drop-off of the World Cup 2024 finals game at least. There's been a few in the semis, and perhaps one in a bronze medal game, but not in a gold medal affair. Australia on the quick transition though. Good pick-up. Searching for options left and right, Tommy Quinlivan. Forced to cough it up to New Zealand instead.
He looks dangerous, number 2, Tommy Quinlivan, doesn't he, every time he gets the ball? And...
well, I think that's a turnover for Australia, Mel.
Yeah, there was just some contact between an Australian and New Zealand player in back play, and Australia have got the penalty here.
Oh, lovely footwork back on the inside from Luke Simmons. Oh, but he's thrown the ball away because he thinks he's scored. But instead, it's going to be a penalty, New Zealand. Well, not only is he denied the try, but New Zealand have it back, a forward pass. Forward pass off the base, so unnecessary, Mel.
Yeah. Oh, I think we were all ready to throw it back to halfway, but no, forward pass. And this is getting to be a very physical game here. I thought New Zealand might get a penalty for a couple of hard touches in that rucking set, but nothing from the referees as they've handed it over now, and New Zealand driving towards their box.
Picked off by Simmons, denied a try after that excellent footwork. Stephen Holmes goes herring away, but it's New Zealand who win the penalty, and that 6 touches inside Australia's half. At some point, Mel, someone's got to break this deadlock with all these opportunities. And that's such a waste, a forward pass under no pressure at all. So Australia have it back at the half. New Zealand march back by Zanetti. Here's Jordan Dart out there with Ken Adams. Adams plays half. Lovely soft hands from Bauer. Zanetti, wide they go. Well, it's slammed down by James Sharp. And finally, someone takes the lead again, this time Australia. And they have looked the more threatening in the last 5 minutes or so.
Yeah, they've had a lot of field possession, a lot of it from some penalties and just passing it out to the wing there. The winger with no other option than to try and shut that down, but the Aussies getting the ball out for a 5-4 lead.
You can see the frustration in James Sharp as he dots it down. Australia feel like they could have added a few more to the board, but New Zealand with a chance to respond straight away. Here go New Zealand looking wide, but well, it could have been a New Zealand possession with the ball dislodged, but it's a penalty against them instead. And a good transition from Australia. They're up to halfway after 3 touches. Still keeping it down the left-hand tram line. And now they might open things up. Touch made on Simmons. Here's Dart again. Australia looking to go 2 tries up for the first time since the very start of this fixture. All 6 up for Australia, New Zealand up to halfway. Masache is just lying on the deck there.
Yeah, very good call by the referee here. Masache went down and there was clear infringement of the ruck there. Nice call by the referees.
So a big chance for New Zealand to get level again. Tom Turner. Ball on the inside to lines to here, Ricky. Little show and go. Caught again, New Zealand. Jimmy Lim could be the man to open up Australia. Lim Good pickup. Wells throws the long ball. It finds its target, but Darmati is caught.
Men's Open manager and floor manager come to administration upstairs in the new pavilion.
Well, here we go then. A second try for Australia will be devastating, with New Zealand still very much in the contest. They're up over the 10.
Thank you.
Lovely winding carry from Adams.
Fifth
Here
touch
comes
now.
the wide ball. Instead, it's held on, so New Zealand win it back. Timothy Glazebrook caught.
Yeah, at the moment, the only thing separating this team is time on the opposition 7 metres. Australia has had plenty of goes at the touch black 7 metres, but New Zealand haven't had many shots at the Aussie line, because whenever they are up there, they look very dangerous. As we see, ball over the top, tap
Another
on, play
tap
on.
pass, but just ran out of time there, Nick Birchfield. So sent back.
Forward pass in there. Gotta say, if he backed himself for the corner, I would have had my money on him.
But he stepped back inside and was caught by Australia, who now head towards the box. And Etty at the half. Touch taken on halfway, Ken Adams, and he leaves the field. Here's Quinlivan. Directing traffic is Ethan Sorrell.
Quinlivan
gets on the outside. All wrapped up this time by Mark Hodgson, Australia. There's an Aussie down. That's not a popular decision by the referees to hold play. As a roar goes up, they know the clock's against them, New Zealand. And anyone here not in green and gold is willing on the Kiwis to equalise again, just to extend this wonderful game of touch in the men's 30s competition.
Absolutely. It sounds like the crowd are definitely behind the touch blacks here as they're making lovely metres on that right-hand side of the field.
Here's Turner. He goes back to the wing. Australia on the retreat on the final touch. And Ari Wells had to give the pass. Australia have it back with 3 minutes to go. Still time though, Mel, for New Zealand to get back into this game.
So much time. 3 minutes is a lifetime in touch.
But the Kiwis have to keep Australia out here. Whoa, that's a rare error from Australia. David Zanetti wasn't expecting the pass. Big chance for New Zealand. The door is open for them if they can work their way up the field. They head to the box. They need a bit of momentum. Tarmati at the half, carried on by Rapimana Lines Tohiariki.
Lovely, lovely yards.
Lovely footwork this time.
He's through.
They're drifting into the end zone. Ball back on the inside. It's through the hands of Tarmati. Great running from Blake Hornbrook, but just slips through his fingers. Haimora Tarmati, already a hat-trick in this game. He can't do much more for the Touch Blacks, but he could have got them level there.
So close.
With 2 minutes on the clock, will New Zealand rue that missed opportunity? It won't matter if Australia add another. Sliding in again, Ken Adams. Forced to turn it over. New Zealand are still in the game. 2 minutes to go. They race towards the box.
Yes, Sasu were happy with that try-saving touch there. Lovely, lovely touch, a foot off his line. Great work by New Zealand.
Well, a penalty as well to reset their touches, so they've got 4 at the line here. Jimmy Lim, desperate to create. Good step off the left from Cooper. Lim changes the direction of the attack. Oh, one more pass needed to go, but great line speed from Madelizzo Mosace. And they're forced to cup it off, and Ari Wells can't crack the Aussie line. They've got a minute to go here. Surely if they just burn the touches, Australia will be champions in the men's 30s division.
New Zealand will definitely get another possession set in here, so as long as they hold out this rampaging Aussie attack.
Through. They have caught him at half. One last chance for New Zealand, and a penalty as well. Luke Simmons marched back for Australia. This is it. Last chance saloon for the Touch Blacks. They've got to get moving. 4 touches at the half for them to strike. Jimmy Lim leaves the field. And on comes Hornbrook. What can he create? They're short of touches here. Hornbrook wants it on the return. There's the missed pass. Tipped on again. Searching for Talmati, but he ran the short line. And that might be the game.
New Zealand just unlucky with that attack, and Australia taking their time with the restart.
There goes the buzzer. Australia hang on, and they have won the men's 30s division. A gold medal for the Emus, their first of many here. Perhaps with 3 games to go, they've already clocked up a myriad of wins in the Masters divisions. But with a shot at gold in the mixed men's and women's opens, their men's 30s have added another to the tally.
Yeah, my player personally was Tommy Quinlivan, the number 2 in terms of the best player on the paddock for the Aussies. I think whenever he had the ball, he just looked very, very dangerous. And I thought Dave Zanetti as well had an absolutely cracking game to get them over the line. Australia 5, New Zealand 4.
Well, what a game. As tight a contest as you could ask for at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 here in Nottingham. In the men's 30s competition, it's victory for Australia. Well, can they repeat the feat in our next game where New Zealand take on the Aussies in the mixed open? That's the next game live here from Highfields at the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 here in Nottingham. We will leave you with a celebrating Australian men's 30 side as they've won another victory here and another gold for Australia in this World Cup.
Wait, if I move this way.
I'm here with the player of the final, Tom Quinlivan. Mate, this is the stuff dreams are made of. World Cup victory here with the Australian team. Tell us a little bit about how you're feeling right now.
Oh, mate, wiping away the emotion as we speak. Oh, mate, I don't know. It's just one of those every 4 years, and the boys have just put in, and the coaching staff, so much effort. We, by far, was the most prepared team, without a doubt, and it showed there. We just stuck to our policies, stuck to our procedures. It was just a well-rounded carnival, and it's unreal for the team and for the nation.
And individually, mate, the performance there, judged the best player on the field in a win like that. That's certainly a measure, mate, individually.
Oh, mate, you definitely don't go out there trying to be a superstar. You're just trying to do your bit for the side, and if you can go out there and just do exactly what you set out to do by the boys, and the results speak for themselves.
What about having your children, your family here with you? How important is that?
Oh, mate, travelling halfway around the world with them, it's just another level. Like, just that the kids being so happy, supporting us every game. Don't know about the Irish kid, but no, it's awesome.
And joined by your lovely wife.
Yeah, my wife.
What about the family? How great was it to see him running around out there and getting the job done for the Aussies?
Yeah, it was definitely nerve-wracking. They had us on our toes right until the end, so it was nice to see them actually come together and pull the win together, so that's great.
Awesome, mate. Congratulations once again. It's outstanding effort, mate, and well done to your team and to yourself.
Thanks to New Zealand too for an awesome game.
Well done. Thanks, Tommy. And that's Tom Quinlivan, an outstanding performance in a great team perspective as well. And well done to the Aussies. Another victory over New Zealand, 4-3 here.
We should have both teams in the tunnel getting ready to come out. If you are on the pitches finishing your game, please make your way off the pitches to the presentation area.
Enjoy the finals. Catch you later.
Ladies and gentlemen.
If you want to.
That's a haka.
I don't think we'd be allowed to live on it. Oh, we do.
Andy, I missed you, mate. Sorry. Don't worry.
Oh, David.
Here we go. Yeah, mate, I know the feeling. Who'd have thought wingers might get the ball? Are we ready? 1, 2, 3.
They're doing the blooming haka. You missed it. Okay. Oh, okay. All right.
Sign of respect. A haka, even close defeat for the New Zealand men's 30 side.
This is the University of Nottingham Highfield Sports Complex. This is Touch World Cup 2020.
As we approach the final three fixtures, action from the men's, women's open to come. But up first, it's the largest and perhaps most interesting and most complex variation of the sport. It's the format that makes touch rugby so special. Men and women taking the field at the top level of the game. It's action from the mixed open as Australia take on the Touch Blacks New Zealand. Ben Meeks alongside me. Ben, this is a game which you have highlighted as one that New Zealand may be able to steal away from the triumphant Emus.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for having me this afternoon. I'm very excited for this game. Kiwis have been playing so well. These two teams have played against each other so many times over the years. Kiwis have been pushing all the way in the international series, and I think they might just pip them, but I could be wrong because those Emus are also just as strong. Go on, it's going to be a good one. It's time for Open's finals footy. It's going to be good.
Nothing to split the teams across their records. Undefeated in the pool stage as we head into the national anthems. This is the largest category at the Touch Rugby World Cup, with a round of 16 before a quarters and semis. And in that round of 16, Australia put 24 unanswered tries on Germany before taking down tournament dark horses Lebanon, and then the host England by 16-2 in the semi-final. New Zealand took down the United States before beating France, and then in an excellent game against the Philippines, who previously had seen off the European champions Wales, they came out on top by 14-3. Australia unchallenged in a pool that also included the aforementioned Philippines, as well as a talented Italian side, both beaten by the Emus. New Zealand came out on top against Japan and Scotland, as well as Germany, who were no match for Australia in the elimination game.
7 is Jan McIntyre, 8 is Ben Anderson, 9 is...
Well, Australia's top scorer, Patricia Michaelopoulos, on 27.
12, Sean Wilkie. 13, Alexander Horan.
Sits just behind Olivia Goodsell on 33 scores in the competition.
And 16, Ariana Yaromir.
Wilson Groth from the centre of the field has also notched up 19. Stephanie Maiolo with 21. There's so many threats in the Aussie team. Not to miss out mentioning Zara Nicholas, of course, who was the top scorer in Australia's mixed open category before this tournament. New Zealand, in the other hand, have the likes of Nathan Rollinson working through the centre. He's grabbed 25 tries, which is a bucket load for someone who doesn't play on the wing. The Aussie wingers, though, do have 51 tries between them, 26 for Mariana Winiana and 25 for Atawe Hatene. So there's plenty of scores out there for both sides. It's the first of 3 in the Opens categories, the pinnacle of touch rugby nationwide, internationally, anywhere in the universe. And onto the field, we await Australia. Since 1991, the gold medal match in the mixed open division has only been decided by an average of 2.5 points. So we're expecting close competition here. Ben Meeks, you've played at the very highest level internationally. It's a full crowd here at the largest World Cup there's ever been. What's going through these players' heads right now?
They're just excited. It's in their control right now. They've got no other thoughts about going forward and going at each other. These guys and these ladies and gents have played against each other so many times. They've played in Trans-Tasman, they've played in a lot of international footy, but it's a World Cup final. This is going to mean more than it's ever up to most of these players, and they're going to just be excited. One team's going to come out victorious, one's going to be gutted by the end of this, but spectators are going to love it either way.
Campbell Muir, Jun Randall and Logan Forrester in charge in the middle. As the countdown begins, it's a tap-off for the Kiwis. They'll get us underway here in our first of 3 open finals. The mixed open begins us here. The most unique element of touch rugby, this mixed open category, has been full of twists and turns. Who will come out on top in the gold medal match between New Zealand and Australia? And it's a top start for the Kiwis. Tama Hawken and a real danger out there. Nathan Rollinson caught.
Follow play by the Kiwis first off, the pick up on 5th.
Oh, a little show and go that time from Hawken, looking to pick out the winger was Rollinson on the deck.
So Kiwis just playing a little follow play, defended very well by the middles of Australia, and then they just picked up short side and it was all man, and the Kiwis just get a hard touch against Australia as they're driving out. So Australia have got the first real pressure when they're in the midfield battle, which is going to be key here.
Practically a set of 6 then. Almost an Australian tap-off from the half. They will get in striking distance here. Good touch made. Great line spree to try and shut down Australia. But it's a great pickup and they're charging in here. Short goes Bazounis. Oh, and it's denied at the line.
Great touch by Tomahawkin there, just got down low enough. And the Aussies are just going to kill it on the Australian 7-metre line over on their side, so it's a long way for the comes to the Kiwis to try and get off. I'm pretty sure they'll do it pretty easily.
Well, both sides turned away from the first attacking set of the game. 2 shutouts to get us started here, just as we had in the men's 30s game, where New Zealand were narrowly beaten by just 5-4. Lovely footwork weaving his way through. Takahara Party, long ball, but it was never on target.
No, Kiwis get out into the Australian half pretty comfortably. They go for a right side 32 scoop, goes too deep into the Australian line, gets touched. That's why that ball has gone forward, so it's actually a touch and pass. And the Australians have defended that flow from the from the Kiwis. Lovely. So Language with the ball on first. Second coming with the wrap on the far wing. Nice little touches made, so that momentum's been killed. Just flowing over the halfway now.
Right, here come Australia then. Oh, it's just picked off. It was a long ball, but it was intercepted by Wilson Groth of his own player. That ball was not meant for Groth, but he's grabbed it anyway.
And this was meant for anybody that was running the holes of Australia. What a great holes. Picks up, goes short side, long side. And that is great hands. First try, first blood Australia.
Who knows if Andrew Searle was looking to pick out the link or his middle partner in Groff. 20 for Wilson Groff in this mixed open competition.
Kiwis tried hitting back, sweeping on the far link, giving the ball straight back to dummy half. 4-on-3 was on, but ball went to ground, so nothing doing there from the Kiwis, and the Aussies are already at 2, coming over the 10-metre line, just flowing over the halfway.
Well, it's another bronze medal for England in this mixed open after they saw off that very young Philippine side. And Australia winding up another long pass. It does pick out the winger Olivia Goodsell, looking for try 34. Perhaps the undisputed top scorer in the entire Touch Rugby World Cup.
Yeah, good 32 pick up again. Same what transition as what they scored off last time. Bombs long. There was a bit of space back inside. Kiwi winger near side just gets. Kiwi number 6 there just gives a penalty away.
Well, Flavel is one to watch. He's so alive to the opportunities in the midfield for New Zealand, but he's given a penalty away there. Bazunis wants it on the return. Well read that time by Chilo Flavel. Bazunis at the half, wrapping round the corner. Goes Lennon back on the inside. Is it a second try for Zachary Bazunis? Well, I think it is.
It is. And if we just watch this replay, as you see in when it comes up on your screen, they run a sweeper play, but it's such a wide sweeper play, so the middle has to really check over, and no one can cover on Bazunis as he steps back into that hole. And that is Australia 2-0.
Well, first try of the game for Zachary Bazunis after he was denied his first after sliding over for the Emus. So 2 middle scores so far for Australia. 2 shutouts in response from New Zealand, but can they create from here? Ben Anderson out there with Tomahawkin. Rollinson looking for the touch. Not caught just yet. Touch made, Rollinson sliding in. Wants the offside call from Kai Sim Boland, but he doesn't get it.
So New Zealand just starting with 23 quickies, so quickies on the link. And now they send a sweeper, nothing doing there though, good defence. Sweeper this way now towards the New Zealand sub-box.
Rollinson, show and go.
Yes.
He has got the opening score. The hand is up from Jackson Mills, ignored by the referee. Nathan Rollinson with another score for New Zealand. That's 26 in the tournament.
Yeah, Jackson Mills was just looking to be punished here a few times. He was under a lot of pressure. They sweep on him, they step back, and he just couldn't get that touch. As Aussie's now punished back with an own sweeper play.
Lifted over the top to find the link. Across came Iriamir to make the touch.
She gets it down.
Well, Mackenzie Davis has been given the try. The youngest emu at the World Cup at 19 years of age has Australia 3-1 up in this mixed open final.
So we'll see this replay. The Aussies send the sweeper. They don't give the sweeper. They actually go back short side, then step long side. And it's a nice little sinker ball into the link hole. And that is a great catch.
Oh, how
what
close
a finish that is.
was Iriamir there. It's the captain, Tim Bartz, who set her up. And Olivia Goodsell, try number 34 in the mixed open. New Zealand looking to go tit for tat with Australia. Well, there's another long pass, but this time it's well read by Australia. Stephanie Maiolo picked out before the tournament, the New South Wales player.
Charlotte Flavel went with the counties, long ball. Link Holt was on from my vantage point, but he went long and the Aussies are now driving forward.
Well, here they come, good pickup. Looking to create Australia, but they're denied at the line. They just ran out of touches there. And Wilson Groff on the retreat as New Zealand look to transition.
Bit of a slower transition as the Kiwis come over the halfway. I think this is forthcoming. Fifth is going to come to see what transition they run. They go 32, no sweeper short side. That must be a penalty, foot in the ruck there.
Well, I think New Zealand are lucky there because they weren't going to fashion out an opportunity to really challenge the line. But now they'll have 6 touches to play with.
Really like how the Kiwis were looking at a 32, then checked it back in for a sweeper in the mid-mid, so that was lovely. Now going to go to the 23 punish again.
Rollinson, Hawken, Rollinson looking for his second. Hawken soft hands to keep the play alive, and then he winds one up. Good take. Can they finish here? Well, they look to go for the wing.
Referees are both shaking the hands in the air. Repeat set, new set of 6 for New Zealand.
Kieran Fisher just didn't have the pace to finish off wide. Hawken plucks another out the sky from Ben Anderson. Anderson, Tamo Hawken. He's at the half, he's got Rollinson to his right, looks for the inside ball. Australia diving across. Wilson Groff convinced he's made the touch.
Was he onside? He was. He nearly got done on that sweeper. The follow comes, he changes his direction, he just dives for that touch.
Still New Zealand coming again, Rollinson, this time will not be denied. Nathan Rollinson has his second try at this final.
So we just see this replay quickly. They've run a couple of sweepers. Instead of giving the QB, he steps back, he goes between the 2 middles. They are struggling with their being tired out there.
Try number 27, he overtakes Winiana Mariana as the top scorer in this New Zealand side.
Tell you, this is a shootout between these 2 teams. They're just so good in attack. Another sweeper for Australia here.
Bartz looks for Hegedus. Well, he's just forced back by New Zealand. Simbalan. Hegedus with the pickup. Simbalan, 2 to his left, switches inside to Bartz, but the ball is down.
3-2 Australia. New Zealand starting on their own 7 line, just in the middle of the park. Good footwork there.
Good line speed by Zara Nicholas. But Australia are forced back again. Ethan Jones for the first time on the field at 15. What a pickup that is, and then put back on the inside.
Good play all around, good defence from the Aussies, good speed out the ruck for the Kiwis. Ultimately defended, so back on the drive for Australia, just coming up to halfway.
Well, the Emus at the half with 4 more touches. A chance for them to create. They can time it right. Langbridge into touch. Good footwork and winding up the long pass. Tracked all the way by New Zealand.
There's just a ball down call here, so New Zealand are on their side of the park, but on the 7.
Ataway Hatene followed the Australian winger all the way to the touchline, and now they make a decent stab at transitioning. They're up to their own 10-metre, back inside to Hatene.
4th, 5th coming, they need to go forwards.
Hawken driving back Australia, well read, out on that left-hand side.
So we're just getting a bit of a midfield battle here, and I think just every single time Aussies are going a little bit deeper into the Kiwis half than they are into the Aussies. That did look forward off the ruck. The referee hasn't given it.
Chance for Australia then. They're up to the 7 with a few more rounds in the chamber. Pick up by Groff. Little show and go. Groff to the open side, diving in.
She's dropped it. She saw the white line. She saw the ball. She's misplaced it, and she's just unfortunately not got that down in time.
So New Zealand escape narrowly for now. Winiana at the half. Transition coming. Tama Hawken leaves the field, as does Jones. And here comes Teituam Muir-Tuta for the first time. Good pick up again from McIntyre. Great ball in behind, just drops it off to Teituam Muir-Tuta. New Zealand level it up.
So we just see Wilson Groff here. He thought he makes a touch, but he's offside, so the referee says play on. It goes through 2 sets of hands, does it? Maybe even 3. See Wilson Groff makes a touch, offside, sir. So the Kiwis play through. And I think that's 3-all here. And we're in for an absolute crack in 30 more minutes.
John McIntyre and Teituam Muir-Tuta freshly onto the field to make a difference. Good touch that time from Molly Wheeler. Australia at the 7 with the captain Bartz and Hegedus out there as well, the Trans-Tasman player of the tournament. Bartz finds the pass, but it's just behind Mackenzie Davis.
Bartz was walking in. I don't know why he needed to pass. He was in.
Now the skipper gave the ball, and that might be a penalty for New Zealand to get them out of trouble with consummate ease.
So we're 13 minutes in. Australia had a great start. Kiwis are now back in it. I think they've just got the ascendancy in this last 5 minutes.
New Zealand with some fire in their drive. Rollinson. Here's Ben Anderson. Tama Hawken. Rollinson feeds Anderson and gets it back again. Little show and go.
Referee's called a forward pass off the ruck.
Well, he carved through New Zealand here, but the forward pass off the ruck, unnecessary. Oh, he's got Tim Bartz done on toast there. The Aussie captain delighted with the referee's call because it's kept the sides level. Well, New Zealand have been chasing Australia this whole game. They've levelled things up. Langbridge looking to change that for Australia. Little flick out the back from Buzounis. Great soft hands from him, but he couldn't find the hands of his supported teammate, so instead, New Zealand have it back. But every attack they come forward, even when it hasn't worked for them in the last 5 minutes or so, Ben, Australia look really dangerous.
They do, but they're just not finding the correct option as the Kiwis just given over the mark call here. Getting over the mark call. So Australia now have got 6 touches to play with on the New Zealand try line.
New Zealand have not won a mixed open title since 2007, when they took down Australia by 6-4 in the final. And they're looking to grab another one. It could be a second try for Buzounis.
He's having a conversation with the referee from the floor. Both players onside though.
He's sent back to the 7.
Early sweep up.
Well, I think there's another touch made there. Buzounis looking to challenge. Langbridge might go alone. He needs support. Diving touch to turn it over.
Tiam McIntyre just gets the release call, tells his other middle to go, gets a dive. That's a really good defensive play there from the Kiwis. In the ruck from the, referee's given the in the ruck there. That was Chris Lennon just coming through, giving a big shot, but gets into the ruck.
Penalty for New Zealand. It's practically a tap-off for them. 6 on halfway. A chance for them to go ahead here with 4 minutes to go in the first half. Here's Jones.
New Zealand have just moved their boy Link to the far side now. So boy on girl on the far side. Step
back inside towards Flavel. It was Howarth who made great yards at 13. So here's Flavel with Jones to his left and Howarth to his right. Jones, good scoop from Flavel, winding it up, looking for the link hole. But that's the 6th touch, and Australia have it back. A good shutout from them.
Great first drive from Langbridge. That's got to be a penalty. If this side was a penalty, it's a penalty that side. Langbridge just staying on the floor. I think that's just because he's off the pitch.
So another chance for Australia to retake the lead. We were all tied up at 3 apiece at half-time in the men's 30s game between these two sides. In our previous match live here on the main field at the Touch Rugby World Cup. There's nothing else going on at Highfields now except this major game. Every other field is closed for the moment. All eyes here on Australia as they drive towards the line, reaching out for his second. Wilson Groth turned away by the referee.
Forward pass off the ruck by the looks of it, because that was a score otherwise. If that wasn't a forward pass, that was a score.
Good touch, great touch.
Instead, it's New Zealand looking to transition. They've still got time before the break to go back in front. Nice carry by Kira Fisher. Here's Hawken. Good pickup from Rollinson. Anderson, lovely weight of pass. One more should do it. Over goes out to Wyatt.
And New Zealand are now in the lead. This is lovely. So we just see here, New Zealand drive on, they pop out for a 32 on the right edge. Hands one, hands two, can't shoot that one. That is 4-3 New Zealand.
What soft hands through the midfield as well. That whole New Zealand attack. Like a well-oiled machine against the Emus, so often given that comparison for their robotic touch rugby skill and distinct lack of errors. You've got to be perfect against the Emus. And it's New Zealand in front for the first time. Hegenis, lovely little show and go. Touch made and Australia sent packing. A shutout before the break by New Zealand, and maybe time for them to add another on the board. What a first half we've had here, Ben.
Oh, it's just been end to end, and that's why we love this sport. It just doesn't stop. The team's going forward, trying to get scores at all times. New Zealand send the sweeper. Last play. Hole one's open, and they're going to go through
the centre. For all the world, Alexander Howard thought he was in there.
Yeah, it looked like a late pass there from the Kiwis. That hole opened up, and just for a late pass, that the Aussies come away without that score against them.
A chance for Australia to equalise before the break. Pulled in behind, almost spilled, but what a take by Brazunis to keep the attack alive. Brazunis inside and out. What footwork. And the try is given.
Wow, wow, wow. Snap bang wallop by Brazunis here. Really nothing on. It's just a piece of individual skill. I think he's got a big left foot step. And he just goes back short side.
Ben, what needs to change for one of these sides to take the game away?
I would say New Zealand are currently playing the better. Australia have let a few things go in terms of not catching and just being off and not connected as well as they could be in line attack. So if they fix that, it's all to play for. I'm really not going to pick it anymore. What a great first half.
20 minutes still to come here in our first of 3 open categories finals in the conclusion of this unbelievable Touch Rugby World Cup, the largest it's ever been, and in its most populated category here. It's all level at the break between Australia and New Zealand, hunting for their first title since 2007 against the world champs. 20 minutes is all it will take for one of these sides to be crowned world champions in the mixed open category. Australia and New Zealand can write off the first 20 as they're level at the break. Ben Meeks alongside me for this game, and well, it could go either way, but really impossible to call.
Oh, it's all square at the break. Essentially, it's 0-0, 20-minute shootout. I've got a New Zealand passport. I'm a little bit biased in this one. I am English, but New Zealand passport, so we'll see. But I can't pick it. I think the finesse of New Zealand so far has been better. Australia have made mistakes. If they fix them, I'm not calling this one yet, Will.
Well, the punishment for being the world's best is that anyone not in green and gold will have the New Zealanders in mind going into these next 20 minutes.
I don't know. I think people don't want the English to win here either.
Well, it's a bronze medal for England in this mixed open category.
Mixed open. What a great series these have had, and England Women's Open. We'll see the women's category after that, but huge for those two categories from the England perspective.
Bronze for England, a huge result in the England-Philippines game. 11-7, England the victors, but here it's level at the break. 20 minutes to go here, Bazounis on a hat-trick for Australia, looking to turn the game around. It's a turnover. Oh, how about that?
And we spoke about, the referee's just probably going to settle things down. We spoke about those mistakes and just things not going right for Australia. That's one of those. Trying to send a sweep around, doesn't get the roll ball. So that means that New Zealand are now on the ascendancy and just about to come over the 10-metre line.
Kira Fisher, they're not taking any chat from her opposition.
And neither should she.
Putting the man to deck. Anderson with a skip pass. Rollinson trying to open things up. Rollinson, the top scorer for New Zealand, 27 tries in the competition. But that transition perhaps hasn't made as many yards as they needed it to.
Yeah, a bit haphazard. They only went over the halfway line. So, good starting position for Australia. Should get 2 attacks at the line here.
Changes made for the Emus. Here's Groff. On the return, Wilson Groff looking for the score. Denied at the line.
Yeah, referee said no offside. The dot was outside the 7, so he didn't have to make the line.
Here's Wilson Groff. Two-handed, caught by Tama Hawken. And New Zealand have it back. And they win the penalty as well.
Yeah, Groff not just giving the ball back soon enough. So 10 metres for the Kiwis to start with. Shooter out the line, got there. That was Cody Tortea.
Yeah.
Oh, and that shot out the line has created a turnover for Australia.
Australia with the run of things in the opening minute and a half here of the second half, but so much time to play and they're still level. Wilson Groff, where's the first touch? Here's Maiolo, Stephanie Maiolo. Pace taken out of the game for now as substitutes are made. Great little run from Kai Simbalan. Simbalan finds Bart, the captain. Shut down by Cody Torte.
Yeah, it's the only opens goal that Aussie have. Kiwis.
Simbalan again. Finds Hegedus, who wants it on the return. James Hegedus finds the link. Oh, put down on the big stage.
Hey, that's a simple error.
Another player picked out before the tournament by Australia themselves, Kai Simbalan, as one to watch. But in the big occasion, he's missed an opportunity there as he's out of the line to make the touch for Australia.
Yeah, simple error there. Saw the white line and thought he'd get it, but got to catch the ball before he can dot it down. Good free-flow footy there from the Kiwis going forward.
Top carry, well over the 10. Jan McIntyre with the missed pass, but only as far as Tetui Miatuta.
And now it's the Kiwis' turn to give an extra 10-metre penalty for throwing the ball away. You've got to give it to the player when they ask for it, and that didn't happen. Roll ball error though from the far side.
What a touch that is to turn things around. It's New Zealand's turn to apply the external pressure and win it back deep into their half. Fisher into touch. Here's Winiana. Changes made for New Zealand. Language out to make the touch for Australia. Hawken. Ben Anderson. Tama Hawken as well. A few more yards before the touch. Australia retreat to the try line.
Trying to get the perfect setup, the Kiwis are.
Here they go, Rollinson, show and go. Bazounis across on the cover. Penalty against Australia. 6 more for New Zealand. A big chance for them to take advantage
Need to have 3 shots at the line here, do the Kiwis. They want to set up for the perfect play, have 3 shots.
Tamahawken takes on Langbridge. Anderson round the corner. He'll go himself. Tamahawken in from short range. New Zealand take the lead again.
There we go. And we talked about taking their shots. First touch, they send the sweeper now around the link. They give it back to Tamahawken. He gets on the outside of his middle. There's a foot race, there's a dive, there's a score.
6 touches for Australia to respond. They've been shut out twice already by New Zealand. But this is lovely hands. There's the wide pass, the winger's free. The quick response from Australia. Stephanie Maiolo dots down for the Emus, and we're back to 5-all in the blink of an eye.
And we'll just see this on replay. It's the short, and with the early release, the ball is just whipped out, and the Kiwis can't get across. So we're at evens again. Dare I say it, this early into the second half, drop off.
Maiolo deep into the 20s in terms of tries scored for Australia. New Zealand, we're looking to go tit for tat with a quick response. Caught at the line, but they will have a few strikes here. Jar McIntyre hands it off to Rapati. McIntyre, what a ball! Opening up Australia again. Oh, goes out to Kenny. Kiwis back out in front.
Kiwis do exactly the same move as what they did last time, but on the far side this time. They send the sweeper on the far ling. They don't give it. The half picks up this time. 4 on 3. That has gone 35, 40 metres. And what a play that is from the Kiwis.
Atawai cruises past a quarter century in tries scored at the Mixed Open. And they're not done yet. Here comes Langbridge. Stepping on the inside, there's a hand in there from Chris Lennon's pass. So 6 at the line, surely for Australia.
Tamahawken stops to try though, doesn't he? It was either going to be evens or Kiwis still up by 1. But 6 more touches, so.
Here's Bazunis. Looking for a hat-trick, he wants it on the return. Well, Rollinson lost his footing there. He's got Tamahawken to thank for keeping out Australia.
Link punish.
Zachary Bazunis. Langbridge. Great line through the centre by Lennon.
Oh, that man again, Tamahawken, getting himself off the line, moving forward when making that touch, even if he's diving. Langbridge with a dump.
Lennon winding one up, picked off by Rollinson. Nathan Rollinson wins it back for New Zealand, and Tamahawken will race towards the box.
Over the 10, coming up to the halfway. I think that's 4th, 5th is going to come now.
Another shutout for New Zealand.
No touch or early touch. Referee said there was no touch. So unfortunate there for the Kiwis. He just got in behind the 2 Aussie middles but couldn't initiate his own contact. Turnover, and Australia will get some new legs on the field.
Well, Zachary Bazunis wastes no time in getting the Aussies underway. Tries of a forward pass from the touchline, but Wilson Groth rolling on for Australia. Groth directing traffic for the Emus, and he gets it back from Searle, sliding in alone. Touch made, up went the hand from Kira Fisher.
Yeah, helped out her to touching middle there. He was struggling to get onside. Groth goes at the line. Dancing feet, ball to ground.
An ambitious pass, you have to show ambition in a World Cup final. New Zealand looking to steal it from Australia and take victory for the first time since way back in 2007, ahead of their own World Cup in 4 years' time. They look to go into that competition as reigning champs. But Australia at the 10 will look for a response. They were leading for the vast majority of that first half, but in the second period of 20, they've been behind. We're approaching the midway point in the second half, and Hegedus looking to get the Aussies back on level terms. He's out there with his skipper, Tim Bartz, and Kyson Boland as well. Lovely ball, soft hands. Oh, they've made it to the wing again. Can you believe it? Olivia Goodsell, try number 35 at this World Cup.
I can believe it. This is what the Aussies are so good at. They send the sweeper. It's their captain. It goes at the line, creates a shot, short side. and it's just a simple 2-on-1, 2-on-1, 3-on-2 completed, and now we're evens, 6 apiece.
Zara Nicholas using all that experience in the mixed open category to open up New Zealand, and we're back level again with 11 minutes to go. Tama Hawken runs into green and gold.
Good defence there by the open side, Aussie Link. He's got out the line.
Anderson for the touch blacks. Hawken winds one up. He picks out the winger, ball back on the inside. They knew they had to play on final touch, but they've won a penalty, Ben.
Yeah, they've just got the Australians running, chasing, and that's the offside call. It'll be interesting if they go back to this link sweeper, because that's where they're getting a lot of their success, sending the links round on the link sweeper, but not giving it. So we'll see link punish. Yeah, they're going to go look at that open side play now. 3-on-2 step back.
Jones on the inside. No chance for Bazounis. New Zealand go back in front. Ben Anderson, who's had a huge part to play in this final, puts the touch blacks in the lead again.
Just see this, the Kiwis do a link punish, they don't give the punish, but because they dumped on the link on the open side, he had to pull a corner, could not change direction to get underneath for that Kiwi score.
Australia with a chance to respond immediately here. Searle, Groff, back to Searle, show and go on the inside. Well, they weren't in front for long, New Zealand.
No, and we've got a bit of a shootout now. New Zealand goes, Australia goes. Let's see if they can get one back. They just run a simple move. Both teams are running exactly the same thing against each other now. They give the ball step back, short side, and just through the hands.
Andrew Searle leads his mark on this final. Another tap off from the halfway for New Zealand. But Ben, at this international stage, it must be so devastating to have your lead taken away from you so quickly after every score.
Well, we've watched these two teams fight it out so often. They're always so tight. So at the moment, we know that it's just going to be 1 or 2 scores that wins it, and it might even get into drop-off. I did say it in the 22-minute mark. I reckon I could be right here, but it's still 10 minutes to go. A lot of footy to play. Who's going to blink first? Who's going to change their tactics? Who's going to change their defence? Aussie's coming out of the line. Nice ball to go over the top. Good yards over the 10-metre line, coming up to the halfway.
Hegedus carries up to halfway as Australia ring in the changes. Round the corner comes Bazounis, still hat-trick hunting. Great ball to find Langbridge. Lennon changing direction, switching inside. Good read from Tama Hawken again. So important to this New Zealand defence.
Yeah, we just see the ball on the floor for probably a second longer than the Aussies would have liked. That allowed the Kiwis to get onside, and there was no way through. And even now we've got some good yards. Kiwis up at halfway. That could have been second or third, and they were going to keep rolling on.
Great run by Anderson. And here's Flavel. Picked off the deck by Winiana. Another chance for New Zealand, carried on by Howarth. On the return, Jones sliding in.
Oh, that's a good touch.
He scored a couple of those from close range across this mixed open tournament. Got long levers, does Iffy and Jones. Chilo Flavel wants it on the return and gets it. Finds the link space.
Touch pass. We all saw that one. So, we've got an Australian offside call.
Was a good read by Patricia Michaelopoulos, but
she was offside.
Going to be 6 at the line for New Zealand.
So New Zealand in that last set have just gone middle sweepers. Are they going to look to come back short side this time, or sorry, the open side? Maybe a QB play or even a pick-up. We see what they do here. He's going to go open side quickie. Good shot there.
Here come New Zealand again. They've still got a few more in the chamber to challenge the Aussie line. Flavel out the back. Great read this time by Lennon. Flavel again. Howarth on the inside.
I reckon there's a penalty coming here.
Well, they'll run and play with it regardless. Flavel goes in. Up goes the hand from Lennon.
Ball down, no penalty either. I thought there might be a dropping call against Australia, but the referee allows it.
What a shutout in the context of this game. Still level here between Australia and New Zealand, but a huge penalty to give away, an unforced error. And with 6 minutes to go here, New Zealand with another strike at the line, 6 touches from inside the Aussie 10.
4th set in a row at the Aussie 7 metres. They need to really capitalise on this and go one up.
Here's Tian McIntyre. Out there with Rapati as well. Good footwork, surely now. Oh, he's got it. Tetui Muatutu with a wonderful ball. And a great dive as well from Fisher. Here's McIntyre, Rapati. McIntyre options left and right. And that, well, perhaps they just felt the pressure there, is a missed opportunity.
Yeah, I think that was not the most well-constructed play there. They looked to run a sweep about, but there was no link. So that's why they had no play there. They tried to throw it straight out. And Aussies will look to try and complete a set of 6 because they need that at the moment.
Well, Australians just desperate for a bit of respite.
And they've got it with a penalty there, Will.
Well, there's a lone black cap out there in the centre of the field. But there's 6 Kiwis out there trying to keep out Australia for now. Hegedus gets away. Here's the skipper, Tim Bartz. Hegedus again. Kai Simbolan. Hegedus. Bartz almost up to the Kiwi 7. Great drive from Australia. And a chance for them to take the lead for the first time in the second half. Hegedus, Bartz on the inside!
Touch here!
Kept out for now by Rapati. Wide they go. Atawai Atene wants nothing to do with that ball, so New Zealand will have it back.
Step back from the Aussies there into hole 1. Link shots in with a diving touch. Oh, just so lovely to watch from the Kiwi defence. Good hit by both number 10s from Australia and New Zealand. New Zealand pick up short side, open side on. Everyone just shuts that down. So back into a midfield battle now for the last couple of minutes. Who's going to be the better one to get out of this?
Well, it's a good transition, and that's another penalty against Australia. What a chance for New Zealand. 4 minutes on the clock in a second half that's been as tight as it could be. Neither side has led for longer than a minute in this second period of 20.
New Zealand have sent a couple of mid sweepers. Potentially they go back to running the links. No, they're going to go mid.
Tama Hawken, Anderson, Hawken again, and he goes down. And he's fallen, he slipped in the high field turf as he looked to step off his left. And he doesn't look too comfortable here.
And no one wants to see this. We just send our condolences, just hope sure he's okay.
Well, the Australian bench as well recognise how it didn't look too comfortable for Tama Hawken. He just didn't get enough grip on the turf when he went to step. But we've got to reflect on this unbelievable game so far, Ben. This mixed open tie could still go either way with 4 minutes to go. As the clock ticks down, New Zealand are still in an incredibly promising position, as thankfully Tama Hawken is back to his feet. He'll be carried off the field.
Clapped off the field as well. Show of support. Touch players know that there is injuries, and non-contact injuries happen a lot in touch. We all know, we've been there. So being clapped off, and we just hope for a speedy recovery.
Well, he is able to partially walk off the field, which is an encouraging sign for Tama Hawken. And a reminder that New Zealand still have touches in the locker to strike at the line here.
Couple of minutes killed though, so we're getting closer to that 40-minute mark. There is no stopping of the clock here.
Well, in a rather cynical way, I'm not sure New Zealand will mind the stoppage if they can convert from here. That might be Tama Hawken's sacrifice in the final to wind down the clock and give New Zealand the chance to take the lead as Hawken leaves the field. A great performance by him as well. He's driven New Zealand to this final. Will they win him the gold? Onto the field is Rollinson. Anderson, Rollinson again for the corner. Kept out by Chris Lennon.
Chris Lennon just pulls short side, gets to the line, moves forward and dives for that touch. Great defending touch there by Chris Lennon.
Still a chance for New Zealand to strike. He doesn't think the touch was made there by Langbridge.
Oh, Langbridge saying fingertip. If I didn't have longer nails, I wouldn't have made that.
Ben Anderson. Rollinson again. Hunting for that offside call, but Bazounis got a hold of him.
Referee holds 5 in the air. That means there's one more play to come, but no more free touches.
Nathan Rollinson, Flavel, Rollinson needs something special here. The show and go! What a touch by Zachary Bazounis. Australia with a shutout with just a minute to go.
They can't, can they? 1 minute to go. They've got to go 70 metres.
Final chance for the Emus to avoid the drop-off and to steal victory from New Zealand, looking for their first mixed open title in 16 years against the world champions.
No, referees intervened here. What is he called here? Touch pass.
Penalty New Zealand. Maybe they'll have one more crack of the whip. They've got to drive out from way downtown. Here goes Rollinson, and New Zealand are on the charge for maybe the last time in regular time in this mixed open.
I think both teams are going to take that drop off here. Looks like New Zealand are going to settle for it.
25 seconds to go. Here's Rapati injecting some pace. John McIntyre.
Last touch. Here we go.
Is there chance here for New Zealand? It's put down. Tetuamua Tuta looking for the wonder ball. Australia perhaps with seconds to go. Still have an opportunity here. There goes the buzzer. Hegedus is caught. We've finished 7-all in this mixed open World Cup final between New Zealand and Australia. Nothing to split the sides. We will have a drop-off in the gold medal match here live in Nottingham. Dramatic scenes after 40 minutes. Nothing can separate the tie. Can you believe it, Ben? We're into a drop-off with a gold medal on the line.
I can't believe it. It's so tight between these two teams every single time they play. I can believe it so much. We've got 2 more, maybe 5 more minutes of this. Going to go down to 4 players for 2 minutes. Whoever wins after that is the winners. If it's still a tie, we go down to 3, and then it's next score wins. We always say if you get the tap off the start, you're in the ascendancy. So we'll just see. I think it might be Australia who are going to tap off here.
That decision is made at the start of the game.
It is huge that they get to tap off first.
4 on 4 on the field for New Zealand.
Thousands around watching.
Well, they've selected Winiana and Fisher to stand alongside Howarth in the centre. But here's Australia's first 4. Chris Lennon amongst them, lifted by Zara Nicholas, who's done everything in the game. Bazounis, space on the outside, diving across to make the touch is Fisher. But the score has been given. Australia draw first blood in the drop-off with just a minute and a half to go. Another try for Stephanie Maiolo.
And when there is that much space on the pitch, it is so much easier to score. New Zealand need to hit back.
Rollinson looking to take on all comers. Stopped just inside the 10. Still touches for New Zealand. McIntyre, Rollinson again. Where's the space for the touch blacks? Getting on the inside of Hegedus. Weaving and winding his way. Hunted down by Hegedus all the time. Here he is again, John McIntyre. Rollinson getting outside of Hegedus. Needs support. Who can he find? Touch made.
And that could be the game here. Aussies know they've got less than a minute with a new set of 6. Get to your sub box. You are the world champions. But they can't drop it.
30 seconds to go. New Zealand sit 1 try behind. The early score and the drop-off by Stephanie Maiolo separates the sides. They head to the box. They're in no rush at all to take the touches. The energy has just fallen through the floor here. Dejected faces amongst the crowd because Australia might be charging forward for another World Championship. They've done it again. Chris Lennon puts on the handbrake because he knows that Australia have done it. New Zealand, who battered at the door through the whole of that second half, just couldn't make their momentum count. And in the drop-off, Australia are World Cup champions again.
Boy, oh boy, what a game that is.
The 16-year wait goes on for the Touch Blacks in this mixed open category because Australia are world champions. In the tightest of possible games here, a drop-off was required to split the teams. In the end, Australia, with the tap, scored straight away, shut out the All Blacks. The Touch Rugby World Cup mixed open tie has gone in favour of Australia. What a game, Ben.
Oh, I'm speechless. Congratulations to Australia, commiserations to the Kiwis, what a game we're there for. Just a little shout out to Tama Hawking, who is on the pitch, clapping everyone's hands, saying well done to everyone. We're hoping, we wish him a speedy recovery, but what a game. Aussies just know how to win. They don't have to play well all the time.
And what a start as well to our triple header of open finals between Australia and New Zealand. Perhaps the Kiwis' best chance of disrupting this Australian dominance. We'll wait and see, because up next, it's the Women's Open Series final between Australia and New Zealand before the Emus and the Touch Blacks do battle for one final time at 5 o'clock in the Men's Open. What a victory for Australia, who've left it all out there on the Highfields turf. And in a moment's time, when the players have finished shaking hands, we will go pitch side to have a conversation with the player of the game, Stephanie Maiolo. But what a performance by Australia, Ben.
Just know how to win, they just do it so often. These games are won and by fine margins, and that's what it was there.
Well, we will go pitch side now, where Mel is alongside one of the victorious Australian players.
Thank you first for putting on a show for everyone. I'm here with Steph Maiolo, the player of the final. Steph, what a classic game. Tell me what was said in the box before that drop-off.
Yeah, an unbelievable game. Credit to New Zealand, they are always such a tough matchup, and they really brought it to us. We had to really dig deep there. We just said, you know, to get back to our basics, we were a bit rusty, a bit sloppy, so just calm it down, get back to our basics and control the ball, play our game. So yeah, so we did.
And the atmosphere here on Field 1 at Nottingham, I know you've played a World Cup before. How does this compare?
Oh, it's unbelievable. The World Cup has been amazing, so amazing work to International Touch and Nottingham as well. It was an amazing show. So many spectators have come out to watch, so yeah, it was really unbelievable.
Well, thank you. Congratulations. An amazing final for you personally, and I'll let you go and celebrate with the rest of the team.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
And hang around here as we approach the Women's Open final here at the Nottingham 2024 World Cup.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be reassured.
And then you've covered two of your major food groups as well, your cookie food group and your crisp food group. What's this always got? No fast business like you lot. Is it? I haven't looked. I'm guessing. Yeah, it's great as it is. Then it's every time. You good? Yeah, I'll do it. Turn your back, Dave. Oh my God, I can't get up. They lost the point. Thank you. You're in charge of the tower. What's happening? So what's your head? Take this picture, man. Take this picture. Alright, say that. And then just say that we beat the hell out of them.
Three minutes until tap off. Just 3 minutes until tap off. Team news coming in just a minute. 11, Kimberly Susie. 12, Georgina Ruckerman. 13, Rebecca Maimai. 14, Catherine Stevens. 15, Hinarangi Andreasen. 16 is Tiani Rice. From New Zealand, number 1. Norway Herrera. 2, Amali.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we are set to get this Women's Opens final underway. Australia and New Zealand. Adam Collins in commentary, joined by Kate Davis-Baven. Kate, great to have you on board once again.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for having me, Adam. Super excited to be here, and like we say, seeing the Aussies coming onto the pitch here, God, we are in for a treat today with this final.
The Mixed Open's going to a drop-off, and it is all about the Women's Opens now. Australia and New Zealand, great foes over many, many years, and this is the 2024 instalment. The countdown to the tap-off, it'll be New Zealand to get us underway.
4, 3, 2, 1.
They need a ball.
I was about to say, we're waiting for a ball here. The klaxon has gone.
Ball in the middle of the field. It will be New Zealand through Skylar Tainui Takarai, who gets us underway. It is Takarai there, Sycamore into half. Account for Shepherd. Switch from acting half. Sosic. Back to the middle now, looking for Sosic into that link hole. Ball dies on the wing for New Zealand. Into the middle. Pass had to be taken. Good chase and a diving touch. The break through the line from New Zealand on the last touch.
Lovely attempt there at the line. That Meg Sycamore there, just finding the gaps, just exploiting them there. Dangerous attack in first set of 6 for New Zealand there.
Good long ball now, out to the corner. Kat Stevens takes it into the line. It's Andrea Sand there getting that one down. Rachel Jeffs now on the charge. Hannah Dye ball into half. Dangerous from the half position. Short ball to Jeffs. Jeffs goes long and changeover. So each team now with possession, and great defence stands up from both Australia and New Zealand.
Absolutely, yeah. We see it here from Australia, just sucking that momentum out the New Zealand drive there.
They play an aggressive style of defence, players coming up, but we see that the penalty given against the Australians, so it needs to be that timing needs to come.
Yeah, absolutely. It's that balance, isn't it? It's finding out, pushing the referees, seeing what you can get from it. But yeah, unfortunate penalty there going against Australia.
And early in the game, not too much damage done. Like you said, they'll feel out the referees. And just on our referees, congratulations to our gold medal referees, Amanda Sheikey, Alice Watchorn, and Alicia Ruaidi. And they are 3 women who have earned the right to referee this gold medal game. And congratulations on your appointment to the grand final.
Yeah, absolutely. What a privilege for these ladies. And like you said, congratulations to them. Big opportunity for them here.
So now the Aussies roll on up to the halfway line. Over they go. Kat Stevens charging into defence. Lucia Fildes. This is Sammy Jo Curtis. She drops it to the right now for Susie. Susie. Short ball. Back on the inside. Claiming 6 more, but the ball's down. A turnover on the 7 metres. New Zealand to work their way out. They're on the far side of their sub-box. Again, we see the shooters come up from Australia. They get up high in the defensive line. Susie, pressure on. Now they come out close to their sub-box. New Zealand roll forward. Great touch there from Rackerman.
A lovely movement of the ball there from New Zealand to get around that really high press Australian defence.
They're up again. Last touch coming now. Just over 10 metres. 6 more. I thought the ball was thrown into her hand. It was up in the passing lane. I don't think there was any attempt to touch that one. Referee calls 6 more. So now they have a great opportunity here, New Zealand.
Lovely, setting up the strike dump there, going on the outsides.
Tainui Takarai, Skylar, taking it right to the Aussies. There she is again. Moves the ball out now. Long ball over the top. Winger steps inside. Cover comes, but not in time. Try time, New Zealand. And that opens the scoring here in this Women's Opens final. Let's have a look at it again.
Here it comes here, just that setup on the middle, the pickup looking so dangerous. What a beautiful miss pass there. The step back, the agility. What a beautiful guy to finish.
Dino Ranganui Pukatapu gets the ball down for New Zealand. 1-0, the Touch Blacks women's. Now the Aussies have to push forward here. That's my. Andrea Sand with the ball in hand. Ash Carney now. Watch Ash Carney around the half. That's where she's dangerous. Picks up for Tiani Bryce. Tiani Bryce to the line. Long ball over the top. Shut down by New Zealand. Final touch coming.
A lovely defensive read there by New Zealand.
All the way from Carney. Taken beautifully by Anderson, but unfortunately for them, they go down. And now it is New Zealand to roll forward again. The push here from Australia in defence. Rackerman gets up to take it. Sweeping on, Maha. Maha goes down. Garrett, Emerson Garrett charges to the line, switch back on the inside. That is Ellie Minton, and a changeover on the 7 metres for the Australians as Bryce brings it back into the attack. Hard touch, play on is the call. My gets it down now. Out for Carney. Carney to Stevenson. There they are looking for this sub play. Up out of the line comes New Zealand, Patricia Hopcroft. Filds now. Out of half goes Rachel Jeffs, looking for the offside player. Referee Shiki calls 6.
A lovely touch there and really stopping Australia from getting that roll on, getting that momentum and into open space, which we know they love to do.
The dive ball looked like she was coming up out of the line there. The referee called her offside, so New Zealand roll forward here. Low roll ball as we see Tainui Takarai come on once again. Sycamore, this is Takarai. Sycamore in half. A penalty. Tainui Takarai with the ball in hand. And when she combines with Sycamore here, they look dangerous.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well drawn out, that penalty as well.
Over the top, ball just goes to the ground, but another penalty.
Really well worked here from this New Zealand attack. Just taking their time here, very much controlling the pace of the game at this point.
1-0 New Zealand lead Australia here in the Women's Opens. Early minutes in the finals. Really is just feeling each other out here, just trying to move this defensive liner out. 2 penalties already against the Australians, so repeat sets coming. Got back to the line in time. Die ball. Referee said she was onside. Calls the touch. Long ball out from Sycamore this time. They can't step back inside the cover. Comes across and takes it as die ball. Turns the fence into attack. There's Jess now. She goes down. Moving the ball to the left. Filds all the way across for Stevens. Die ball on the wrap out play for Stevens. Takes the extra yards through the middle. Here comes Sammy Jo Curtis. Bends the back of the defensive line. Susie, the captain, numbers out here. Short ball for Carney. Beautifully executed. Ash Carney sweeps into an attacking position. And try time for Australia. The Emus strike back 1-1.
Yeah, absolutely. Really well worked. Try there. We'll see it again here. Picking up on the outside, just burning. And yeah, just 2-on-1 there. And that's come really from that really intense Aussie momentum coming off the drive.
Kimberly Susie, the captain of the Australian team, just finds Ash Carney hitting that hole beautifully. And that's what touch football is all about. We see the Touch Blacks on the attack once again. Amani Shepherd caught in possession on the halfway line. There they are. Working with Jessica Sarah Rose Maha. This Maha takes it into the line. And a changeover on the 7 metres for this Australian team. Rachel Walsh out there. With Rachel Jess and Rachel Walsh, we have Rachel squared. And off they go. Here's Walsh now. My. Tiani Bryce in half. Watch this pick up and go. She does. Back to the inside. Short ball for My. My dives. The offside penalty. Somebody called in the earlier game that Tiani Bryce, the number 16 from Australia. She looks like she's in slow motion, but is so balanced and so poised that's how it comes across. It really is poetry in motion as Bryce look for her. There's a dive over. Referee calls, indicates touch. No, ball was down first. Try time to Australia. Let's have a look at this one. It's a little bit far away from us here. We'll quickly have a look at the monitor as this replay comes your way.
Lovely ball here.
It's my. Strike dump. You go for the quickie, diving at the line.
Almost steps back on two there.
Danielle Norman it is that gets a try for Australia. It's a 2-1 now. Australia in front for the first time in the match.
New Zealand on the offence again here.
Nice ball from Tainui Takarai. And the cover comes across. Tainui Takarai looks like the real danger in the middle for the Touch Blacks.
Yeah, absolutely. She's creating some seriously dangerous opportunities.
Die ball goes forward as she does. Here's on half of that Rachel Squared. A penalty in the midfield. And Ashkani just stops the run. Ball will come back into the middle.
Bringing it back to the mark here. Australia looking to get set, get some yards.
Semi-Jo Curtis for Fildes. This is Susie again. Down for Curtis. Curtis out to Fildes. Fildes across to Madison Drew. Madison Drew into half now. Bounces out for Semi-Jo. Drops it back again to Drew. Now they reset on the 7. Sweeping is Susie. Susie straightens up and dives. Referee on the spot said she certainly did straighten up in time, and that's try to the captain, Kimberly Susie.
Lovely score there for Susie. We'll see it again on the big screen on the replay here. Bringing that middle up, mid dump, sweeping around in the step back with a lovely dive to finish. The cover and touch just not quite in there. And yeah, lovely score there in Australia. Another one in the lead.
They go out by 2 here, but New Zealand right on the attack. Little stutter. Referee says penalty. Not moving forward, or it could have been a hard push. Not 100% certain on that one, but we know it is a penalty, and it is 6 more touches on the 7-metre line here for the Touch Blacks. Marnie Shepherd is in the centre with the ball. It's her again. Sweeper coming around in the shape of Tia Kamara. They straighten up and come back to the left. Long ball out. Touch in time. Nice touch there by Rackerman.
Lovely take there by Ian on the wing though for New Zealand. Did well to keep hold of that one.
There they are back into the middle for Marnie Shepherd to take out the final touch of that set. And it will be Mai. And there she is going forward from the split play. Bryce again driving hard out to Fildes. Keep an eye on Lucia Fildes if she gets an opportunity. Pace to burn as we see Danielle Norman charging into the line. Andrea Sand drops it back for Jeffs. Jeffs to die ball. Down they go. This is Norman. Norman back to die ball. Short pass to the wing. Diving in the corner, but great defence of coming across in cover.
Yeah.
5th touch.
Really well covered there. Thought Australia were going to be in.
Just awesome athleticism there in the corner. Full stretch dive at speed. Norman goes to the line again, the ball to the ground. So the Touch Blacks defence turn away the Emus. Have it all to do here. They have to roll plenty of metres up the field coming out of their own end. As they do, they roll up over the halfway line now. Ball back for Sosic. Sosic gets it down. Sweeper comes in, the form of Mahar. There's Mahar in half now. Out of half, back to Tainui Takarai. Tainui Takarai takes the final touch, 10 metres out from the Australian line. Now it is the forward push here from the Australians. Charging forward is Jeffs. Die ball now. Out for Andrea Sang. Quick roll ball. That's Madison Drew. Drew goes down. Now for Semi-Jo Curtis. Curtis for Susie. Out of half goes Curtis. Back inside. touched in flight, knocked down from Tainui Takarai, and that's great attack from the Australians.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely beautiful. Coming on, you just see them coming on at such pace with such conviction, and really getting that New Zealand defence just rolling a little bit there. Thought there was going to be another 6 on the line there, but not to be, and New Zealand off the hook and attacking up to their box now.
And just a little dummy finds Ashkani turned around, and it is the New Zealanders on the attack through Hawera. And now Sycamore takes it forward. This Hawera in half back to Sycamore. They roll forward through Minton. Sycamore now at the line, touched by Carney. And Emerson Garrett returns the ball to the mark, and now it's the Aussies. Drew out to the wing. Stevens forward. Pops the ball back for Susi. Andreasen. Stevens on the wraparound play. And then change of possession, just getting a foot in the way as she rolled it.
Yeah, and Australia appear to have returned the favour here, but no. New Zealand still have it. And it's a penalty against Australia there. That's the right decision in that instance.
New Zealand now with the ball up over halfway, again through Hawera. There's Hawera again, back to the middle. Look at Tapu, the try scorer. There's Tainui Takarai. Here she is again, dangerous. Step back on the inside, touch call. Lucia Files, as she stepped back inside, reached out. Just made the touch before the ball was down. And now Bryce brings it back into play. Holds to half, Mai. Hard and fast, she goes forward into the line. Quick hands out for Andreasen, finds Stevens on the wing. Back inside for Mai. Great meters here for the Australians. Norman, File, straight onto the field. Here's Rachel Jeffs, attacking left, goes short, throws a dummy. Great touch there. Coming across in cover is Briar Hadfield for the Touch Blacks.
Yeah, absolutely lovely yards though there from the Aussies, but not quite converted again on that time. Testament to this New Zealand defence doing really well to keep them out at the moment.
They certainly have turned away a couple of attacking raids here as we see them file up over that halfway line into good territory here. Dummy thrown, dive ball on the chase now. That's Ellie Minton over the line looking for a support player. Touch back on the inside. Referee calling a touch. Dive ball. She went through the line, made the touch on Minton prior to the pass, and that is a late pass against Ellie Minton.
Lovely scoop through there though that we saw, but not quite getting the support there quick enough, and yeah, unfortunately touch pass is given there, and looks like Australia are getting them fresh legs on.
There's only 4 out there for Australia. They need more than fresh legs, they just need legs. A little bit of confusion on that interchange play. As now Susi takes it forward into the line. That's Norman bending her back to get momentum here. Curtis out for Carney. Carney back to Curtis. Quick hands on the inside. A little bit of confusion about what role people are playing here. That's Susi at the line. And that wasn't the best set of 6 for Australia.
Yeah, not the best drive we've seen so far for Australia in this half. But got an opportunity here on the halfway.
2.5 minutes remain here in the first half. It is Carney taking it forward. She makes 11 metres on that play. Now in the hands of Andreasen. Walsh into half. Mai tucks out to the right. Here comes Bryce. Mai down for Bryce. Bryce off the deck for Andreasen. Andreasen straightens up. Defence stands up. There's Bryce off the ground. Cut out pass from Andreasen to the winger. Unfortunately, that ball goes to ground. Walsh not able to get up into the line.
Yeah, not quite there. Not quite to hands there for Australia, unfortunately. But lovely yards here from New Zealand, driving straight up the middle, going really direct.
Meg Sycamore outstanding for the Touch Blacks. Now they move forward. This is Tainui Takarai onto the field. Always dangerous, working there with Minton. There she is again, Tainui Takarai. Minton on the inside, long ball out to the wing. This becomes a foot race. And a great touch, Rachel Walsh coming across in cover. Carrying a thigh injury is young Walsh. And she certainly stretched it then and put it on the line for her country.
Yeah, absolutely lovely, lovely cover there, and definitely needed. What a ball though, out to the wing.
Absolutely beautiful and delivered perfectly. Everybody up to the task there in attack and defence as we see a turnover on the halfway line. The Touch Blacks back into the attack. Patricia Hopcroft in half. She's there again. She gives it off for Mahar. Mahar rolls ball. Into the midfield now for Garrett. There's Garrett for the line. Mitchell Jeffson, die ball, squeeze into the middle. Through the line. The referee calls the last touch. The ball back in the hands of the Emus. 30 seconds remain in the half. The Australians, if they want to extend this lead, have to roll right down the pitch. It could be content just to take this one to the line. Norman back inside for Rackerman. There's Sammy Jo Curtis down for Susie. Back to Sammy Jo again on the 7 metre line. Susie, final touch, goes short. Oh, she had a look long. Kat Stevens was unmarked on the wing, but we'll wrap it up here at half time. Current score, Australia 3, New Zealand 1. Kate, how have you seen that first tough action?
Oh, I mean, how incredible. I mean, both teams showing such a calibre, like such a brilliant calibre performance there. You know, I think New Zealand, a bit of a shame that they've not actually converted. I actually think they've almost had, you know, more repeat sets on the line, more attacking opportunities there, and they've just not quite come off. But Australia looking particularly dangerous, as we've seen with so many other Aussie teams, you know, on that roll on that sub and on move, looking really dangerous under momentum. And yeah, they'll be looking to carry that forward. Obviously, they've got a bit of a nice buffer of 2 points, but obviously cannot step off the gas with this New Zealand team.
Yeah, we're going to take a quick break and bring you all the action of the second half here from Nottingham, where Australia 3 lead New Zealand 1 in the Women's Open's gold medal match.
ladies and gentlemen, players and officials, take to the field, ready to play, 30 seconds.
Right, here we are with the second half of this gold medal game, Australia and New Zealand. Currently Australia leading 3-1. Kate, how do you see this one falling?
Oh, I mean, it'll be so interesting to see how Australia do off this tap. I mean, if they can get another score on the door, you know, in the first 60 seconds in the first set here, that would be a real good opportunity for them to extend their lead, obviously. But New Zealand, again, obviously they'll have gone to their box and had a chat at half-time, so be interesting to see where we go from here.
Real attacking pod on now, die ball into half there, that's Fildes. Andrew Sand on the right-hand side. Jeff's just in behind the ruck. They split through the middle. Short ball for the line. The cover comes across, but Rackerman had hit a beautiful unders line then, just in between the link and the winger. But they shut it down all in the nick of time. Jeffs, this is die ball now. Sweeper in Fildes. There's Fildes for the line. Eye on her, knocked down 6 more.
Absolutely lovely, lovely chop line there from the wing on the previous play. But yeah, a bit unfortunate there for New Zealand, and Australia have another attack. It's a lovely sweeping play coming around here, and hands out to the wing. Oh, and it is safe hands there, but it's gone forward.
Penalty. Referee Watson calls that a penalty. Looked beautiful, as you said.
It really did, from up here.
Timing was on song, but the referee on the pitch is the one that makes a call. She sees the hands much, much better than we do. And now it is New Zealand up over the halfway line. Cut to net. Gets it out there now for Hadfield. Hadfield into the line. Sweeping out for Tainui. Sakurai Tainui. Man through the middle goes Amani Shepherd. Just clean footwork. Sees the space open up. And Shepherd, great touch IQ. The eyes up touch football. Charges at the line and scores the second try for the touch blacks.
Yeah, we do love a bit of good eyes up touch football, especially up here where we can see it. Such a good view from up here. Here it is again on the big screen on the replay. Again, just the switch there, the dummy, the go. You can see the grin on the face there. She loves it. Lovely score there for Shepherd, and getting New Zealand another score on the door, only trailing by 1 now.
There's Susie and Carney in the middle of the field here for the Australians. Sammy Jo Curtis as well. Sweeper, Norman, but not square, the call. Aussies loading up on the left-hand side here. Danielle Norman was at pace. But now it is the New Zealanders rolling forward through Hawera. The Sycamore, Shepherd. Back inside now for Maha. Maha skips away. Back for Minton. Through the hands, touch made. Carney gets the final touch on the 7-metre line. And a changeover here for the Aussies.
Yeah, lovely bit of defensive work there for the Aussies. We can see them setting up at some real depth here. And looking to hit a couple of direct ones up the middle.
Little dummy there for Norman. And roll ball, there's numbers here on the right if the touchbacks can exploit it, but they can't get there in time, and the Australians number up in defence. There was an opportunity gone begging there for the New Zealanders.
A bit unfortunate here. They seem to be sort of losing yards at the moment, trying to get some more recruits on, some more legs, as you say.
Shepherd from half, Tainui Takurai with the ball in hand. But Amani Shepherd, we've seen how dangerous she is. That's the number 2. Dosic. Ball over the top, nice unders line.
Fortunate there, I thought he was going to the wing, and that hole was so on.
Yeah, well read there. They got in to cover it up, but as you said, options for the New Zealanders. They'll keep an eye on that one. There's now Fildes, charges forward, takes it out towards the sub-box, straightens up. That's Drew. Drew back inside now. Rackerman into the line. Here's Jeffs. Jeffs charges forward, straightens up, gets pushed to the side, but a changeover.
Oh, lovely, lovely physical touch there, but yeah, changeover is the call.
I can't agree with that call, but it doesn't matter what I agree with or not. Now the play rolls on through the touch blacks. This is Maha. Maha into the line, picked up by Minton at half. Back to Maha. Minton again, out to Hawera. Hawera goes into the line, takes a touch. Final touch coming out of half Not much happening, but they can create from nothing. And that one is a changeover. Jeffs brings the ball back into play. Steps over for die ball. Jeffs goes forward now. Norman sweeps around to the right. Good meters. Ball over the top of the pass from Jeffs. Finds some space. Andrew Sand into the line.
We're waiting here for some more legs coming on here.
Back for Walsh. Susie straightens it up. Charges in. Final touch coming. Carney again. Short ball through the hands now for the Aussies. Files picks it up. Looks inside. Comes long. Rackerman. But a great touch again from Dino Ranganui Pukitapu for the Touch Blacks.
I thought we were in for another Aussie score then. Maybe. Oh,
Files gets up in the passing lane and knocks it down. Repeat set here for the Touch Blacks.
Lovely bit of defensive work here from Australia, really looking to get up and pressurise that New Zealand subbing on. Doing well to overcome it though, as we see here, but again, just slowing it up a little bit, but as you said, they can create from nothing.
Yeah, Emerson Garrett with the ball now. That's Sycamore, she's dangerous. Sycamore looks up, throws it for Carney to take the intercept, brings it out to the 7. Carney rolls forward. Walsh outside, now heavily strapped on that left thigh. This is Bryce, she straightens up, as does Mai. Charges into the line, great settles here from Mai. Extra meters on the right side, they straighten up. There's Drew, Andrea said from half, Bryce back on the inside. Diving touch, outstanding play there by both teams.
Yeah, absolutely, what a lovely covering touch there. But again, what a lovely line.
Nice work here as we see the Touch Blacks roll up to the halfway. That's Hawera. She'll get the ball down. On the wraparound play is Hadfield. Hadfield straightens up. Forward pass there for mine to Tainui Takarai, but they play on. There's a touch, late pass this time. And referee, watch on. Straight onto this one. Penalty Australia.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate there for New Zealand. You can see them trying to inject that extra little bit of pace, going from a bit more lateral. I think it's safe to say the Australian sort of transitioning on is looking a lot, coming out a bit more depth and a bit more pace. But as I say that, they have gifted it back to New Zealand.
Yeah, roll ball error there against the Australians. It's in the hands of the Touch Blacks once more. Hadfield at half. Back to Tainui Takarai. He's the danger one to watch. Hadfield again into the line. This is Minton. Out here to the right, they had numbers. Now defence lines up. Switches it back on the inside. Die ball up out of the line, but the referee says penalty. Not coming forward fast enough across the line.
Yeah, good opportunity here for New Zealand. Another repeat set on the line. Looking to get organised here. And Tainui Takarai, again, we've seen how dangerous she can be in this attacking position.
And Minton as well. This one is Maha, Jessica Maha. Back for Minton, up out of the line with Files. She knocks it down. 6 more will be the call here. No, a penalty for offside.
Either way there, another set of 6 for New Zealand.
Penalty tap in the middle now for Shepherd. Amani Shepherd dangerous. She scored earlier on from nothing. Individual brilliance, so they'll need to keep an eye on her. Footwork and foot speed to burn. Sycamore now into half. Here's Sycamore again. Look at that inside trail line. Jeffs was away to it. Rachel Jeffs closes down. Seeing the setup from here. Shepherd. Low ball for Shepherd, diving. Touch made. Files up off the line. That's how you have to do it if you want to shut it out for Australia. Files now charges forward, turns the defence into attack. This is Jeffs looking to get those fresh legs. That's 3 repeat sets on the line, and they'll need some energy out there. Andrea Sand charges forward. Here's the captain, Susie. Look at the foot speed. Andrea Sand picks up again. Bryce, I don't know that player was onside, but the referee calls 6 touch.
Looks like they're looking for not giving the ball back there. But not meant to be. And New Zealand again looking to get some fresh legs on here.
Demi-Jo Curtis up out of the line, chops it down, the Kiwis. Nice interchange play. This is Sosic charging forward ahead. There goes Garrett, Emerson Garrett into the line, picked up by Hatfield. And then the pass just goes to ground. The Australians holding the line, 3-2 the score. Australia over New Zealand. 10 minutes remaining in this match. So evenly poised as Susie drives up over the halfway line. She's really taken great meters for the Australians. Here's Mai. Bryce out of half going to the right side. Now it's numbers game.
And
across the line.
Given.
It's all on Tiani Bryce here. Let's have a look at it. The poise, the balance, running style. I said earlier, somebody said that she looked like she's in slow motion. It really is poetry in motion. Bryce goes through. Here it is. Skips out the little dummy to show and go in behind the line. And there's Norman. Ball down for Australia.
Norman doing really well there to stay in the ball area and get it down under control. Lovely finish there, and giving Australia that extra little buffer that I'm sure they are content with.
Yeah, 2 tries isn't enough. This team scores here through at Sycamore. Tainui Takerai coming to her way. If the Kiwis score here, they're on the up, and the Australians have to lift, so they'll want another one to try and keep that distance as we see Tainui Takerai at the line. But the diving touch of the captain, Kimberly Susi. That's the final touch, both players. Grasping the extra breath there, Tainui Takerai makes the way to the sideline in some discomfort, but she'll be fine. She's tough.
Just taking a bit of a kneel there, but yeah, it looks like she's got the help there on the sideline, and no doubt we'll see her.
Nice release from Carney out to the wing that time. Back inside from Stevens. Nice wraparound for Stevens as well. Here come the numbers on for the Aussies. Demi-Jo Curtis straightens up. Mai into the line. That's off the deck for Andrea Sand. Madison drew it half, but 6 touches, and that's a turnover here for the Touch Blacks.
Looking to go really direct here again. New Zealand getting those fresh legs coming on. Again though, this Australian really high press defence. They do appear to be taking the momentum out of this New Zealand attack, a little bit more so than what New Zealand are doing to theirs.
As Madison drew up out of the line, made that touch. Now they go out to the left side of Marnie Shepherd once again. They want the ball back, and they don't get it straight away, so the referee blows a penalty. Not returning the ball to the mark or the nearest player would be the indiscretion there. This is Mai. From a standing start, charges forward, really bends that back line there for the defence of the New Zealand team. Norman again, into the middle. Here's Bryce. Norman picks up and scoots, returns for the Bryce. Here's another one from Norman. Back to Bryce, short side numbers here if they can get over the line. They do again, back on the inside. The ball goes to ground, and it'll be a penalty for a late pass. Danielle Norman touched before she passed that one.
Unfortunate there, but what a lovely bit of pace we were seeing there from Danielle Norman. I don't think we'll see it again on the replay, but New Zealand going really direct here. Again, taking those couple of hits up the middle, but this wing and link channel and the Australian defensive line is just so difficult to get those yards.
Nice meters there by Mania Wardby. This is Tainui Takerai into the line again. Sycamore and Tainui Takerai lethal together. Rachel Jess gets the touch and shuts down that raid from the New Zealanders. Out to Files now. Files finds Walsh, little dummy back on the inside, takes a few extra meters. Here's Bryce again out to the sub box, looking for these subset plays now. Susi back to the right side. Andrea Sands scoops, picks up, goes long over the top to the winger. And this is an outstanding play.
What a finish.
Catherine Stevens on the end of an absolute pill from Andrea Sand. Drops it right in her lap. What a beautiful try, Kate.
Oh, absolutely lovely. And we'll see it again. The pickup is there. What a pill. It's Georgina Rackerman there.
Georgina Rackerman.
Oh, what a finish. Just pace, pure pace on the outside there. Again, increasing that buffer by 3 points now. Can New Zealand have one back here? Oh, lovely little show and go there. Lovely few more meters gained. Really well held there.
Tangle up around the roll ball, but they bring it back into play. Hadfield it is. Looking out here for Sosic. Back to Hadfield. Sosic there, ready to go into half. Penalty against the Australians, not moving forward.
Yeah, really don't want to be giving New Zealand those opportunities on the line there. Obviously, we're saying about testing the referees, but, you know, we're coming towards the end of this game now, so they're well established that they will ping them for that.
5 minutes remain here. The Kiwis on the attack. 9 metres out from the Australian line. They move it to the left. That's Hadfield on the sweep. Back in the hands of Garrett. Emerson Garrett setting up for Tia Kamara. There's Kamara. Tainui Takarai goes from half. Back to the infield. Shut down. Referees call the touch. Half court. Sammy Joe Curtis takes the touch and they just stroll out to the 7 metres line. In front now, 5-2, and only 4.5 minutes remain.
A really lovely defensive read there for Australia.
Good charge there from Sammy Joe Curtis. That's Norman now. Here comes Mai. Straightens up again. Quick dump. One-handed pick up. Norman. Long ball over the top. This time for Stevens, but covered up beautifully by Zoe Sosic. Great cover defence from the New Zealanders. Back into the middle. Die ball goes long to Norman. Norman on the late switch back inside, but an extra pass that probably didn't need to be thrown. And the ball turned over here for New Zealand, but Australia have numbers in defence.
Yeah, New Zealand just looking to get up this wing and get those yards. Brilliant defensive touches being put in on this wing, I will say, by Catherine Stevens. She's been an absolute workhorse along that New Zealand box side. And as I say that, New Zealand looking to pick up and go.
Ellie Minton it was, charging to the Australian line. And now Mai returns favour. But the big touch coming across was Ellie Minton. Mai going to ground, gets the penalty. Now it is the Australians through the middle. They take it over. Madison Drew it was that took it to the line. That's Walsh. Just caught up in the midfield there was Andrea Sand. Bryce now. There's Andrea Sand in half again. She's capable of throwing long bombs, as is this young lady here. Rachel Walsh. Rachel Jeffs. I got the wrong one of the Rachel squared there.
Rachel squared.
It's been a long tournament. And now it is the Australians defending this resolute Touch Blacks offense, driving in. We see a quick stoppage. This is Sosic. Sosic now out for Sycamore. Sycamore straight into the line. There's Tainui Takarai. This is a late switch on the inside for Amani Shepherd, but that time the ball goes to ground. So we have just 2 minutes remaining in the match. It is Australia currently leading 5-2. They roll up the field and they'll be content here just to keep possession for as long as they can.
Yeah, absolutely. It goes into a bit of game management now.
Susie on the charge.
There we go. Oh, unfortunate there. Thought we were in for another score for Australia. Had a real good roll on there, but just not quite to hands. Lovely defensive touch here, though, from Susie.
An interchange comes onto the field now. Plenty of numbers. They move the ball right out there to the edge. That is Patricia Hopcroft. Now in the hands of Hadfield. Briar Hadfield in behind the defensive line of the Australians. Nice split play by Tia Kamara. But that one goes to ground. They've bent the line here for the Australians, but they just haven't been able to complete those opportunities.
Yeah, absolutely. That was a really good opportunity there. It was almost 6-on-5 at that point. Just Susie losing her foot in there, and again, yeah, that looked loose from here.
And no touch there, so it's in the hands of the Touch Blacks attacking. They're spreading the ball right to this right-hand edge here, looking for a sub play. That's Garrett, Emerson Garrett driving into the line. This is Wardby, Mania Wardby. Now in the hands of Mahar. Jessica Mahar with the ball. Marnie Shepherd into half. There's Tainui Takarai. Amani Shepherd pointing in for Takarai. There we go. Straighten up. But again, the defence up to the task. Hannah Dyball makes a touch and hands a turnover here for the Australians.
Yeah, absolutely. Just not quite giving Tainui Takarai those gaps that she was trying to create.
15 seconds remain here. So we await the siren. The Australians ready to celebrate the score 5-2. Can they get another one on the board? Tiani Bryce straightens up.
Oh, wow.
They'll find it hard to chase her down. And that's the young lady I spoke of. The poetry in motion of Tiani Bryce scores on the hooter to extend the lead for Australia. 6 tries to 2. And they take out another world title here at the World Cup in Nottingham. Kate, what an outstanding game and a very fitting finish for that young lady.
Absolutely, I think that was really well deserved. And again, it's just testament to that Australian transition on, just the lovely show and go and the pace. I mean, a really well, hard-fought battle there from New Zealand as well. But ultimately, Australia coming out on top, and huge congratulations to the Australian Women's Open team. What a game.
Well, outstanding, the Australians, but let's not take anything away from the Touch Blacks Women's Opens. They were exceptional. They took the early lead, and then they just kept chipping away. But as we said, they didn't complete some sets where they really created opportunity.
Yeah, absolutely. It was really great to see. But yeah, sometimes that last little bit of execution just wasn't quite there. But again, an absolute joy to watch them, and particular standouts as well. You know, Skylar Takeri, she was absolutely outstanding for the New Zealand team, a real playmaker for sure.
And they are, if we look down there, we are situated right behind their sub-box. They're a young team. They're a young team under development, and it's great. There's a bit of a changing of the guard in the coaching structure and the playing group as well. So we look along that list, and as you said, Tainui Takarai was just outstanding. Amani Shepherd, we have to give a shout out to. Meg Sycamore got through a ton of work, but it really was the Australians who lifted, and the experience shone through.
Yeah, absolutely. But what a joy to watch, and what a treat for us here at Highfields for this Touch World Cup down here in Nottingham. And yeah, absolutely huge congratulations to the Australian women. We can see what it means to them here on the live stream, and lots of hugs. You know, these girls will play against each other, you know, quite a lot, you know, part of the Trans-Tasman, and yeah, you can see how much it means to them all, and lots of hugs and smiles down there.
Yeah, absolutely, and it looks like our MVP, the player of the match, is down on the pitch. And we're going to throw down to our man, Wilf, who's right in the middle with all of the action. So let's have a chat with Wilf and the player of the match, Kimberly Susie. Down to you, Wilf. Looks like we might have some technical difficulties here. We'll pick Wilf up in a second.
Well, it's really loud out here. We're just making sure all the audio's work. I've got Kimberly Susie alongside me. Kimberly, you're one of 2 players in the Australia squad to have played every game in the tournament. How are the legs after a fantastic outing in the Women's Open?
They're dead. I don't think they could run anymore. That was just an awesome game from the New Zealand girls. That was really hard work, but I'm just super proud of the Aussie girls because they just dug deep.
It was certainly a lot closer than you were used to in the tournament, the tightest game in the entire Women's Opens. How were the nerves throughout? Did you know you were always going to come through in that incredibly close tie?
There's always a bit of doubt. The New Zealand team is so strong, but we had faith if we stuck to our game plan that we could come over the top of them, and we did. It was just super gutsy from the girls, and yeah, I just can't get over how hard it was.
Well, congratulations though, champions again, and that player of the match in the final to boot. I'll let you celebrate with the rest of the side. What a fantastic achievement. What a final. Another gold medal on the board for Australia. They've got one more chance in the final game of the Touch Rugby World Cup 2024 here in Nottingham in the Men's Open, when New Zealand take on Australia. James Preston to take you through to the final, which will be live in about 10 minutes time here.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is your 10-minute warning. It's nearly time for the final of the week. The men's open final between Australia and New Zealand. Things will be out in just a minute's time here in the meantime. Massive thank you to our hosts, the University of Nottingham, and our partners,
Well, the stage is set here in Nottingham. The big dance, the Men's Open World Cup final. Australia taking on New Zealand. The Emus looking to defend their title from Malaysia in 2019. 9 straight world title championships dating back to 1988. It seems like an insurmountable task, but if there is one nation that can do it, it is New Zealand. Good afternoon from Nottingham. James Preston and England under-18s coach Joe Wright to bring you all the action. What an occasion, Joe. 10,000 fans packed into Highfield Sporting Complex.
And where else would you rather be on a Sunday afternoon than finals footy? It's the pinnacle of touch rugby in the world, and as you rightly say, if any nation is going to knock Australia off the top block, it's going to be New Zealand.
Well, let's talk a little bit about the two campaigns of these two sides. Undefeated up until this point in time for New Zealand. Their attack has been unreal. 146 tries in the group stages alone, conceding just 24. Australia played one less match with a forfeit from Papua New Guinea, but still so clinical in their approach. 116 tries, conceding
And that, for me, is the area in which New Zealand are going to have to come up with some answers on the fly. How do you stop Dylan Hennessy? Because if you can, and you can limit him, you will stand a chance.
For New Zealand, slightly more returning from their 2019 campaign. 6 players: Itaroy Graham, Matt Sinclair, Sean Law, Legan Hotham, Awa Morris, and Rayhana Finch. Now, Rayhana Finch as well can't stop scoring here. 28 tries for him, but the number 1 try scorer in this Men's Open competition so far, Trey Poihipi, 34 tries, an unbelievable tally. And New Zealand, they love hitting the fringes early.
Yeah, they do, and we saw that against Lebanon. They conditioned both options, the passive link and the long ball to the wing. For me, that's where the answers are going to lie in the attack.
We're going to find out all the answers right now. All the talk is stopped. It's time for action. Here we go. The Touch Blacks will tap us off, running from right to left. It's the World Cup final. The gold medal is on the line. New Zealand charging forward early here. Willison waiting at acting half, brings it out to the left here for Graham. Back to Willison. Oh, early nerves here for New Zealand.
Yeah, and it looked like they tried to find that link early without the use of the touch, which is rather interesting, seeing as all their good work comes off the back of a really dynamic strike dump. So maybe holding some tricks up their sleeve for the final.
Oh, look at the meters here, though, from Australia already into their groove as Russell gets involved. Drops it down. Hennessy, the one-handed scoop, looking dangerous. Change of angle. Aussies building nicely. Kenny trying to pop it back on the inside. It was played at from Poihipi.
Yeah, Australia already testing that outside edge. New Zealand scramble.
The Hennessy now slowing it down for the Aussies. Russell with a little bit of space already. Hennessy once more. Oh, steps on a dime once more. Such sharp footwork from Dylan Hennessy. Griffin back to the 7 now. They'll pop up a little pass here for Russell. Hennessy, short ball. Griffin, bombing long. Chance here for the Aussies. Oh, did Boy Hippie make the touch? Yes, he did. He saves the bacon of the touch blacks. Hennessy now, dropping it off here. Another chance for Hennessy. Once more going long. Oh, it doesn't get any better than that. Hang on a minute. Yes, it does. The touch was even better.
And on both wings now, 2 try-savers. The ball's adjusted to go forward in flight, but we're not too fussed. The defensive prowess of the New Zealand wingers shutting out Australia early, and we ask, can they lock out Dylan Hennessy? Well, first time of asking, they've succeeded.
They passed that early test here, New Zealand, up over halfway. All heavy contact from Boy Hippie on Bob. Quick roll ball too. Now New Zealand off the back of it. Sinclair opens up the space. Here's a chance. Here's a chance. Have they got there? Davies trying to squeeze through. Again, the Aussies close the gap.
Yeah, and this is a case of 2 attacks operating at their ferocious best, met by what is a last-minute scramble defence. With 2 minutes in, we're in for an absolute classic of a final.
Oh, the pace is already insane from both teams here as now a short pass is provided. Norman turns it here for Cridlin. Back for Norman. Marshall King is good to go. Here he is with ball in hand. The big dummy fools them all. Oh, Marshall King just caught in the end. That was good for the Aussies. Nearly worked for them, but just New Zealand hanging on.
Yeah, and what a boon that is for Australia to have Marshall King fit. We're not sure if he'll be at 100%, but you take him at 50. He's that good.
He's a stalwart here. Back-to-back campaigns for the Men's Open in the World Cup as now Durban Burgess sends it out wide. Oh, good speed here from Edwards. Tracked him down easily.
Yeah, and it seems like New Zealand, off the back of their transition, are trying to condense the Australian defence on the left edge and then whip it open to that passive link. So far, Australia are making the read.
Marshall King just shy of the half. Oh, very flat ball there for Griffin. Picked up again. Jardel Bob under all sorts of pressure. That stops the momentum. They'll simply float it out here from Benbow. That's a great defensive set from New Zealand.
Yeah, and that will really give New Zealand the boost that they need. And at the moment, it's a battle of the 2 transitions. That team really finding their feet in the final third. New Zealand, though, great yards up the box.
Urban Burgess now. Little pass popped down of acting half from I4 Jones. Here he is again getting involved. On now to Hotham. Hotham popping a little pass here for Jones. Oh, footwork from Jones! The opening try of the World Cup final goes the way of New Zealand. I4 Jones, the hot stepper.
And look at this shape for the long ball. I4 Jones take a bow. See him wrapping round. Receives the ball in open space off the sweeper. Left foot step. Boom. See you later. The long and strong dive underneath, and I4 Jones, you couldn't ask for a better opener.
It's taken 4 minutes, but New Zealand have the first. It was very tight the last time these 2 sides met in a World Cup final. Back in 2019, 4-3 the final score, so points may well be at a premium. Back here to Russell. Big dummy and then backtracking to the 7. Russell again having a look at them, turns it back on the inside. The old punish play there. But they didn't punish them enough. It was very close though.
Yeah, really close. Good scramble defence again, and this is fit. But don't count Australia out. They can do something from nothing.
Moffat out here for Bob. Bob's got great footwork, but not good enough to beat them back on the inside. So New Zealand working away now.
Yeah, New Zealand, their defensive spacing on the outside edges have been superb, and they're going to have to be, because Australia, that's where they want to go through. New Zealand won't mind any scores going outside the wing, but between that wing link, they've got to be tight.
Davids, good meters here, and now on the follow-up is Morris. Last one here, Sinclair looking dangerous. Pops a pass, great read though from Sean Francis. He scored 32, but that might be the most important one he saved this tournament.
Definitely, you do not want to go 2 tries down early in a World Cup final. A really good line cut off the ball by the New Zealand link, matched by a brilliant defensive read, but we saw this against Lebanon. New Zealand condition the link and then miss him completely to the wing.
So 5 minutes down, and this already has the makings of a World Cup classic. Hennessy picks it up. Little pass here. Cridlin all popping a ball. Boy Hippie had a chance to make a play at it. Instead, opted for the touch. There's the turnover anyway.
Yeah, it's a safe play on that far wing. Not trying to go for the intercept, not coughing up field possession. Both teams know how important possession of the ball is. They're going to need to complete their full sets. Maybe lucky to get away with an off-the-mark call there. Half isolated. It's a better transition defence from Australia.
Hotham. Now to the middle here for Willison. Willison dropping it down on the last. Hotham picks it up and scoops. Trying to get the late release away there, but Australia with a very high pressing line. picking up pretty easily, and now the turnover here. So Hennessy marching forward. Aussies will head towards their subs box.
Yeah, and it's good midfield defence from Australia, isolating the half on 2 different occasions. And interesting to see Hennessy, he's not subbing, he wants line attack.
Well, here he is. He'll get a chance now, Hennessy. Picking up out of acting half. Numbers on this right-hand side. Bob tries to beat them for speed. They've done enough there, New Zealand. It's Graham who makes the touch. And that's the last. It's a changeover.
Yeah, and we said earlier in the game, New Zealand-Lebanon, it might be the single best performance we've seen from New Zealand. Well, this first 6 minutes, this is even better. And they're going to have to be perfect over the next 35.
Well, it's worth pointing out the journey for these two sides in terms of the finals. For Australia, they steamrolled both Ireland and the Cook Islands, conceding just 4 points in total and scoring 29, as New Zealand go very close here. But for New Zealand, they had a bit of a tougher test here. Lebanon have proven consistently to push teams for the entire 40 minutes. They did that against New Zealand, 13-6, so maybe they're in a bit of a better step here.
Yeah, definitely. And we said earlier, the stylistic matchup between Lebanon and New Zealand, very similar. So New Zealand have already had a single crack at it.
Russell now drops it down on the last, all offside. Bob can play through as a result. Here's a chance for the Aussies. What a pass that is! Off Bob from around the corner. The absolute pinnacle of touch footy. And Francis has his 33rd of the tournament.
And we're all square in this final, 1-1. Bob, take a bow. Where he just cuts the line, little show and go. Gets into the dead ball area and then almost hopeful but trusting his instinct that the sporting player would be there.
So we're all locked up here in the World Cup final. 1 try apiece, only 1 team going home with that trophy. Can New Zealand lift it for the first time in 36 years? It's been a very long wait. Sinclair back to the middle now. Hutchison will slow it down here for New Zealand. Up they come to meet him. Oh, nice little release there, very late in the piece. Sinclair then headed out towards that right-hand side. Popping it back to the middle now for Hutchison. Sinclair. Hutchison once more. Slowing things up here, New Zealand. And the Aussies not stepping up quickly enough.
Yeah, really good play. New Zealand recognised they only really had 1 to play with, so trying to buy that dropping off early penalty, and they do.
Sinclair once more back here to Hutchison. Touch is made from Cridlin. Last one here for New Zealand with a static start. High line once more from the Aussies. A little wraparound comes. Hutchison nowhere to go. There's the touch made. Well, they indicated last, but now they've got another one here for New Zealand.
Yeah, there was a repeat set as we see an open side quickie. Step back, it's gorgeous.
Sinclair sends it long point. Hippie looking for a try. Oh, I think Francis gets there. Great touch. Made out wide from the Aussies.
We've seen some brilliant defensive touches down the wing, and I've got a feeling there'll be plenty more in this game. Not even 10 minutes in.
Sinclair drops it down. Now it's the last here for New Zealand. Oh, pass it out the back, but keep on. Oh, everybody had a hand on their mouth there. There was gasps all around the grounds.
It's one of those, when we said to beat this Australia side, you've got to be perfect. You can't let opportunities go begging. Yes, that's only, that's a 1 in 10 ball, but this is the game to take that chance, and it almost pays for New Zealand.
Well, there are no tomorrows. It's either now or never, as Benbow leaves that one behind. Approaching the quarter-way mark of this match, probably have to say New Zealand maybe slightly in front.
Yeah, definitely. I think in terms of their field position and their defensive press, just slightly on top. And as you were saying, what it would mean for this New Zealand team to finally take the win, for me, it's now or never. This team has the skills to do it. Can they piece together the performance?
Well, they nearly did it in the Trans-Tasman series as well. 2 games to 1 in the end. Australia winning, but every one of them were very close, and now it's dropped down here on the last. Chance once more for I4 Jones. Runs out of real estate, he'll turn it over, and just over 10 minutes gone here. We're locked up at 1 try apiece.
Yeah, and I think this is about an apt to scoreline, as you'll hope to see, as Australia just throw the bomb to the wing, no one marking. Good meters made off first, and a penalty for foot in the ruck. So Australia defend the set and then go and draw the penalty. Great field position.
Easy meters here up towards halfway. Edwards rolls forward. Russell, little show of the ball. Now Hennessy back on deck, so too is Jamin Bob. Couple of weapons out there for Australia. Russell waiting at acting half, scoops it up. Hennessy in support, they cut him out, went back there to Bob. Hennessy was the man to hit though. Drops down now. Hennessy on the last hitting link. The tap on was on there for Edwards. Just didn't get it quite flush.
Yeah, and I completely agree with your observation. Hennessy, he'd run that lovely disguise line up the middle. Not chosen though. We'll see if that's by design or if it's just a lapse of communication. New Zealand once again defend the line attack relatively comfortably.
Up to make the touch there was Courtney. Now into enemy territory comes Davids, who was superb in the semi-final against Lebanon. But we'll come back here for an infraction from New Zealand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to see what the call is. Yeah. 7 on, so logistical error in the sub-move. That's a collector's item from New Zealand.
Hennessy now sends it back to the middle. Marshall King out there once more. Picked up here from Bob. Marshall King wasn't expecting it. Now rolled down here. Sloan from Norman. Once more. Norman just dropping the pace a little bit. Preparing for the next raid here. Now they'll pick up the tempo again, Australia. Hennessy over the top, pop back in on the inside. Absolute class from the Emus to get their second and take the lead here in Nottingham for the World Cup final.
Yeah, and if you're new to touch, you might be thinking, what a heads-up play. We designed those wing tap backs as coaches, and you'll see Dylan Hennessy almost puts it in the perfect area for the netball pass on the inside, and it's a beauty.
The try time for Justin Cridlin. He's for 7th of the tournament now as they bring it forward here. Another chance for New Zealand. And once more, I Jones pulls down the pants of the Aussies.
Yeah, I Jones with the hot step. Once again, they can't deal with him in line attack, and what a start. We'll see once again off the back of the sweeper setup, right foot step, long and strong dive in between the two Australian middles, and we've not seen that so far in that middle channel for Australia.
They are really throwing down the gauntlet here to the Emus. 2 tries apiece, 7 from the break here. Jardel Bob brings it forward. Almost impossible to separate these two at the moment. Now Griffin looking to link up with Bob once more, but Bob was already off towards the subs box.
Yeah, and it was Davids again. I complimented his defensive line speed in the game against Lebanon, and he's just flying up out the line, reckless abandon, getting in the passing lane. There's a penalty for dropping early though. So Australia with a repeat set of 6, and lo and behold, who's on the field? Dylan Hennessy.
And joining him as well is Jamin Bob now, who hops in at acting half. Russell just goes straight at them. Very close to squeezing through. Urban Burgess though makes the touch, and back to the 7 go the Emus. Russell bouncing around, picked up here from Bob. Short press here for the run of Russell, turned away. Bob still with it though. Geez, a high line here from New Zealand. They are not letting off the pressure, but unfortunately they've been pinged here.
Yeah, and that's the second penalty in this possession for Australia. One more, and a New Zealand player goes to the bin for the rest of the possession. And that's not what you want to see from an All Black perspective. Number 6, Dylan Hennessy on the ball. It's danger.
He is pulling all the strings here, hopping in out of acting half. Griffin will go at them from range. Griffin with a great slide and dive gets a 3rd here for the Emus.
Well, Griffin by name, Griffin by nature, that dive is mythical. As you watch him go over, it's this lovely disguise play, and it's like they double up on Hennessy and they forget about the big man chucking up through the middle, and what a dive. If you want to learn how to get underneath a covering defender, there's your textbook example.
Outstanding there from Griffin, and now New Zealand behind once again here. They scored first, but the Aussies have now finally found the right setting. As out it comes here on this left-hand side, too much speed. Moffat's going to claim the touch here. Referees will agree. At 3-2 the score. New Zealand still with a few plays in this set. Sinclair shifts it early, drop down. Now the last here for the Kiwis. Into the hands of Moffat. Moffat's off for the prize. He won't have the wheels though. Now come back here. So it'll be a penalty to New Zealand.
Yeah, I believe it's in the ruck infringement. So look, forward pass given is the signal. Unsure about that one. I believe for me it was an early release off the line. That's at least my perception of that. And here we go, I Jones, here we go.
He's the one to watch. Already 2 tries here for New Zealand. And on both occasions, really just solo efforts. As now, once more, Sinclair goes to Jones, and again he gets very low. Someone put the limbo stick out there. That's what he needs to try and stop him. Back to the 7 they come. Jones at first receiver. Bangs it back here to Sinclair. Picked up from Davids. Jones again threatening. Oh, Jones going to the line. Is it 3? You got it. It's a World Cup final hat-trick for I4 Jones. We just keep squeezing his way under the defence.
Oh, this footwork is absolutely disgusting. You'll see the little show and go in a moment, but watch the little stutter step. But oh, see you later. Breaking ankles, I4 Jones. 3 tries in a World Cup final. Not many players can say that.
Well, if Disney on Ice needs another person to get involved, no one can slide better than I4 Jones. And now Hennessy pops a little pass here for Russell. They'll stop on the 7 though, the Aussies. What a cracker this one is. Back to Russell here. Marshall King's out there now. Quick release. Hennessy footwork. Hennessy footwork. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy.
And it seems like Dylan Hennessy looked at I4 Jones and went, anything you can do, I can do better. As he on the wraparound play once again. It's a similar setup in the open space. Here we go, left foot step. No telegraphing the step at all underneath the New Zealand middles. And Australia 4-3.
Hard to believe that's just Hennessy's 8th try of the tournament. He's probably laid on a good 50 though. As now New Zealand find themselves down once again, but a quick release on this left-hand side. Moffat, such a quick customer, shuts it down. Also hard to believe it's only 2 minutes until the break. Draw and pass here. Oh, a little bat on there and just reeled back in. Passing away right at the line, very deep there, but Hotham, it goes behind him on the last. And it looks like Australia will likely take a lead into the break.
Yeah, barring any sort of midfield error and a force of turnover, 2 minutes to go. New Zealand need to get the defensive nudge on, because this transition from Australia is dangerous.
Great speed here on Norman. What about the pickup now? The footwork as well. Tapped over the top, still alive here for Australia. Francis, nowhere to go. He's shown the sideline, and there is the turnover. So probably one more chance here for New Zealand to strike back before the break.
Yeah, New Zealand needs to get around the midfield press on first touch for me in the transition. They're not making as many meters as Australia, but they do inject some pace coming into the box, into the red zone.
Good meters here from Davids. Last one picked up. Sinclair squeezes through who he believed to be 2 offside markers in the form of Norman and Cridlin. But not called that way, and I think he might have had a case there.
Yeah, for me, if they were on, they were only just onside. Really thought that was a good transition, and again, New Zealand having to scoop from so deep, such as the defensive pressure, but they'll have another crack at the line.
One final chance here in the first half for New Zealand, and you guessed it, I4 Jones sent back out there. Already a hat-trick in this final. Can he make it 4 before half-time? Davids brings it forward, 10 away. Concerted approach here for New Zealand. Drop down, Jones again, threatening the line. They're on their best behaviour here. The Emus defence. He's got them worried, Jones. Back it comes to him. D'Urban Burgess dropping it down. Last one here. Jones linking up, quick hands. This time the Aussies had the measure. Really good read from Edwards, stepping in from link.
Yeah, and a brilliantly timed release off the line. Had to be as well, because as we've seen, when you give I4 Jones time and space, he will punish you.
So up over halfway now, final 10 seconds of this half. There might be enough for one final chance here for Australia. That one is collateral damage off a shoulder there of New Zealand. But what a first half, the applause rings out. These two sides are throwing everything at each other, including the kitchen sink, including the plumbing. 4-3, Australia leading.
And what more could you ask for from a men's open final at a World Cup? Both teams going tooth and nail at each other, and an individual first half performance for the ages from I4 Jones, really laying down the marker for this New Zealand side, saying no, we are not going down without a fight. We're going to run the best in the world to their very end.
Well, this one is going to go down to the wire at the break here. The 9 times world champions have the same score that got them the victory back in 2019 in Malaysia. It's 4-3, but it is anyone's game in the second 20. And let's head downstairs to Adam Collins, who's got New Zealand coach Rahul Das with him.
Like the skills they have, the speed and the vision is just so awesome.
So now when we talk about World Cups, this is the 10th edition of World Cups. You've been to every one of them, I've been to 8. How amazing has it been here in Nottingham over this 7 days?
It's been fantastic. England Touch has put on an awesome job. The weather's been fantastic. 39 countries from all over the world. I mean, it's obvious that Australia and New Zealand are still up in front by looking at all the finals, but it's great to see all the minnow countries here enjoying themselves and learning about the game.
And the bronze medal matches, there's been a bit of a shift there. England taking home a few, South Africa, Japan, Cook Islands, a nation on the rise, and also Lebanon in the men's opens.
Yeah, and a lot of these kids, we played Philippines in our semi-final, and these are young kids, most of them under 20, and so it's really exciting that everyone's getting better and improving, all the minnows.
And the fan village, I've seen you down there amongst all the people stopping, taking photos and missed the touch. What about the vibe down there? Has that been part of what's brought this whole World Cup together?
Yeah, of course, and that in itself, having a fan village and that, and the big screen, and even on the field, you're playing people and they're speaking different languages, and it's just so good for our sport.
We've got the Red Army behind me, the volunteers. There's over 250 volunteers in the tournament. That's brought a whole different vibe in itself.
It is, and it's been good to spread the workload. I mean, a lot of the New Zealand families that came over offered up to help, and they were in red shirts and marshalling people here and there. It's been a great tournament.
And that's what's beautiful about our sport. Pete, thanks for joining us to give us a bit of insight from the half-time break here. And we'll go back up to James in comms and bring you all the action of the second half.
Adam, thank you very much. Adam Collins there with a legend of the sport, Pete Walters, and Joe Wright. I mean, we have seen the absolute pinnacle of touch footy right here today.
Oh, this is the best of the best. Every single play has been out the top drawer. There's been not a single whiff of a mistake, of a misread. It's been what I dare say what you expect from a World Cup final in the men's open with these two teams on the field, but it's delivered that and more. And for me, Australia, this might be the most we've seen them work for a lead.
New Zealand have not stopped coming at them. We talked about it being a battle of the sword and the shield. So far, both teams, though, attacking with the shield, defending with the sword, if you will.
Yeah, and it's one of those attacks, the best form of defence, just go down and get another score. And Australia, though, with the tap in this second half, will look to get the early one.
So back underway here for the second half of the culmination of a brilliant 2024 World Cup, the Men's Open final, and anyone's to win. Australia leading 4-3. Cridlin out of acting half. Griffin back to Cridlin, plays it inside the 7. All was building nicely there for the Emus. They'll get another set.
Yeah, it's a penalty in the roll ball for New Zealand. Just walking that tightrope, dabbling.
Hennessy turns it back on the inside here. Cridlin back to Hennessy. Oh, the footwork stepping as he caught it. So elusive, Dylan Hennessy. Back to the 7 metre mark they'll go now. Griffin, Hennessy, caught here. Good pressure from D'Urban Burgess. Now once more, the Aussies looking to set up for the strike dump. Cridlin crabbing across field. Short release here for Hennessy. Passive out the back. Meters for the Aussies. Too easy. It's the old firm back together again. Dylan Hennessy combining with Pete Norman.
Yeah, Norman, the beneficiary of Dylan Hennessy, taking the ball flat to the line. Late release on the rat, engaging New Zealand defenders. And we'll watch it through on the replay. Hennessy checks off, and then that beautiful J line at the base of the touch. And it's just a lovely show and go, and the pace is too much, although New Zealand straight back down the other end.
And you can't turn away for a second here. New Zealand can go the length of the field in a flash. It's now I4 Jones again, looking for another try. That's the best one yet. Bang off the right foot, collapsing off the left. It's a 4th in a World Cup final. We talk about having the whole not touch. This man is a volcano right now.
This is outrageous, and you will not be able to find anyone in World Rugby who can do this to this Australian defence. The step in and out. I4 Jones, 4 scores for New Zealand, 4 scores for I4 Jones.
Wash your eyes out. That's absolute filth there from I4 Jones as they take it out to this right-hand side and now back to the left. Marshall King, Hennessy, Marshall King. Oh, the flick pass from Bob and got there as well. James Courtney gets it down. Well, we thought we'd seen the try of the tournament before from Australia. I take it back. That's the best you'll see.
And it's so nonchalant, out the back. Didn't even look. Gives the ball on instinct. Such is the skills. Oh, it's just sublime over in the corner. And Australia go, yep, New Zealand, I see your score. We raise you a better one.
James Courtney. Great finish as well. Take nothing away from the flick pass for Bob, but there was not much space to work with there as Jones. Can he respond again? Back it comes here for New Zealand. Graham drops it down. I4 Jones doesn't get that strike dump that he was after. Once more, the step comes out. This time Australia have his measure. I think next score is crucial though.
Yeah, it's definitely crucial. New Zealand need it. And I4 Jones, I love this from I4 Jones, just subs himself off. I'm not needed in defence. I'm the bagsman. I'm the person who's going to haunt this Australian defence. He's going to be ready to come back on in the attacking set.
Now here for Edwards, floating a pass over for Moffat, who takes off. Cleveland was looking to hop in there at acting half, but didn't get there in time. Kenny popped it instead. Last one now here for Edwards again. Lovely ball. Oh, the dummy comes in from Moffat. He could sell ice to an Eskimo with that one. And there's a 7th on the board here for the Emus. They're now starting to flex their muscle.
Yeah, this double pump does all of the work for Australia. We'll see it, the Roman cam, great angle. Hit 1, nope, see you later. 2, beautiful link passive, and this is what we've come to expect from Australia, taking the ball round the outside, fixing defenders, finding holes. New Zealand, you've got to tighten up defensively.
So turn back to the middle here for Dearborn Burgess. Good footwork now. Oh, just delaying a pass at the line. Outstanding delivery from Tiwi Davies. 7-5 now. New Zealand strike back with a cracker.
Yeah, and we talk about the double pump fixing defenders. Well, how about the entire defensive line freezing? And we'll see it here. 1, 2, there we go. Dropped off into space, almost just hits him in his chest and says, ground that for me.
Well, Russell had no idea what was going on in the end. Dearborn Burgess getting the try. It's now Hennessy. The Emus still up 7-5. Just navigating this 7-metre line at the moment. Rolled down, bit of a sloppy one there from Bob Hennessy, looking for the sinker pass over the top. Another set to work with here, and based on the footy IQ of Hennessy, I feel he knew exactly what was coming if that didn't go to hands.
Yeah, definitely. It's one of the, knew he had a free play, knew he had the 6 touches in the back pocket, so throws the spectacle long ball, but New Zealand need to defend this.
Once more, Marshall King, quick release, Francis on the spot. Ooh, and New Zealand, they survive here. Boy, Hippie's got a bit of an issue too off the back of it. Yeah, it would have been a very, very close call, this one.
Yeah, and this is not what you want for Boy Hippie. He's been electric on the wing, not only in attack, but also in defence. He's saved 3 surefire scores. But New Zealand benefiting from the forward pass. As soon as they give away the penalty, they retain one, and they've got to secure the ball.
Turner now, pops it forward, Davids. They continue on with the drive here, New Zealand. Good meters on offer. Quick roll ball too here from Savage. Now really flexing here, New Zealand. Picked up, Willison sends long. He's got that one well and truly wrong though.
Yeah, for me, that play sort of reeked of someone who just wanted to get rid of that ball and didn't really, want to take the risk on the far side, wants to make Australia work and go full length. And they will. New Zealand look to put the defensive press on. They forced errors from Australia in this area of the pitch. They'll look to emulate that.
Up over halfway now come the Aussies. Great pace about things once more. They wanted the extra set, but they won't get it. This is now the last here for the Emus. Picked up from Norman. Cut out here. Moffat was close. Went to the link instead. Nowhere to go.
Yeah, it's a good idea to go to the passive link once more. Doesn't quite happen for them, and it's unfortunate because the option was there. That's a roll ball infringement from, ooh, That could have gone the other way on another day. Flip the coin, see which way it lands up. This time, New Zealand.
So a good position here for New Zealand to start this set. Moving forward now is Morris. Wrapping around once again on this left-hand side. I4 Jones back on deck here as they approach that 7. Sinclair rolls it back. Aussie stopping the momentum so far though. Now it picks up again. Here's Jones. Static start here on the last, so it's been a great defensive set thus far from Australia. In fact, you can make it overall an outstanding piece of defence there from the Emus.
Yeah, it's brilliant defensive work, able to nullify I4 Jones. That's not something we've said so far in this final. But for me, the read was on that far wing. It's a couple times the Australian defence have collapsed inwards. New Zealand need to find it.
Edwards, and now a short ball here. Jamin Bob stepping off the left. Last one here. Russell takes it to the line. Russell squeezing through. A try goes begging for Australia. This time Courtney puts it down. 7-5 the score remains.
Yeah, and there's been a couple times now where Australia have had the opportunity to go and get the third try, go and extend your lead out to 3. They haven't. And I tell you what, if New Zealand come back firing, they will regret these missed opportunities. As New Zealand look to play around the midfield press, maybe get away with an off-the-mark penalty. New Zealand right in their luck. Oh, great yards made up the middle, in behind the mid.
Well, if there's one team that can roll you quickly, it is New Zealand, and once more they are marching upfield here. An opportunity for Davies to set it up, finds a great ball. Davids stops on a run. He probably should have kept going though. Oh, Turner is collected from Marshall King. Now, Marshall King couldn't disappear, but I feel he's going to be quite lucky to get away with that one.
Yeah, definitely. We spoke about New Zealand right in their look. Well, Marshall King, that's about as close to a penalty for a hard touch as you could possibly get.
Let me tell you now, the shoulder must be all right. It's still fine for Marshall King. He's had a few issues in the tournament with it.
Ooh, penalty for chat from New Zealand. So not happy with that decision and compounding the error and giving away a penalty on halfway.
You've just got to go one play at a time here for New Zealand, but they couldn't get it out of their minds as now Benbow brings it forward. Little pass here from Jardel Bob. Benbow, fancy footwork. Bob for Griffin. Griffin bombing long. Chance for Courtney. Hennessy's there on the spot. Arrives now for Hennessy. Drops it down. Jardel Bob once more. Hennessy scheming, sending it long. Kenny back on the inside. Absolute clockwork. Clinical precision from the Aussies. And Ben Bow, or maybe it should be Ben Bow because he needs to take one.
Oh, it's beautiful. Once again, Dylan Hennessy taking the ball flat to the line, hard to the line, fixing New Zealand defenders so they can't go and chase early. There was 3 mini pumps in there and a beautiful tap back. We've seen that once already. There's the repeat.
Well, it's now getting to the point with about 10 minutes remaining that New Zealand need to be next to score. The margin's out to 3 now. This will help the cause.
Yeah, good penalty, dropping early. Australia really trying to release defensively so they can fly up off the line. Just getting it wrong on that occasion.
A fresh set to work with here, 7 away. Short little ball here for Willison. Willison slowing it down, wrapping around is Davies. Davies, popped a little pass back on the inside. Graham thought about delivering. Edwards was up in the passing lane though, so in the end a good hold. It's now Davies once more, recycling. Back out to that left-hand side. Australia gaining ground here in defence.
Yeah, and it's just a little bit sloppy at the moment. It's too slow from New Zealand. You've got to find some pace. Unfortunately, it's not quite happening.
Davies out for Hotham now. Hotham turns it back on the inside. Going nowhere fast here, New Zealand. Once more a strong touch coming out. Now a little pass is popped on. Nearly the circus trick to get across the line there for Morris. But Australia, so much pressure defensively, they just keep stepping up.
Yeah, definitely, and walking the line of the hard touch really well at the moment. There's been 2 now, which on another day, again, flip the coin. Past 2 have come for New Zealand. Oh, and the referee just waves him off the ground. We want some physicality, and it's applauded from the refs.
I'll tell you what, these referees have watched the Origin earlier this week. They've seen all the contact. They want a bit more here for touch footy. Up now, it comes towards the halfway line, popping a pass. Russell back here for Bob. Great scoop from Griffin. The footwork as well. So good he tripped himself over. Now out for Hennessy. Stepping off the right foot. Bouncing like a kangaroo. Trying to find an opening. New Zealand hold firm.
Yeah, beautiful open field play. Little wraparound. Lovely bit of disguise on the Australian line attack. And at the moment, Australia, they're playing with bags of confidence. New Zealand don't have the answers.
Well, their roll has really slowed as well here, New Zealand. Before they were just marching downfield, but Australia, with their tails up, keeping a very high line. Deurban Burgess now tries to mix it up a little bit. Sends it back to the middle here. Slowed down for Sinclair. He's got a great ball on him. Can he release it? He'll get a chance to with this following set.
Yeah, there's been a few times now where New Zealand are just hesitating to engage on the touch, making it really obvious to the refs that Australia are dropping early. They need to make it count.
Sinclair back here for Davids once more. Close to the line there with a hard touch was Bob. Sinclair about 10 metres away, directing traffic. Drop down here from Davids. Davids from distance. Oh, great touch coming through the middle there. I think it might have been Russell that made it.
Yeah, and it had to be a great touch because that's about a picture-perfect dive as you'd ever hope to see.
Davids now, once more. Back to Sinclair. Drop down, Davids. I4 Jones, he's the one to watch. Floats a great ball over the top. What a pill that is. That kind of a pill should only be prescribed by a pharmacist, but I4 Jones says the doctor's in the house.
Oh, this pill is just illegal. You have no right to take the ball this flat to the line and dish this off. And my only question is, why isn't he on the pitch more often? I4 Jones, the orchestrator of every single New Zealand score.
Well, at the moment, if the score stays as it is, Jones will be pressing for an MVP from a losing side here. It's dropped down now. Jardel Bob sends it out for Hennessy. Bob again. Hennessy floating long. Oh, they've nearly stripped him. Well recovered from Poi Hippie, but he's made a play at the ball. Another set to work with here for the Emus.
Yeah, he had to because his link is hanging him out to dry. The tap back is always on. That link's got to go and cover.
Hennessy leaning into the touch there. Now slowing things down. No rush here for the goat. Marshall King back to Hennessy. Look at the footwork from Hennessy. Drops a little pass here for Marshall King. Really important set coming up defensively here, New Zealand. Must hold out. Hennessy again. Floats it out the back. Oh, Bob, how about the footwork? Now, are they saying they got the touch in New Zealand? Momentarily, I thought that Savage was suggesting he didn't make it. Play on for now. Oh, Bob off the left foot. Crack out here for Marshall King. Went for the flick pass. And it's a saving touch there from Finn Barnett, who's come in 20 metres off his wing to make it.
Yeah, and once again, the scramble defence from New Zealand is just good enough to nullify the Australian line attack, but it's going to have to be 6s and 7s because Australia are electric.
Approaching the final 5 minutes here. The Aussies, one more, would just about do it against New Zealand. Marshall King, Griffin, direct, floating long. Barnett has a second try saver in quick succession.
I thought Griffin could have just gone at the line himself there. It looked like the New Zealand defence had parted.
Marshall King will bring it forward now. Pete Norman in at acting half, sends it back to Marshall King. The footwork, oh, I wasn't so sure that Davies was back on side at any point there.
It's not just the shoulder of Marshall King that's fine, the feet are fire.
Out now for Cridlin. Cridlin holding them off momentarily. Deurban Burgess makes the touch. And now with 5 on the clock, New Zealand need to strike. They can get another one here. We're in for a grandstand finish.
Yeah, this pod looks leggy though. You've got to work hard to get off the ball. However, that's what New Zealand needed. Foot in the ruck penalty, fresh set of 6. They can sub without taking any more touches up the box. Best case scenario for New Zealand.
Rolling forward in good field position here. Willison and now Hotham. Back again here for Graham. Easy meters on offer momentarily, but now the Aussies start pressing up. Turned away here from Savage. Savage an option back through the middle. That's the way they go. Norman there to make the touch. Again, it comes for Willison. Willison, where's I4 Jones when you need him?
Yeah, for me, I know you've got your pods, you've got your people connections. Get I4 Jones on the field. I can't believe he's not out there in line attack for New Zealand. He's the one with the key to the Australian defence, and they're leaving him on the bench.
So meters now for the Aussies up towards the subs box. Oh, strong touch too coming in from New Zealand. They'll let that one go as well. I don't mind seeing a bit of it.
I love this level of physicality in the men's open final. You've got to be tough. You've got to be strong.
Oh, here goes Russell. Great one-handed scoop. Now threatening to go long to Francis. Francis turns it back on the inside. Now Francis is claiming a touch, but Poi Hippie, I thought he was miles away from having fingertips.
Yeah, it seemed like one of those where even if there was any contact, he's definitely not played it. You've got to put your arm out to make the touch. You can't just immaterialise in an instant. So Poi Hippie gets away with that one.
Davids plays it quickly, and now Sinclair on the march forward. Last one, now he is on deck. I4 Jones burning them with a step, pops it out wide. Davids sends it on. Poi Hippie, big footwork back inside of Francis. Moffat is there to shut it down.
Yeah, now I'd be subbing I4 Jones off. Let's not waste any energy. Get you off defence, pal. We need you in attack, but no. They're going to look to put a bit of a defensive nudge on. If they can force a turnover in the Australian half, they have a really good opportunity to go and strike down the other end. But Australia, so direct in their transition, it's not happening.
And that'll certainly help the cause here for the Emus. They'll certainly slow things down as well. Hennessy slowly creeping back into an attacking position as they send it out to this left-hand side here for Edwards. Benbow. Now here, Jardel Bob bouncing around, drops it on the 7. Hennessy, Bob, that might do it here for the Aussies. It looks like a 10th World Cup title is heading to the land down under. The margin's out to 3, and there's only 2.5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, and it's superb, and the young boy, Jardel Bob, goes over. We'll watch this again. And again, this is what we were talking about a few days ago. Dylan Hennessy has added this to his game, the facilitator for the young blood coming into this Australian side, and Bob getting over 3 tries different. It's going to take a miracle for New Zealand.
Yeah, the Bob boys very young still in this side. They've got a long career ahead of them as now this one's sent wide. Oh, look at the smack down there. Get this thing out of here, says Courtney.
Yeah, big touch as well. They get the turnover, and that's the defensive shut you need. 90 seconds just over on the clock, and Australia have had to go as hard as anything for the lead.
Well, New Zealand have to try something here, whether it's an intercept or just something completely out of left field. Otherwise, this clock is going to beat them as much as the Emus are. Russell out now for Benbow, picked up on the last. Griffin looking for the nail in the coffin. Can't find the pass. Goes between Lincoln Wing. And now New Zealand, one final chance here potentially. The meters now on offer here for New Zealand. Popping it out to this right-hand side. And there is an offside play here for Australia. So final moments now. They'll soak up all the atmosphere. Australia, you can hear a pin drop though. There was a huge contingency of New Zealand support. They know the result is now beyond doubt. Australia will claim their 10th straight World Cup.
Yeah, and good value for it, but New Zealand, I mean, take a bow. The individual performance from I4 Jones has single-handedly dragged you into this position, and the whole team has complemented him beautifully, and there is zero shame in losing to what is the best team on the planet.
Sinclair, though, draws the foul. Been a great team performance from Australia, though. That's the big thing. It's hard to stand out when everybody is rising to the occasion. As now Sinclair brings it forward for Davids. Pops up here from Sinclair, and unfortunately that sums it up for New Zealand. Australia will walk it into the defensive line. They've claimed gold. It's a 10th straight World Cup title, and the celebrations begin down under. 4 returning crew from Malaysia in 2019. Francis, Norman, Marshall King and Hennessy celebrate once more, but for a new crop, a new clan, they have laid down the gauntlet and the challenge for the rest of the world. 4 more years of supremacy for Australia.
Yeah, and well deserved. And for me, when I'm looking at this Australian team, it almost feels a little bit like the passing of the torch. Out with the old guard, in with the new. Doesn't change the result though. Just as dangerous in attack, just as secure in defence, and maybe outside challenge for the best team ever in touch rugby.
It's hard to comprehend just how you break down this Australian hierarchy, the dominance across just about every grade as well. But an outstanding individual performance. Let's talk about I4 Jones. 4 tries on the board, had a hand in another, and just every time he touched the ball looked likely.
Oh, he was just electric, and I4 Jones, for me, probably one of the best individual performances I've ever seen in rugby, full stop. There's no caveat to that. It is superb. To be able to do what he did to the Australian defensive line, I mean, I can't, off the top of my head, I can't think of any other individual who's been able to make an Australian defence look, at times, out of their depth. That's how good Ifa Jones is.
And for Australia, so many contributors. Hennessy was outstanding. Both Bob boys working hard through the middle. But that is probably the key thing here for Australia. It doesn't just come down to Hennessy. It doesn't just come down to the likes of Marshall King. It's across the board, it's quality. It's that fast roll on, the ability to pick and scoop and just continue to apply the pressure with every play.
Yeah, and for me, the unsung hero of this final for Australia is number 1, Harry Griffin. He had a hand in so much that was going on in the Australian line attack. Also, immensely solid in defence. And for me, this team has transitioned from a team of individuals to one of the best cohorts of players you would ever see. The structure, the passion, the heart, the touch IQ across the board is incomparable.
It'll be a very happy coach, Phil Guymore, for the 2019 in Malaysia. He was the assistant coach, stepping up to the top job here. It's been a long way, 5 years and 7 days as well, if you don't mind. They've played a lot of footy here in Australia, in Nottingham, but they have come away with the ultimate prize, the World Cup title for the Men's Open division. Smiles all around. There'll be one hell of a party tonight.
Yeah, and they well deserve it. For me, Australia once again just a cut above the rest, and they grew through this tournament as well. We saw them run really direct. We then saw them change their transition in areas where other teams started to stress them. We also saw them leak tries as well. Let's not forget that, yes, this defence was solid, but England put 5 against them, and they learned from that. They grew from that experience, and that is the marker of a team that is on the rise and will not stop.
It's a great point you raised there about the amount of points conceded across the entire tournament. Up until this game, we're including the final series here, 15 in total. That's almost only 1 a game. It's just slightly above that.
That's got to be some sort of record defensively, and the coaching staff will probably take more pride in that than the amount of tries put against them, because if you're only conceding 15 in a tournament, you could afford to only go and score 16. You're still in that net positive, and then to go and stick 3 figures of scores while only conceding 15 is just out of this world.
We're seeing as well all of the wonderful volunteers here as part of the Touch World Cup for 2024. It does take a cast of thousands, if you will. It's not just the spectators and the players that have come here. There is no game without our referees, without our administration staff behind the scenes, without the volunteers who are lined up here as well. And certainly it has been an outstanding 2024 World Cup campaign. Let's head down pitch side with Adam Collins.
So ladies and gentlemen, here we are with the MVP of the gold medal match, Ifa Jones. Ifa, I know it's not an individual sport, but mate, outstanding effort in a beaten team. Mate, please tell me about that.
Yeah, beautiful game, mate. Big game to touch. And the people that are yellow and green, you got to be perfect on the day, and they're just clinical, man. They're hard to beat, and that's why they've been the best. But my team, coach, wouldn't rather do it with anyone else. I love them to pieces, and yeah.
Yeah, mate, you certainly left nothing out there. 4 tries, and you just kept going from start to finish. You talked about your team, the importance of coming together. There's blood spilled on the fields here at Nottingham. You guys never, ever give up, and that's what we love about New Zealand Touch Blacks.
Yeah, just once again, just the boys, they put out probably a year of work, and yeah, I got no words really. Just
mate, I appreciate that, and I understand the emotion, but it must mean something to see your whānau here with you, outstanding, and having them by your side.
Yeah, I love them, mate. Love them to bits. My 2 kids, my partner, my parents at home. Love you all.
And shout out to all the whānau back home. I know how much it means to you guys. Mate, congratulations, and thanks for spending just a couple of seconds with us.
Cheers, man.
Congratulations, Ifa. Thank you. And that is Ifa Jones, an outstanding performer for such a long time for the Touch Blacks. What an amazing effort in a beaten team to take out the MVP award. That's pretty special. So I'll let him get back to the whānau and celebrate with all of the team as well. And just what a game. and it's an amazing final here, and we've got the presentations coming your way. And now we're going to head over, if we can, and we'll catch up with some of the commentators that have brought you all of the action here from Nottingham Touch World Cup 2024.
Adam, thank you very much. Yes, let's just recapture some of the great moments throughout what's been an incredible campaign. If we take a look specifically at the Men's Open division, yes, Australia coming away with the World Cup in one of the best games we've probably ever seen of touch footy, but there are some real rippers along the way. The Cook Islands, I want to focus on them for a moment. Probably two of the best games of the tournament, 10-9 against both Japan and then also England.
Yeah, and both of those games, they were just phenomenal, and the rugby in the Cook Islands has really come on leaps and bounds, especially touch. And for me, game of the tournament was probably that game we called against Japan, where they were countless tries going begging in the first half, and then Berryman Duff just stood up to be accounted, and that could have been the individual performance of the tournament, if not for the masterclass in attack we just saw from Eiffel Jones.
And yes, another victory here, of course, for Australia, but certainly it's almost a tournament of the minnows. Cook Islands rising to the occasion, but Lebanon coming from out of the clouds and claiming bronze.
Yeah, what a result for Lebanon. I had the pleasure of calling that bronze medal match over on pitch 2, and they went tooth and nail, going up by 10 tries to 8 in the end. And to do that to a Cook Islands team that is, been so expansive, they just cut through them with perceived ease. And it's not just the growth of sport in the world, it's the way that the passion has been instilled into the new blood, the new teams, the new countries that are coming through. From a touch perspective, it's, you couldn't really ask for more.
Let's head back down pitch side with Adam Collins.
Thanks very much, James, and you guys up in the commentary booth have done an outstanding amount of work for the Men's Opens final. But down here, pitch side, we have the rest of the voices that have been behind the cameras. The NextGenXV crew bring you amazing pictures, but the men and women to my left and right, they're the voices that you've heard throughout the tournament. I'm going to start with Alice. Alice, thanks for all the heavy lifting you've done. How much have you enjoyed this tournament?
This tournament has been insane, and with this World Cup, such an opportunity to be here with everyone and seeing amazing players, and what a final we have had on our hands.
It must have been outstanding, representing the UK up there in the commentary booth, the Aussies and the Kiwis getting the job done, but you've done outstanding work right throughout the tournament. What's been your highlight?
Just being here with the team and, like I said, seeing amazing touch, and that's what we're all here for. This community and this wholesome sense, it's just bringing everyone together, right?
Absolutely, and thank you for all the work you've done with us. We're going to have a chat to Mel Day now. Mel, we've done a few games together as well. You've brought some colour, you've brought some excitement. What's been your highlight of this event?
Apart from getting a kiss in the commentary box by a mixed open player, no, actually, that is my highlight. No, I think for me it's been the women's age divisions. The women's 40s division was outstanding to see the lineup that we had and the quality of touch, and the women's 35s as well, some outstanding play there. So it's great to see touch develop along those lines.
Awesome. And you were fangirling over Steve Menzies earlier on in the tournament, watching him run around as an Aussie here in the UK, living and working. How exciting was it to see some of those great names of our sport here in Nottingham?
Oh, to commentate Steve Menzies was a dream come true. Hard to recognise him without his headgear, but just brilliant to see.
Awesome, Mixie, I might get you in now. Another one of our co-commentators bringing some experience. Mate, you've been there, you've done that for England, and now you've been able to represent in the commentary position. How much have you enjoyed that aspect of this tournament?
I've loved it. I've loved every moment of it. It's been a different World Cup for me, but I've loved every single moment of it. And obviously, I'm going to do a quick shout out. England Mixed Open behind me getting their bronze medal as well. It's a big honour of mine to see them do that.
And you must be super proud of the tournament, the way it's pulled together, the Red Army, the volunteers and the event staff that have pulled together and really brought this tournament home for England.
When Nottingham Touch started 12 years ago, we used to get 6 people down to training, and Nottingham Touch has done this in Nottingham. Very proud today. So yeah, really, really good for the whole community of Nottingham and greater of England Touch as well.
Awesome, mate. Thank you very much for all your colour and all of the analysis that you've brought to the pitch side, and we've enjoyed having you working with us. And I'm going to go now to one of my co-leads, one of the men that have come in and done the heavy lifting. Wilf, Mate, this is actually your first touch tournament. I'm blown away at just how good you are at this job.
Thank you so much. My first World Cup, first of many, I hope. I mean, it's been it's been an unbelievable tournament. I mean, yeah, all of our voices are a bit hoarse after all of this, but I think this is what touch is really about. I mean, you know, it's the the English team, sorry, just picking up their medal there for the mixed open, and all the volunteers around, you know, applauding the teams as they accept their medals. You know, I think it's just amazing to see the community that this sport has and will continue to have. It's going to grow all of the time. I think it's one of the fastest growing sports out there, and it's amazing what we've been able to pull together here. The biggest World Cup there's ever been. And you know, you've done plenty of World Cups yourself. I mean, you can tell the difference between this tournament and the ones that have come before it. It's huge, and it's fantastic that we've been able to bring it all to you live as well.
Yeah, the 10th World Cup, I've been to 8, but this is the most impressive by far. But mate, back to you, and you talk about the sport and the way you've come into it and done the commentary. What is the highlight, and what is, from a sport perspective, you said it's the fastest growing sport, what is it about touch that excites you and wants to keep you involved? This is the first of many I heard you shout out. We might have to talk later on. But what is it that makes you want to keep involved in this game?
I just think it's so accessible, it's so welcoming a community as well. There's such a diverse group of people playing the sport from every corner of the globe, having, you know, men and women on the field at the same time at the very top level in the mixed category. It's something that's so rarely repeated across sport. Across rugby is this kind of massive mix of sports that brings so many people together. The spirit of rugby on the whole is brought forward from touch and highlights all the best parts about it, whether it's pride in touch, whether it's nations like Oman at their first World Cup, whether it's nations like Luxembourg, which are a country of about 600,000 people, submitting teams into the men's 30s class and competing against Australia. All these stories that we've brought you across the week are what make this sport special, and I can't wait for it to continue to grow and continue to glow and shine a light on rugby as a whole and what it can create.
Yeah, well, let's hope that growth continues. And here from the England perspective, we really hope that you've enjoyed the Touch World Cup from Nottingham. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you. Kudos to our co-commentators still up in the booth, and James and Joe. They've done much of the heavy lifting throughout with this, the bunch of beautiful people, the diversity in the commentary team. And we hope you've enjoyed all of the coverage that we've brought for you, and we'll let you set back now and just enjoy the rest of the games. We'll head back up to Joe and James. Thanks very much for listening and watching.
Adam, thank you very much. Thank you for the kind words as well. I certainly would have to agree with the sentiments in multiple capacities there of Wilfred. The voice is very hoarse for a start. I couldn't have found any more honey particles unless I was a bee, I'll tell you that much. It's been a tough week, but a very rewarding week, and it is all about those stories, whether it be Luxembourg, such a small nation, or potentially Jersey, Guernsey also putting in a team. Maybe some of the stories about individual players. Jason Stanton, 48 years of age in the Men's Open, claiming a bronze medal, not just arriving, but genuinely competing. There's just so many incredible storylines. And every single time we come together as a community for any kind of touch tournament, whether it be the NTS here in England, or whether it be the New South Wales or Queensland State Cup in Australia, there's that sense of frivolity, friendship, and just a genuine joy in the air.
Yeah, and you've hit the nail on the head there for me. Touch is a sport for everyone. There should be no limitations to sport, full stop, in any sense. And for touch, they take real pride in being so accessible. Everyone from any corner of the world can come down and play. We've been saying all week, what do you need to play touch? You need one ball in a field, that's it. Find some people you've never met before. I mean, I've made long-lasting friendships with people I never would have met outside of touch. This sport means the world to me, and to see what is one of the best spectacles of sport I've ever experienced firsthand, it just means the world. And we talk of stories and those things going on in the background. I mean, for me personally, commentating with people I grew up listening to, watching touch, watching the pinnacle of touch in New South Wales, in Queensland, and now being stood in the commentary box sharing a mic, this sport has done that. This sport has put that together. This sport is special. And the 3 games that we had to see us out, all of the, just under 1,000 games across the entire week, That's what this sport can do for people. Tens of thousands of people coming down to Riverside in Nottingham, the city of Nottingham, being so accommodating for everyone, putting things up, discount codes for food and venues, hotels, you take your pick. This sport has banded together to provide what has been one of the best weeks for many of the people, and I can say personally, one of the best weeks of my life. And I owe so much to Touch Rugby.
I echo those sentiments there, Joe. This has been one of the best weeks of my life as well. I came into Touch just after the last World Cup. 2020 New South Wales State Cup, that was my entry into the sport. I didn't grow up playing it. I've been an outsider looking in, but at no point have I ever been made to feel like an outsider. Everybody, from the legends of the sport, to the administrators, to the people that join me in the booth, to the players, as you're simply walking through the village or on the grounds of any Touch tournament, they're happy to say hello. They greet you as one of their own. It's one of the most inclusive sports on planet Earth, and the journey for me personally to come here today into Nottingham from Australia and have the privilege to call this game alongside you, it's something I'll remember forever. And it's also about the friendships you make in the booth between yourself, Adam, Alice, Ben, everybody. The list goes on. Mel Day. We've had so many people coming in and out of the booth itself, and it's just been a wonderful, wonderful experience. And we're seeing here Bill Kerr, one of the great men involved in touch footy as well, presenting the medals here for England. But if you're not sure what you want to do, but you want to get a bit of fitness, you want to get a bit of exercise, you want to be involved in a community, this is the one.
Yeah, definitely. And also, if you've played rugby and, you know, if you're like me, you played at a decent level and then you got a bad injury, come and play touch, because it's so much more accessible. There's no limitations. It's much more than a sport. It's a community. It's also a home for people. People identify with touch because of the camaraderie. And as you say, you know, I've been rubbing shoulders with people from every corner of the globe. I've been chatting away with people from Papua New Guinea. I've been chatting with people from the Cook Islands. I never thought I'd be able to say that. Me and John Leota rubbing shoulders. Yes, I've shared the field with him for NQ Rebel, not NQ Rebel, sorry, Northwest Blades. But to be sort of accepted into people's smaller communities so seamlessly, it's a real microcosm of this sport, that it's so accepting, it's so welcoming, and everyone, I mean, you've seen, I was getting choked up earlier watching the England Mixed Open. Jordan Melling, as soon as that, shout out Jordan Melling, one of the old heads in England touch, thoroughly deserves his bronze medal. As soon as that final whistle went, burst out into tears. And for me, that sums up the sport, because he's not dragged that Mixed Open side to that bronze medal for him. It's for the young people in that squad, the 16, 17-year-old, 18-year-olds. Sam Nixon, first ever international tournament in the Opens division, comes away with a bronze medal. Jordan Mellon on the floor in tears because of that achievement for someone else. That sums up touch. It's selfless. It puts itself on the line to be judged for other people to then go and take it to the next level. It sets the standard of what we expect, not just in sport, but in life itself. That selfless nature, the belief that we can do better and we will do better, extends beyond the sport of touch into the wider life of every single person involved in this World Cup.
Joe, I want to ask that question, and there's a great teaching in there that you've provided, but let's focus specifically on touch. We've seen such a wonderful display here from not just the University of Nottingham, and a huge shout out to everybody involved working here behind the scenes to accommodate thousands of people, feed them as well, ensure everything is running smoothly. But to the people at England Touch, Tim Loveridge, Chris Simon and the whole support staff there, they've done a wonderful job too. What does success look like for them for this tournament? Is it just how smoothly everything's run, or was it medals at any point?
Well, so we had this conversation at the start, and for the teams, it's always medals, right? For the teams, you want to come away with medals. England Mixed Open do great value for it, and very proud of that team, but for ETA as a whole, this has been a success, man. You could not convince me otherwise. You could sit down with the most pessimistic bloke you've ever met in your life for 12 hours and I'd still come out of that conversation thinking, nope, you're wrong. Because smiles on everyone's faces, logistically smooth, good running, parking sorted. Parking's a nightmare in Nottingham at the best of times. To house to almost 10,000 people on finals day and it not be a nightmare is a stroke of genius. And the exposure of this sport is the success itself. Getting it out there. I mean, I've had people come down who I know who've never even seen this sport before, and they've gone away going, oh, where's my local club? That's success. That's success. That's growing the sport from the ground up, not investing in the top level rugby, but going, no, the way we grow a sport, the way you grow a talent pool 101, you invest in grassroots and everything comes up. The school kids playing touch for the first time on the hockey field, all the supporters around the ground. I mean, me and my partner were walking around in the mixed open game. We couldn't find a seat. There was not a spare blade of grass on pitch 1. That's the success. The drumming from the Cook Islands, the atmosphere.
His entire life. Wonderful once more to see him get involved here with another World Cup. And that brings me to the point of Federation of International Touch. England Touch, they've done a wonderful job working with the University of Nottingham here to host us. But without the Federation of International Touch, there is no international game. They bring us all together. They organise these World Cups. So a massive hats off, a huge thank you to Peter Top, Bill Kerr, and the entire support staff all the way through down to the grassroots level. It's been a wonderfully run tournament and the biggest, officially the biggest, 70% more so than Malaysia in 2019, the biggest World Cup ever and the best.
It just blows my mind. And Bill Kerr, he's sort of known informally, and I'm not sure if he'll like me saying this, he's known informally in the UK as the godfather of touch. He's sort of the cultivator, the facilitator, also the face of touch for a lot of people. And you might not know that because he operates mainly behind the scenes, but Federation of International Touch, I mean, this should really stand out. This should be that gold standard of what we can achieve when the Federation of International Touch and other touch associations from all around the globe come together to achieve a common goal of putting on what is the biggest, the best, and the most successful Touch World Cup in history. And it really does lay down a marker of can we grow even more? Can we keep going? Can we expand on this? I mean, it feels a little bit, I don't want to say gluttonous, because I don't want to be greedy, but this has been put together on a bit of a shoestring budget. People have banded together. There's volunteer staff. This isn't a professional sport. This doesn't have the benefit of a ridiculous amount of funding. It benefits a lot from sponsorships, yes, but people sacrifice their time, their lives to put this on for people. Can we go one better?
Well, that's the big question here, of course, because we know that rugby union, rugby league, there's a professional pathway. We saw it momentarily in Australia with the NRL Touch. Teams like the West Tigers, Brisbane Broncos fielding teams for touch football, but it is about the next level. That's probably the logical next step here from an expert point of view. And we're just so excited about what this sport does hold. Just before we head down to Wilf, I'd also like to give a huge shout out here to the team, the production crew at NextGen. It's been outstanding on this main field here for finals day. We've been running with 6 cameras. So outstanding work from all the camera operators, our producers behind the scenes, and led by a formidable team of Chris Weirmouth and Richard Jackson. Thank you very much for your involvement. Wilf, down to you.
Well, I am down here as Lebanon are through the crowd here for their medals. It's important to point out the success of each and every one of them. I am going to grab Chris Simon, but he's taken it upon himself as, of course, the chairman of English Touch Association and organiser of the event, to shake hands with every single medal winner here at the Touch Rugby World Cup. I'm getting in amongst it as well, but well, a great success for Lebanon. And indeed, I do have Chris Simon with me. Chris, I just wanted to touch upon, because I'm not sure the people here will realise the full extent of what you've managed to accomplish here. There must be an overwhelming sense of relief after, with no other words available, absolutely nailing this World Cup.
Yeah, a sense of relief. I guess there's also sort of that the emulation of coming off that high, and at the moment, I guess it's difficult to take in. It's been huge the whole week, and it's gone really quickly. These last 3 days it's just absolutely flown by. So yeah, really pleased, really proud. The team has been amazing. Everybody has gelled together, and you wouldn't know there's anything wrong with it behind the scenes. I think front of house has been really good, and we're really pleased.
Well, Ben touched on in our post-match as well how much this means for Nottingham Touch and the growth of the sport, but how much does this World Cup mean to England Touch? Not only the first bronze medals in the open category that they've won, but also the future of the game in this country. What does this World Cup do?
I think inspired a lot of people on and off the field. We've had a lot of people down here trying the sport for the first time with schools, just coming and watching the sport for the first time. And you can hear now the emulation of people just enjoying themselves. It's been great for the whole sport of touch globally, definitely in England and in Nottingham, and I think we'll see a lot more people playing.
And we're not even at the end of the celebrations of the current World Cup, of course, but the next question is, what's next for the ETA and for English Touch as a whole?
I think we'll come up for air, to be fair. I think we're in 4 weeks' time. I'll say not much air. 4 weeks' time, we're off to France for the European Juniors, taking a strong contingent of 6 teams over there. We've then got our domestic finals, and then we've got our junior nationals, all back-to-back weekends in August and September. Then we'll definitely come up for a pause. We'll look at the programme, review our programme, and start to plan how we can go one better in New Zealand and really try and challenge the best in the world, even more than we have done with this record-breaking World Cup this time around.
And I know we're all already looking forward to it. Thank you so much for speaking with us. I'll leave you to your chairman duties as well for the rest of the presentations. I mean, what a huge World Cup it has been, and we'll be bringing you live those junior nationals in a couple of weeks' time as well. So there's more touch rugby for you live streamed across the nation as the Next Gen continues its coverage. Now I'll hand you back over to the commentators who can talk you through the rest of the medal gifting and awarding. What a moment for all these players.
Well, thank you very much. A very proud moment there for Lebanon. I actually had the honour of hosting the Lebanon fundraiser as they were trying to raise the required funds to come over and compete here. And whilst a lot was raised, it's what we talk about, Joe, where it's not a professional sport at this level. They still have to dig into their own pockets. That's how much it means to them. And I was watching the Lebanon bronze playoff game against the Cook Islands, and they were in tears when they won that. It was one of the great stories of the tournament. Incredibly proud team, as we're now seeing New Zealand come out here with Ifor Jones collecting his MVP award for player of the match there in that gold medal final for the World Cup. But it's just wonderful scenes here across multiple different countries. And of course, the next step now, as we look ahead to 2028, we'll hear more from Peter Top, but heading back to the Southern Hemisphere. And the big goal, I suppose, for every team that performed in this World Cup is, 1, to make it for the next one, and 2, to improve on the results they've got here in 2024.
Yeah, definitely. And I think, for me, the 2 teams that would definitely take the results they've got this year, but were definitely gearing up for 2028, is Lebanon and the Cook Islands. 2 emerging nations, 2 nations with no real international touch experience, very rarely play any sort of international game, such as their isolation geographically. And for me, those are the 2 that I really want to see in that 2028 World Cup. And as you say, each team will be looking to do better, qualify, get there even. The logistics of travelling halfway across the globe for some of these nations is an absolute nightmare, and it's a bigger man than me who could do that job, I'll tell you that one for free. But 2028 has something really to live up for, because this tournament's not only been special for the quality of touch on the field, but just the sense of passion around Highfield and Riverside, 2 locations this week. Let's not forget, we weren't just here, we were over at Riverside as well, then coming back here for the Friday, Saturday, Sunday with the overs categories joining all the opens as well. It's truly special, and 2028 can learn a lot from this 2024 World Cup. It can learn where the highs were, where some of the logistics started to get muddled up here and there. There's always learning opportunities, and I mean, it feels greedy to already be thinking about the next World Cup after witnessing such a spectacle of touch over this past week, and to be able to call so many games over the past week is just, it's a fever dream. like, pinch me. I can't quite believe that I've been here to watch something so special.
Let's talk about the volume of games here. So around 900 played in total. More than 200 were covered. So if you're wondering why myself, maybe not so much Joe, you still sound pretty fresh to my ears, but myself, Wilf and Adam might be sounding a little bit hoarse. We've each done at least 40 as a lead caller, and I can't tell you the amount of quality I've seen consistent across the board. There's been a few results that have been somewhat lopsided, but play-by-play, individual efforts, even with those big lopsided scores, the players have given their all. And so from our perspective here in the booth as well, we try to give our all. It might be the only time they hear their name called. Maybe they're not back for another World Cup tournament. Maybe they've never been covered at all before. So each and every story is an important one. And of course, as we see the Aussies here with their coaching staff come out for Phil Guymore and the rest of the men's open team, the big story for this World Cup is once more dominance from Australia. And the question needs to be posed, what do the other nations need to do to try and stop this run?
Well, New Zealand do have a home World Cup, right? So there we go. That's automatically a boost. And there, for me, by far and away, the team that is the closer to the Emus. And I feel like, when we've been saying it all week, someone's got to have that game of touch, that 40 minutes. You need a little bit of luck as well. Let's not forget that, because this Australian side, and by far and away, let's not just talk about the people in this Australian team. The infrastructure in Australia for touch rugby far surpasses anything in the rest of the world, and they benefit from it. They are one of the most electric systems of youth come flooding through the ranks. I think they could have fielded an Australian B team in the men's open that probably would have competed just as well. I mean, dare I say, if not better on occasion. But, you know, for the growth of sport, New Zealand are the ones that are really leading that charge towards Australia. They're growing the sport in the nation. And I know there's a lot of other teams that would look to follow suit, namely Lebanon.
Lebanon with not the biggest contingent of teams across the board, of course 13 different categories, but featured very strongly in both the men's and the mixed opens, making the finals there. The women's, a little bit of a way to go, but there are some promising signs as we're now seeing Australia crowned champions overall for the seniors divisions, of which I believe there's about 10 of them. So there's a lot of strong performances here across the board from Australia. They started yesterday with a perfect 3 from 3 with the men's 55s, 50s and 45s. So an outstanding campaign, so many great contributors, big names involved as well in the seniors. You look at the coaching ranks, for example, Carly Banks, so well renowned. I'm going to embarrass her a little bit here. I caught up with her early in the week, and her assistant, one of the greatest of all time, and Kim Susi, a very proud woman, holding that cup in the middle there. Tim Bart's led his side admirably as well. We're just about wrapped up here for the 2024 World Cup. We don't really want it to end. It's been outstanding. There's Peter Top in the middle of the screen there. He's the chairman of Federation of International Touch. Very much the mastermind behind this outstanding tournament. And we're about to find out the Rising Nation Award, and it goes to the home country, England. Recipients of the Rising Nation Award. They have, of course, snagged their first ever bronze medal in the Opens category.
Running down the top 4 nations in this year's World Cup.
And it's been a wonderful campaign. And South Africa also claiming an award here.
In second is New Zealand. And receiving the trophy from Federation of International Touch Chair, Peter Block. The world champion nation is Australia.
And there it is, no surprises here for Australia. They are ranked number 1 in the world, having claimed the Seniors Cup, the Opens Cup, and now the overall World Cup is for Australia. South Africa, though, doing a great job pushing up into the top 5, for example. So this is another one of those stories we're talking about, Joe.
Yeah, and South Africa, again, another nation that's really invested in touch. I've got a lot of friends from South Africa, and I was talking to Lawrence, and he was telling me that his nieces, nephews are all playing touch. All the teams in South Africa on the off season are going, go play touch, go hone your skills, keep them fresh, develop the hands, develop the footwork. So South Africa is a nation benefiting from that investment of time and effort into the sport of touch. And I mean, I think they would have bitten your hand off to break the top 5 if you told them that on Monday.
So all the Aussies now piling in to celebrate the overall World Cup here. They'll lift it high and proud. It's heading back down to the land down under.
Thanks, Chris. I'm going to try and keep this quite quick, just a few things. Firstly, thank you to the Federation not only entrusting us with this event to organise this World Cup, but also in their support behind the scenes. It's been a real privilege for almost everyone. Massive thanks to our hosts, Nottingham venues and Nottingham Hockey Centre, and their amazing team of staff. They've been working tirelessly to run the best. Our sponsors, particularly the ones that Chris mentioned, Gura, Mappe, NextGenXV, all of our event partners and supply team behind the scenes. All of you, our customers, 39 nations, really, really great work. And to our team referees. But my most important thank you is going to be to the event team and staff. All of those in there have not been too well so well, but all of those in there have done a tremendous job this week.
There she is.
We did not know how big the field is.
There she is.
So please, just put your hands together, everybody there, and the fabulous team.
Hi.
Do you not want to interview?
So just echoing those sentiments there.
You've got a record World Cup for all of this. And the umbrella that hope you will not need for a while. So for these 10 people wearing the SB shirt here, Lisa Household.
In the men's 45s in the knockout stages, it's about Oman's first World Cup and the fact that their chairman of rugby was here supporting the team as it looks to grow. It's about Lebanese TV picking up all their touch games throughout the tournament. It's about all of the individual nations getting their chance to shine at a World Cup, and I think that's what makes this so special. Such an unbelievable event, such a large-scale event, something that hopefully will be mirrored in the years to come as touch continues to grow.
Well, as somebody who's been travelling around the world for touch football events, this one has certainly taken the cake. We've enjoyed bringing you all of the action here from Nottingham, but it's handed over now. The World Cup is on its way to New Zealand, and in 4 years' time, the world converges on New Zealand, the land of the long white cloud, Aotearoa, and we look forward to bringing you all of the action there. We hope you've enjoyed this coverage. We've certainly enjoyed bringing it to you, but from the Federation of International Touch and my co-commentary team, it's bye for now.
Nothing but a heartache. Tell me why. Say nothing but a mistake. Number 5. I never want to hear you say I want it that way.
and I'm representing the HYDEX programme, which is one of the sponsors of the Touch Rugby World Cup. HYDEX is a collaboration of a number of universities based in the Midlands, including the University of Nottingham. One of HYDEX's main aims is to support industry to innovate, developing new products and services in the hydrogen economy. We decided to sponsor the Touch Rugby World Cup, particularly in relation to energy use, so that Geopura, a locally based business, can provide hydrogen to be utilised at the event, making the event more sustainable and improving air quality for visitors and competitors alike. We hope this support will encourage others to look for more sustainable ways to run similar events in the future. Finally, just to say, we hope everyone that's involved in the event has a great time. Thank you.
I love Nottingham, the home of Robin Hood. From the bright lights of Goose Fair to the peaceful nature of the Sherwood Forest woods. There's a feeling of togetherness, unity, pure, honest, love. And that feels great like a bright summer's day at the horses down by the lake at Colwick Hall. I love Nottingham. The River Trent, the embankment, the Nottingham Carnival, different cultures dancing. The diversity, just walking down Columbus Street on a Saturday. The two lions in the square stand tall with pride. And when the markets in town come alive, it gives me life. Listen, as the council house clock chimes, and depending on how many times, lets you know the time. I've been to concerts at the Motorpoint Arena, and I've been to concerts at the Nottingham Caves. I've been here all my life and I'm still amazed by this place. I love Nottingham. Sometimes I stare at Hockley's graffiti colourful walls, and sometimes I gaze at the deers running around Woolton Hall. Supreme thrills, from chilling up at Green's Mill or up at that castle on the hill. Nottingham, I love you, and I always will.
Visit Nottingham today.
So we're here at Hillhead Sports Club, the third year of our annual Pride in Touch tournament. We have 16 teams, over 200 players. We've got about a dozen or so referees. We've had also a whole heap of volunteers. It's been brilliant to come to Glasgow after previous versions in Manchester and London, and it's ended up being our biggest tournament to date.
Get a lot of curious players that want to try out touch rugby for the first time, so they might be a bit nervous, but I think they come down, they hear the tunes that are playing, they see all the rainbows, all the smiling faces, and I think they realise that actually they can just have a good time. Our ambition is to make touch rugby one of the most inclusive sports there is. We want it to be super accessible to anyone. We don't want there to be many barriers or any barriers to picking up the game for the LGBT community.
What's been amazing over just the 3 or so years that we've been running Pride in Touch has been the interest and the growth and the opportunity we've had to platform good practice from people across the world that are wanting to do more LGBTQ+ inclusive initiatives. Now more than ever, we certainly feel it's really important to make sure that we amplify the voices of inclusion, show people that team sport can be really good for their mental well-being and their physical well-being, and hopefully we've got plenty of those people who have felt like that through enjoying our tournament today.